Tonight, we embark on the improbable journey of Psyche, a mortal woman whose beauty was so profound it angered a goddess, whose only love was a secret whispered in darkness, and whose quest for that love took her beyond the realms of the living, facing trials set by divine jealousy itself. But her path was not paved with glory or conquest. It was built on trust, curiosity, betrayal, and the stubborn resilience of a mortal soul against the impossible. We will also delve into the cunning craft of Daedalus, the master artisan cursed by his own genius, who sought to defy gravity itself, but whose flight was overshadowed by the tragic fall of his son. A story of ambition, invention, and the heartbreaking limits of human control. And perhaps, if the night is long enough, we will follow Orpheus, the legendary musician, whose lyre could charm stones and soothe beasts, as he descends into the silent kingdom of Hades, armed with nothing but a song and a fragile hope, to reclaim a love lost to the grave. A tale of music's power, love's reach, and the single, devastating look back. So before you get too comfortable, take a moment to join our journey by liking the video and subscribing, but only if these echoes of myth stir something within you. And hey, where in the world are you right now? What time is it as we gather in the digital firelight? Let us know in the comments. Sometimes our stories are better than sleep, and other times they just make you dream louder. It's time now to dim the lights, turn on a fan for some noise, and let's cover what we have for tonight together. In a city not far from the sea, where merchants traded in silks and spices, and temples were filled with the scent of myrrh, there lived a king and queen who had 3 daughters. The eldest 2 were fair, as princesses often are, and married well, one to a king, the other to a prince. But the youngest, Psyche, was unlike any other mortal woman. Her beauty was not just skin deep, it radiated from her like sunlight, an inner glow that captivated everyone who saw her. People traveled from distant lands just to catch a glimpse of her, comparing her not to Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, but saying that Psyche was Aphrodite reborn on earth. They flocked to her, leaving the altars of Aphrodite empty. The temples of the goddess were neglected, her statues unadorned. The adoration meant for the divine was being showered upon a mortal girl. Aphrodite, high on Olympus, felt the slight. A goddess whose very essence was worship, ignored for a human, her vanity was wounded, her pride burned hotter than any forge. This was not just disrespect, it was an insult to her divine being, and Aphrodite was not known for her mercy. She called upon her son, Eros, the winged god of love, whose arrows could pierce the hearts of gods and mortals alike, bending them to his will. Eros was mischievous, unpredictable, and fiercely devoted to his mother. "Go," Aphrodite commanded, her voice dripping venom. "Fly to that city, find this Psyche, and pierce her heart with your golden arrow. Make her fall in love with the most hideous, wretched creature on earth. Let her beauty be her curse, and her love a torment." Eros, ever obedient, took his quiver and his bow. His golden arrows tipped with love, his leaden arrows with aversion. He soared through the night, invisible, guided by his mother's jealous fury. He found Psyche asleep in her chamber, moonlight bathing her in a soft glow that seemed to amplify her beauty. He hovered over her, nocked a golden arrow, aimed for her heart, and hesitated. Her beauty was not just outward. He saw a purity, a gentle spirit that resonated even in sleep. She was not proud or boastful, she was merely beautiful. And as he looked, a single drop of his own divine ambrosia, perhaps sweat from his effort, perhaps something else entirely, fell from his brow and landed on Psyche's shoulder. It burned her skin, waking her with a gasp. Eros, startled, accidentally grazed himself with his own golden arrow as he flew away. The god of love, pierced by his own weapon, fell instantly and irrevocably in love with the mortal woman he was sent to destroy. Aphrodite's plan had backfired spectacularly, but the stage was set for a love story unlike any other, hidden in shadow, built on secrets, and threatened by the very goddess who initiated it. Despite the adoration of the people, Psyche found herself alone. Her sisters had found husbands, but no man dared approach Psyche. They worshipped her, yes, but like a statue, not a woman to be courted. They were intimidated by her radiant beauty, deeming her too divine, too unreachable. Her father, the king, grew worried. He consulted the oracle of Apollo, begging for guidance. The oracle, influenced perhaps by the Muses, or a sly god enjoying the cosmic joke, delivered a chilling prophecy. Psyche was not meant for a mortal husband. She was destined to be the bride of a creature so fearsome, even the gods trembled before him. She was to be dressed in funeral robes and left on a mountaintop to await her monstrous groom. Grief gripped the city. How could their beloved Psyche be claimed by a monster? But the oracle's words were law. With heavy hearts, they adorned Psyche not for a wedding, but for a sacrifice. Clothed in black, garlanded with death lilies, the king and queen led their daughter to the desolate mountain peak. Psyche, though terrified, faced her fate with quiet dignity. She had lived a life adored, but untouched. Perhaps this was her destiny, a cruel balance for the unfair gift of her beauty. Left alone on the mountaintop, the wind her only companion, Psyche waited for the beast. But instead of a roar, a gentle breeze lifted her, carrying her like a feather down the mountainside, through valleys scented with strange flowers, until she was set down in a soft meadow before a magnificent palace. It shimmered in the air, built not of stone, but of light and unseen hands. Its gates opened to her, beckoning her inside. The palace was vast and filled with wonders. Invisible servants attended to her every need, dressing her, feeding her feasts fit for a queen. Yet she saw no one. And when night fell and she lay in a luxurious bed, a presence entered the room. She could not see him, could only hear his voice, soft and kind, and feel his touch, warm and gentle. He was her husband, he told her, the creature of the oracle's prophecy. He loved her, adored her, but he had one condition. She must never try to see him. Their love must exist in darkness, in trust, in the unseen. Psyche, lonely but no longer afraid, agreed. Her life became a strange rhythm. Days of solitary luxury in the enchanted palace, nights filled with the loving presence of her unseen husband. He was everything she had hoped for, kind, passionate, devoted. The monster of the prophecy was a lover, and her fear gave way to affection, then to deep, abiding love. But her happiness was shadowed by the secret, the mystery of his identity, and the chilling knowledge that her sisters, safe in their mortal kingdoms, mourned her as dead. The perfect, unseen world she inhabited was fragile, held together by a single, untested thread, her promise. Word of Psyche's survival, though not her strange life, reached her sisters. They journeyed to the mountain peak, mourning their lost sister. Psyche, hearing their lament from her hidden palace, felt a pang of longing for her family. Her unseen husband, though reluctant, allowed her to invite them to the palace, warning her to reveal nothing of her true life, especially not that she had never seen him. He knew the danger that outside influence posed to their fragile existence. Her sisters arrived, astonished by the invisible palace and Psyche's apparent well-being. but their astonishment quickly turned to bitter jealousy. How could Psyche, abandoned on a mountaintop, be living in such splendor while they, married to kings, had only mere mortal luxury? They questioned her relentlessly, digging for details about her husband. Psyche, trying to follow her husband's instruction, was evasive, describing him differently each time she spoke, unsure herself of his true form. Suspicion bloomed in the sisters' envious hearts. "Why does he hide?" they pressed. "Surely he is a monstrous serpent, waiting for the right moment to devour you. The oracle said he was a beast." Their words, laced with malice and fear, planted seeds of doubt in Psyche's mind. What if they were right? What if the kind voice, the gentle touch, belonged to something truly horrifying? Her promise to her husband had been born of love, but the sisters' words rekindled the old fear, amplified by curiosity. They gave her a plan. That night, when her husband was asleep, she must light a lamp, take a knife, and look upon him. If he was a monster, she must kill him. Psyche, torn between her love and her growing terror, agreed. The jealousy of her sisters, masquerading as concern, had done its work. That night, after her husband had fallen asleep beside her, Psyche rose. Her hands trembled as she lit the small oil lamp. Knife in hand, she approached the bed, the light spilling onto the form beside her. What she saw was not a monster, but a god. Her husband was Eros himself, the god of love. His wings, soft and white, were folded behind him. His face, illuminated by the lamp, was breathtakingly beautiful, more radiant than any sunrise. The golden arrows lay beside him. Psyche gasped, dropping the lamp. Hot oil spilled onto Eros's shoulder, burning him. He awoke instantly, seeing the lamp, the knife, and the look of shock on Psyche's face. "Psyche," he cried, his voice filled with pain and betrayal, "you have broken your promise. Love cannot live without trust." With the oil still burning his skin, Eros spread his wings and flew out of the window, vanishing into the night. His departure was instant and absolute. The magical palace, his gift to her, vanished him, dissolving into the air like smoke. Psyche found herself alone on the ground where the palace had stood. The meadow returned to a simple field, the wonders gone, her heart shattered, and the consequences of her curiosity laid bare. Her love, born in darkness and trust, was now lost because she craved sight and succumbed to suspicion. Left alone, heartbroken and desolate, Psyche knew she had to find Eros. She wandered through the world, searching for him, lamenting her lost love and her broken trust. She sought help from various deities, but none dared aid her, fearing the wrath of Aphrodite, who was furious at her son's betrayal and Psyche's survival, let alone her love for Eros. Aphrodite was now doubly enraged. Not only had her son fallen for the mortal he was meant to curse, but Psyche had somehow enchanted him, broken his trust, and wounded him. This was not just an insult, it was a direct challenge. Aphrodite vowed to make Psyche's life a living hell. The only way for Psyche to find forgiveness, or perhaps just a temporary reprieve, was to present herself to Aphrodite and beg for mercy. Desperate, Psyche finally went to the temple of Aphrodite. The goddess received her not with compassion, but with scorn. "So," Aphrodite sneered, "the beautiful mortal who thinks she is my equal dares to show her face. You stole my worship, you corrupted my son, you burned him. Now, you must prove your worth. You will perform tasks for me, impossible tasks, and perhaps, just perhaps, if you survive, I will consider your plea." And so began Psyche's trials, a series of impossible labors set by the vengeful goddess, designed to break her spirit and ensure her failure. These were not heroic quests of strength. but tests of patience, humility, resourcefulness, and endurance against overwhelming odds. Each task seemed insurmountable, designed to make Psyche despair and give up. Yet, Psyche, stripped of everything but her determination and a flicker of hope that her efforts might reach Eros, faced them head-on. The world, however, had not entirely abandoned her. Creatures of nature, perhaps remembering Eros's kindness or simply moved by Psyche's plight, began to offer aid. The first task, Aphrodite led Psyche to a vast granary filled with mixed grains, wheat, barley, poppy seeds, millet, lentils, beans, all in one enormous pile. "Separate these," Aphrodite commanded, "into neat piles by dusk. If you fail, you will know my true wrath." It was a task for an army, not a single mortal woman. Psyche despaired, sitting before the pile with tears in her eyes. But as the sun began to set, a colony of ants, perhaps remembering how Eros had once healed their queen, swarmed the granary. Patiently, tirelessly, they separated the grains, grain by grain, into perfect piles before nightfall. Aphrodite was furious. She knew Psyche had not done it alone. "You had help," she screeched, but she could not deny the completed task. The next day, she set a new, equally impossible trial. This was not about testing ability, it was about witnessing suffering. Psyche's trials were just beginning, and the goddess's rage was far from satisfied. Aphrodite's second task for Psyche was even more daunting. "Go," she commanded, pointing towards a distant riverbank where a flock of fierce, golden-fleeced sheep grazed. These were no ordinary sheep. They were wild, aggressive, and their fleece was said to burn to the touch. "Bring me a sample of their golden wool by dusk, and do not get burned." Psyche set out, her heart heavy. How could she approach such dangerous creatures, let alone take their fleece without harm? She stood by the river, watching the golden flock with despair. Just as she contemplated the impossibility, a green reed by the riverbank whispered to her, bending slightly in the breeze as if speaking with the river's voice. "Do not approach them now, Psyche," it rustled softly. "They are dangerous when the sun is high, and they are filled with aggressive energy. Wait until noon, when the sun is hottest. They will seek the shade by the river to rest. There, you will find strands of their golden wool caught on the thorny bushes. Collect those, and you will have your sample without risk." Psyche listened to the reed, a humble voice in the wilderness offering unexpected wisdom. She waited patiently. At noon, the golden sheep indeed sought the shade by the riverbank. As they rested, some of their precious fleece caught on the thorns of the surrounding bushes. When they moved on, Psyche cautiously approached. There, clinging to the thorns, were strands of pure, shimmering golden wool, radiant in the sunlight. She carefully collected a sample, her hands unharmed. She returned to Aphrodite, presenting the goddess with the golden wool. Again, Aphrodite was enraged, realizing Psyche had received help from the natural world. "You are resourceful, I'll give you that," she spat, "or perhaps just lucky. But your trials are far from over. I will find a task you cannot escape, one where no reed or ant can save you." The goddess's fury seemed to intensify with each successful trial, her desire for Psyche's failure growing ever stronger. The love goddess, twisted by jealousy, was becoming a master of cruel torment, and Psyche, the mortal who dared to be beautiful, was her canvas of suffering. For the third labor, Aphrodite summoned Psyche. "There is a dark mountain," she said, her voice cold as stone, "from which a swift-flowing stream descends, feeding the waters of the underworld. Near its source live the Stygian birds, fierce and dangerous creatures whose shrieks can kill. You are to collect a flask of water from that stream's source. Bring it to me before dawn." This was a task not just difficult, but terrifying. The Stygian birds were fearsome guardians, and the path to the source was treacherous and steep. Psyche climbed the dark mountain, the air growing thin and cold. The shrieks of the Stygian birds echoed down the slopes, chilling her to the bone. She saw the sheer cliffs, the impossibly steep path to the source high above, guarded by the circling, menacing forms of the birds. Despair threatened to overwhelm her. How could a mortal woman reach that height, pass those deadly birds, and fill a flask from the source of an underworld stream? As she stood on the mountain path, contemplating her inevitable failure, a majestic eagle soared down from the heights. It was the great eagle of Zeus, perhaps sent by the king of the gods himself, who had been watching this whole saga with interest, not entirely approving of Aphrodite's excessive cruelty, or perhaps by Eros, finding a way to offer aid despite his injury and hurt. The eagle landed beside Psyche, large and powerful, but its eyes were gentle. It took the flask from her trembling hand and soared upwards towards the peak. The Stygian birds, recognizing Zeus's messenger, did not dare attack. The eagle flew to the very source of the stream, filled the flask with the dark, sacred water, and carried it back down to Psyche. With the precious flask in hand, Psyche hurried back to Aphrodite, arriving just as the first rays of dawn touched the sky. Aphrodite took the flask, her eyes narrowed with suspicion and rage. Psyche had succeeded again, saved by divine intervention, or at least creatures acting on divine will. This was beyond infuriating. Aphrodite's patience had run out. There was only one trial left, the most impossible, the most dangerous, the one designed not just to make Psyche fail, but to ensure her final undoing. This last task would take Psyche not to a mountain, but to the realm of the dead itself. Aphrodite looked at Psyche, a cold, final look. "You have succeeded, mortal," she conceded, the word tasting like ash on her tongue. "But your final task will test your spirit in a way no earthly creature can aid. You must descend into the underworld. Go to the palace of Hades and Persephone. There you will find Persephone, the queen of the dead. Give her this box." Aphrodite handed Psyche a small, ornate golden box. "Ask her to place within it a portion of her own beauty, just enough to last me through the next day. For my sorrow over my son has drained my own." Psyche stared at the box, then at Aphrodite, her blood turning to ice. Descend into the underworld, the realm of shadows guarded by Cerberus where only the dead resided. This was madness, and to ask the queen of the dead for beauty, it was unheard of. It was a task designed for her to fail, or worse, to remain trapped in the land of the shades forever. "But how?" Psyche stammered. "How do I find the path? How do I pass?" Aphrodite merely smiled, a chilling expression devoid of warmth. "That is your final test, Psyche. Find your own way. Do not open the box, no matter what. And return by sunset tomorrow, or you will face more than just my wrath." Despair was a cold, heavy cloak. Psyche wandered to a high tower, contemplating throwing herself from it, believing death was the only way to reach the underworld. But as she stood on the precipice, the tower itself spoke, its voice like the groaning of ancient stones. It warned her against ending her life, for that would lead her to a part of the underworld from which there was no return. Instead, it gave her instructions, a specific path to follow, how to appease the ferryman Charon with a coin, how to distract Cerberus with a honey cake, how to approach Hades and Persephone directly, and politely refuse any offers of food or drink. as eating in the underworld binds you there. And most importantly, it repeated Aphrodite's warning: do not open the box. Armed with this strange counsel, 2 coins for Charon and 2 honey cakes for Cerberus, Psyche set out on her final, terrifying journey. She found the path described by the tower, a dark, downward-sloping tunnel that reeked of damp earth and silence. She passed the river Acheron, paid Charon, and crossed the desolate waters. She found Cerb. Eruz, the 3-headed hound, terrifying but distracted him with the honey cakes. She walked through fields of asphodel, past the murmuring souls of the dead, until she reached the silent palace of Hades. Hades and Persephone received her, seated on their dark thrones. Psyche, remembering the tower's instructions, bowed low, explained her task, and politely refused their offer of a comfortable seat and food. She presented the box and her mother-in-law's request. Persephone, perhaps touched by Psyche's courage and humility, or perhaps knowing the twisted nature of Aphrodite's request, agreed. She took the box, and after a moment, returned it to Psyche, heavier than before. Psyche thanked the rulers of the underworld, paid Charon for the return journey, soothed Cerberus with the 2nd cake, and ascended back into the light. She emerged from the tunnel, blinking in the afternoon sun, the golden box heavy in her hand. She had done it. She had faced the realm of death and returned. But the journey had been long and harrowing. Fatigue gnawed at her, and as she walked, a new temptation arose. The tower and Aphrodite had warned her not to open the box, but what if Persephone hadn't put beauty inside? What if it was something else? And if she was to meet Eros again, surely she needed to look her best after her trials. Curiosity, her old enemy, stirred within her. Just a peek, she told herself. Just a tiny look at divine beauty. Ignoring every warning, every lesson learned from her first mistake, Psyche lifted the lid of the golden box. It did not contain beauty. Instead, a thick, deathly vapor rose from the box, a Stygian sleep, the kind of deep slumber that grips the dead. It enveloped Psyche, pulling her down into unconsciousness. She collapsed on the path, the box beside her, her body lying still as death itself. The final trial, self-imposed, had claimed her. She had reached the edge of success, only to be undone by her own lingering doubt and curiosity, her greatest weaknesses. Meanwhile, Eros, healed from his burn and his initial hurt, had been watching Psyche's trials from afar. His love for her, though tested by her betrayal, had never died. Seeing her undertake the impossible tasks set by his mother, witnessing her suffering and resilience, melted his anger. When he saw her fall unconscious, struck down by the Stygian sleep from the box, his heart broke. He could not bear to see her lost to the sleep of the dead. He flew down to her, a god regaining his strength and purpose. He gently lifted the deathly vapor back into the box, sealing it once more. Then, he carefully lifted Psyche's seemingly lifeless body in his arms. He had to save her, not just from the sleep, but from his mother's wrath and the consequences of her final failure. There was only one way to ensure her safety and secure their future together. Eros, still carrying the sleeping Psyche, flew directly to Mount Olympus. He presented himself and Psyche before Zeus, the king of the gods, and pleaded his case. He recounted their story, his mother's jealous rage, his accidental piercing by his own arrow, their hidden love, Psyche's broken promise and her subsequent impossible trials, and her final, near-fatal mistake. He argued that their love, tested by divine fury and mortal weakness, was true and enduring. He begged Zeus to intervene, not just for his sake, but for Psyche's. Zeus, having watched the whole drama unfold, saw the depth of Eros's love and perhaps, just perhaps, felt a touch of sympathy for the mortal caught between the whims of gods. He convened a council of the gods. Aphrodite stormed in, demanding Psyche's punishment, but Zeus, with a look that silenced even the goddess of love, declared his judgment. Aphrodite's trials had been completed, he ruled. Psyche had endured what no mortal should have survived, showing courage, resilience, and a love that had moved even the creatures of the underworld. To settle the matter once and for all, and to legitimize the union between his son and the mortal woman, Zeus decreed that Psyche should be made immortal. Hermes, the messenger god, was sent to fetch Psyche's soul from the edge of the underworld sleep. Zeus himself gave Psyche a draught of ambrosia, the nectar of the gods. As she drank, the Stygian sleep vanished entirely. Her mortal form was transformed, imbued with divine essence. Psyche, once the most beautiful mortal, was now a goddess, the goddess of the soul. Aphrodite, seeing that she could not defy Zeus, was forced to accept Psyche as her daughter-in-law, a fellow immortal. And so, Psyche and Eros, the mortal woman and the god of love, were finally and truly united, their love sanctioned by Olympus. Psyche's journey, which began with jealous fury and ended with apotheosis, proved that true love, tested by trials and healed by forgiveness, could transcend the boundaries between mortal and divine, even conquering the forces of death and vengeance. Their story didn't end there. They had a daughter, Hedon, the goddess of pleasure, a fitting offspring for love and soul united. The myth of Psyche is a reminder that even against insurmountable odds, driven by love and aided by unexpected kindness, the human spirit, the very soul itself, can endure and even achieve the divine. It's a myth not of physical strength, but of the internal quest, the battle against doubt and curiosity, and the ultimate reward of perseverance. Psyche, the soul, finally found her place among the immortals, not for her beauty, but for her journey. Let's turn our attention now to a different kind of myth, one rooted not in divine beauty or vengeful goddesses, but in the intricate, often dangerous, world of human ingenuity and pride. This is the tale of Daedalus, the greatest craftsman of his age, whose hands could shape wood and stone into marvels that seemed almost alive, whose mind conceived wonders that blurred the line between mortal skill and divine creation. Daedalus was Athenian, a master builder, sculptor, and inventor. His creations were legendary, statues that seemed to breathe, labyrinths from which none could escape, intricate mechanical devices. He was so skilled that it was whispered Athena herself, the goddess of wisdom and crafts, must have guided his hands. But Daedalus suffered from a flaw as great as his genius, immense pride. He was fiercely protective of his reputation and his knowledge. His nephew, Perdix, was his apprentice. Even as a boy, Perdix showed extraordinary talent. He invented the saw, inspired by the serrated spine of a fish, and the compass, using two pieces of iron joined by a rivet. Daedalus watched his nephew's rapid progress with a mixture of pride and growing fear. Perdix was not just learning, he was innovating, potentially surpassing his master even before reaching manhood. Daedalus's envy, fueled by his consuming pride, became unbearable. One day, while working on the Acropolis, Daedalus seized a moment when Perdix was distracted. In a fit of jealous rage, he pushed his nephew from the heights of the temple. He intended to kill him to remove the perceived threat to his legacy. But Athena, who favored craftsmen, saw the fall. She intervened, transforming Perdix into a partridge, Perdix in Greek. Before he struck the ground, saving his life, but condemning him to a life that shuns high places, forever fluttering near the ground, a living reminder of Daedalus's crime. Daedalus tried to conceal his deed, burying the body, or what he thought was the body, in secret. But his crime was discovered. Accused of murder by the Athenian court of the Areopagus, Daedalus was forced to flee Athens to escape punishment. His genius had saved him from a craftsman's mundane life, but his pride had made him an exile, forever marked by the blood of his own kin. He sought refuge in the kingdom of Crete, ruled by the powerful King Minos. King Minos welcomed Daedalus, eager to employ the renowned craftsman's skills. Crete, though wealthy and powerful, lacked the artistic and architectural wonders that Athens boasted. Daedalus, grateful for sanctuary, poured his genius into serving the king. He built irrigation systems, magnificent palaces, and most famously, the elaborate labyrinth at Knossos. This maze was a masterpiece of confusion, designed to hold the monstrous Minotaur, the bull-headed son born from Minos's wife Pasiphae's unnatural union with a bull, a punishment from Poseidon for Minos's earlier hubris. The labyrinth was so complex, Daedalus himself barely knew the way out. Daedalus served Minos for years, building wonders and solving the king's architectural problems. But he became, in essence, a prisoner. Minos recognized Daedalus's value, and fearing that his knowledge would benefit rivals, refused to allow him or his son, Icarus, born to Daedalus during his time in Crete, to leave the island. Daedalus had escaped Athenian justice only to find himself trapped by royal will, his genius now a cage. He longed to return to Athens, to his home, to freedom. He watched the ships sail the sea, but the sea was too vast, patrolled by Minos's powerful navy. Escape by water was impossible. Minos controlled the land and the sea, but Minos did not control the sky. Daedalus, his mind ever active, began to conceive of a way to escape the island prison. He studied the birds soaring above Crete, observing the structure of their wings, the way they caught the wind. He gathered feathers of all sizes, collected wax from honeycomb, and fashioned thread from torn cloth. Days turned into weeks as he worked in secret, his hands, the same hands that had built the labyrinth, now meticulously crafting wings. He built 2 pairs, a large, sturdy pair for himself, and a smaller, lighter pair for his young son, Icarus. As he worked, Icarus, oblivious to the danger, would play among the feathers and wax, fascinated by his father's strange new project. He didn't understand the desperation driving Daedalus, the burning desire for freedom that had become an obsession. For Daedalus, these wings represented not just escape, but redemption, a chance to reclaim his life and overcome the confinement that his past actions had led to. The ultimate triumph of his craft over his circumstances. He was not just building wings, he was building hope, piece by painstaking piece. And like many of his creations, this one, too, held the potential for both wonder and disaster. Finally, the wings were complete. 2 magnificent sets of feathered wings, held together by wax and thread, ready to challenge the domain of the gods. Daedalus fastened the smaller pair onto Icarus's shoulders, and then his own. He stood with his son on a high cliff overlooking the sea, the wind whipping around them. This was it. Escape. Freedom. But flight was not natural to man. Daedalus knew the risks. As he prepared to launch, he turned to Icarus, his son, the only family he had left, the symbol of his time in exile and his hope for the future. His voice, usually calm and steady when instructing on craft, was now filled with urgency and fear. "Icarus, my son," Daedalus warned, "I have given you wings. With them we can escape this prison. But you must listen to my words. You must fly the middle course. If you fly too low, the sea spray will weigh down the feathers and you will fall. But if you fly too high, the sun will melt the wax that holds the feathers together and you will plummet." He repeated the instruction, emphasizing the danger. "Follow me. Keep to the middle. Do not be tempted by the sun or the waves." Daedalus launched first, his powerful wings catching the wind, lifting him into the air. He looked back and saw Icarus, awkward at first, but quickly finding the rhythm, soaring beside him. It was a miraculous sight, two figures flying against the blue Cretan sky, a testament to human ingenuity. They flew over fields, over villages. People below looked up in awe, mistaking them for gods or strange, new birds. Freedom was within reach. They flew for a time, following the middle path, the air cool and clear around them. But Icarus, young and exhilarated by the sensation of flight, forgot his father's warnings. He was overcome by the sheer joy of it, the boundless sky, the feeling of invincibility. He wanted to fly higher, closer to the sun, closer to the heavens themselves, defying the limits of his mortal form. He ignored his father's frantic cries from below. Higher and higher he soared, the wax melting in the heat, the feathers coming loose one by one. Daedalus looked up in horror as he saw feathers raining down from the sky. He called out Icarus's name, but the wind carried his words away. Then he saw his son, his small body flailing as the wings disintegrated, plummeting headfirst into the sea below. There was nothing Daedalus could do. His craft had given flight, but his son's youthful exuberance and defiance of caution had led to his destruction. Daedalus landed on a nearby island, now called Icaria in his son's memory. He found the few remaining feathers and buried his son, his heart heavy with grief and regret. He had achieved freedom, but at an unbearable cost. His pride had led to the death of his nephew, forcing him into exile, and his ingenuity, combined with his son's fatal flaw, had led to the death of Icarus. The master craftsman, who had defied gravity and dreamed of touching the sky, was left alone, forever grounded by sorrow. He would live on, building temples and inventing, but the joy in his craft was gone, forever tainted by the memory of falling feathers and a father's helpless cry. The myth of Icarus, eternally tied to his father, became a cautionary tale. Beware of hubris, beware of ignoring the wisdom of experience, beware of flying too close to the sun. And for Daedalus, it was a stark reminder that even the greatest human achievement can be undone by the smallest human failing, whether his own or his son's. After burying Icarus, Daedalus continued his flight to the island of Sicily, finding refuge at the court of King Cocalus in Camicus. He was welcomed and continued his work, building many impressive structures for the king. However, his past caught up with him. King Minos, still furious about Daedalus's escape and the death of the Minotaur, killed by the hero Theseus, using a thread provided by Minos's daughter Ariadne, who had secretly consulted Daedalus, pursued him across the sea. Minos was a clever king, and he devised a test to reveal Daedalus's location. He traveled to various cities, presenting a seemingly impossible challenge: thread a spiral seashell. Only Daedalus, with his unique ingenuity, could solve such a puzzle. When Minos arrived in Camicus and presented the shell to King Cocalus, Cocalus agreed to try. He took the shell to Daedalus, who, recognizing Minos's trap, devised a solution. He drilled a small hole in the shell, tied a thread to an ant, and placed the ant inside the shell. The ant, following its nadir, E crawled through the spiral chambers, threading the shell as it went. Cocalus returned the threaded shell to Minos, who instantly knew Daedalus was there. Minos demanded that Cocalus surrender Daedalus. King Cocalus, reluctant to give up his valuable craftsman, stalled for time. Cocalus's daughters, who had become fond of Daedalus and his inventions, he had made them dolls that could move, decided to protect him. While Minos was bathing in a tub, they channeled boiling water through the pipes above, scalding the king to death. And so Daedalus was saved once more, this time by the cunning of princesses. He lived the rest of his days in Camicus, a master craftsman haunted by his past. He continued to build, but it said he never again attempted flight or anything so ambitious as to challenge the natural order. His genius was undeniable, but it had brought him only loss and exile. The story of Daedalus is complex. He was a criminal driven by jealousy, a prisoner freed by invention, and a father whose greatest creation led to his deepest sorrow. He embodies the double-edged sword of human potential, the ability to create wonders, but also the capacity for destructive pride and the inevitable consequences of pushing too far. His legacy is not just in the structures he built, but in the chilling echoes of Icarus's fall, a sound that would forever haunt the sky above the sea. Our third tale tonight takes us into the power of music, love, and the ultimate journey into the land of no return. This is the myth of Orpheus, the legendary Thracian bard, whose skill with the lyre and voice was so profound it could charm wild beasts, make trees and rocks dance, divert rivers, and soothe the fiercest tempers. Some myths say he was the son of Apollo, the god of music, or Calliope, the muse of epic poetry, making his divine talent his birthright. Others say he was purely mortal, a testament to human potential refined to perfection. Either way, his music was a force of nature, a bridge between the human world and something deeper, something ancient. Orpheus lived a life filled with song and beauty. He was one of the Argonauts who sailed with Jason in search of the Golden Fleece, his music calming tempests and even lulling the dragon that guarded the fleece to sleep. But his greatest song was for Eurydice, a beautiful nymph of the oak forests, whom he loved more than life itself. Their love was the subject of his sweetest melodies, their wedding a joyous occasion celebrated by mortals and nature alike. Their happiness, however, was tragically short-lived. Shortly after their wedding, as Eurydice was walking through the meadow, she was pursued by Aristeus, a minor deity or shepherd who desired her. Fleeing his advances, she stumbled and was bitten by a venomous serpent hidden in the grass. The poison was swift and fatal. Eurydice died, and her soul descended to the underworld, the realm of Hades and Persephone, from which there is no return for the living. Orpheus was consumed by grief. His lyre fell silent, his voice was choked with sorrow. The world seemed to mourn with him. The rivers flowed sluggishly, the trees drooped, the animals huddled in silent sadness. He could not bear the loss of his beloved Eurydice. The finality of death, the impenetrable barrier between the living and the dead, was a silence his music could not fill. But Orpheus was not just a musician. He was a man whose love defied limits. He resolved to do what no mortal had ever successfully done: descend into the underworld and bring his wife back. It was an impossible task, a direct challenge to the dominion of Hades, but his love and his despair drove him forward. He found an entrance to the underworld, perhaps through a cave, perhaps through the same shadowy path Psyche would one day follow. He descended into the darkness, armed with nothing but his lyre, and the power of his grief transformed into song. The journey was perilous. He passed the river Styx, guarded by Charon, the ferryman who carries souls to the land of the dead, refusing passage to the living. But Orpheus sat on the bank and played his lyre. His music, filled with such profound sorrow and longing, moved even the hardened Charon. The old ferryman forgot his duty and rowed Orpheus across the Styx, his heart momentarily softened by the melody. Next, Orpheus faced Cerberus, the terrifying three-headed hound guarding the gates of Hades' palace. Cerberus, whose bark was like thunder and whose eyes glowed red, would tear any living intruder apart. But Orpheus played again, a song of gentle sadness, of lost love and peaceful rest. Cerberus, lulled by the beautiful, sorrowful sounds, lay down all three heads, his eyes closing, allowing Orpheus to pass unharmed. Orpheus walked through the fields of asphodel, past the murmuring, restless souls of the dead, their moans and whispers quieting as his music reached them. He saw figures eternally punished for their crimes, Tantalus reaching forever, receding water and fruit, Sisyphus forever pushing his boulder uphill. Even their torments seemed to pause, their suffering momentarily eased by the balm of his song. Finally, he reached the silent, imposing palace of Hades and Persephone. The king and queen of the underworld sat on their dark thrones, stern and unyielding. No mortal had ever stood before them and lived, but Orpheus did not falter. He approached the thrones, knelt, and began to play the song he had composed for Eurydice, the song of their love, their brief happiness, their sudden separation, and his desperate, lonely grief. His music filled the silent halls of the dead. It spoke of sunlight and laughter, of forests and flowing water, of a love so pure it defied the grave. Hades, known for his cold heart, felt a strange tremor. Persephone, who remembered her own abduction from the world of light, wept tears of black sorrow. Even the Furies, terrible goddesses of vengeance whose hearts were stone, shed tears of blood. The entire underworld was captivated, silenced by the overwhelming beauty and pathos of Orpheus's lament. When the song ended, a profound silence hung in the air, broken only by Persephone's quiet weeping. Hades, moved in a way he had never been before, spoke. His voice, usually a rumbling echo of the deep earth, was softer than Orpheus expected. "Never has a living soul so stirred the hearts of the dead," he said. "Your music has touched even my cold domain. You may take your wife, Eurydice, back to the world of the living." Orpheus's heart soared. He had succeeded. He had done the impossible. But Hades was the lord of the dead, a god of rules and boundaries. "There is one condition," Hades continued, his voice firming. "As you leave the underworld, your wife will follow behind you. You must walk ahead, and you must not look back at her until you have both reached the world of the living. If you look back before you cross the threshold, she will be lost to you forever, returned to my realm." It was a simple condition, yet fraught with peril. Orpheus agreed without hesitation. He turned and began his ascent back towards the light. He walked through the silent throngs of the dead, back past the sleeping Cerberus, back to Charon and the Styx. He could hear the soft footsteps behind him, the faint rustle of Eurydice's robe, feel her presence following him. It was real. She was there. But the journey was long, the darkness deep, and the silence was a heavy weight. Doubt began to creep into his mind. Was she really there? Was it a trick of Hades, a cruel illusion? He longed to see her face, to confirm her presence, to reach out and touch her hand. The silence behind him felt sometimes too complete, too empty. The desire to look back, to break the agonizing uncertainty, grew stronger with every step. He walked and walked, the faint light of the exit growing closer. He could almost feel the sun on his skin. The temptation to look back was now almost unbearable. He had endured the journey, charmed death itself. Surely, a quick glance wouldn't matter, just to reassure himself she was truly there, safe behind him, before they stepped into the light together. He reached the very threshold of the exit, the boundary between the underworld and the living world. He could see the stars above, feel the night air on his face. He was agonizingly close to success. But the doubt, the desperate need to see her, to confirm she was indeed following him out of the eternal darkness, overwhelmed him. Just as his foot crossed the boundary, just before Eurydice had stepped into the light, Orpheus turned. There she was, walking behind him, her hand outstretched towards him, a look of sad understanding on her face. She was still in the shadow of the underworld, and as he looked, she vanished. Her form dissolved like smoke, pulled back into the darkness, back to the silent kingdom of Hades. The condition was broken, the love lost forever by a single look. Orpheus cried out, a sound of despair that echoed briefly, and then died in the silence of the underworld entrance. He tried to follow her, to go back. But this time Charon would not ferry him. Cerberus would not let him pass, and the paths refused to open. He wandered back to the world of the living, alone and heartbroken, his grief now absolute and inconsolable. His music was never the same. It was filled with sorrow, forever lamenting his lost Eurydice. He sang only of death and loss, rejecting the love of women, his heart sealed by grief. He wandered the land, a shadow of his former self, his lyre producing only mournful sounds. His end was violent. In his refusal to acknowledge or love other women, he incurred the wrath of the Maenads, the frenzied female followers of Dionysus. In their ecstatic, drunken rage, they attacked him, tearing him limb from limb. Even as they scattered his body, his head, still singing Eurydice's name, floated down the river Hebrus to the sea, eventually washing ashore on the island of Lesbos, which became a center of lyric poetry. His lyre was placed among the stars by the Muses, a constellation forever marking his musical genius. Orpheus, the bard who charmed death, failed to conquer doubt. His myth is a poignant reminder that even the greatest love and the most powerful art have limits, and that sometimes the hardest trials are the ones we impose upon ourselves. The struggle against fear, against doubt, against the desperate human need to see and confirm, even when faith is required. He brought music to the underworld, but his silence upon returning was louder than any song, a testament to the love he lost and the terrible cost of a single, fatal look back. And as the night deepens and the stories unfold, we see threads weaving through these myths. The consequences of divine intervention, the double-edged sword of human talent and ambition, the power and fragility of love, the challenges posed by jealousy, pride, and doubt, and the way even quiet moments and internal struggles can shape destiny as much as epic battles. Each tale is a facet of the human condition, reflected in the exaggerated mirror of myth, reminding us that the ancient Greeks understood the complexities of the heart just as well as the might of their gods. Let us now turn our gaze to a creature born not of earth or sky, but of artistry and longing, and the sculptor who dared to create something beautiful enough to ask for divine breath. This is the myth of Pygmalion, a reclusive and highly skilled sculptor who lived on the island of Cyprus. Pygmalion was disillusioned by the women he saw around him. He found them shallow, flawed, and unworthy of his affection. Swearing off the pursuit of love, he dedicated himself entirely to his art, believing that only in creation could he find true perfection. He poured all his skill and his solitary passion into carving a statue from ivory. He worked meticulously, shaping the material into the form of a woman. She was breathtakingly beautiful, perfect in every detail, more radiant and flawless than any living woman he had ever seen. He sculpted her with such tenderness and longing that she seemed to breathe, to possess a lifelike warmth and grace. He named her Galatea, sleeping love. As he worked, Pygmalion found himself falling deeply, irrevocably in love with his own creation. It was a love born of isolation and idealization, a love for perfection that existed only in his art. He dressed the statue in fine clothes, adorned her with jewels, brought her gifts of flowers and shells, whispering words of affection to the cold ivory. He would kiss her, hold her hand, pretend she was real, his heart aching with the impossibility of their union. He knew it was madness to love a statue, yet his feelings were genuine and profound. The festival of Aphrodite arrived, a time of celebration and offerings to the goddess of love. People across Cyprus brought gifts to her temples, praying for love, for marriage, for fertility. Pygmalion, though he had sworn off mortal women, was still a man consumed by love, albeit for a statue. He went to Aphrodite's temple, his heart heavy with his strange desire. He dared not speak his true wish aloud. How could he ask the goddess of love to give life to ivory? It was an unprecedented request, bordering on blasphemy. Instead, he offered his sacrifice and prayed silently, his voice barely a whisper even in his own mind. He asked Aphrodite to grant him a bride, like my ivory maid, hoping the goddess would understand the depth of his longing without him having to utter the impossible truth. Aphrodite, whose domain was love in all its forms, was present at her festival, observing the devotion of her worshippers. She saw Pygmalion, saw the intensity of his solitary prayer, the depth of the love he felt not for a person, but for an object born of his own heart and hands. Perhaps she was intrigued by the purity of his artistic devotion, or amused by the unusual nature of his love. Or perhaps she recognized a spark of her own creative power in his ability to inspire such feeling with his art. As Pygmalion made his offering and left the temple, the flame on Aphrodite's altar flared 3 times, a sign that the goddess had heard his prayer and was favorably inclined. Pygmalion returned home, his heart a mixture of hope and trepidation. He went to his studio, to the statue of Galatea. He looked at her, so beautiful, so perfect, yet so terribly still. He reached out to touch her, as he often did, a gesture of hopeless affection. But this time, as his fingers brushed her skin, he felt a warmth. He touched her again, and the ivory yielded slightly under his pressure. His breath caught in his throat. He felt a pulse beneath his hand. He stepped back, disbelieving. He touched her again, gently, tentatively. The warmth spread. The hard ivory softened, becoming supple flesh. The color bloomed in her cheeks, a faint blush replacing the pallor of stone. Her chest rose, and fell with a soft breath. He saw her eyelids flutter. Then slowly, Galatea opened her eyes. They were the eyes of a living woman, filled with confusion, wonder, and then, as they met Pygmalion's gaze, recognition and love. She saw the man who had created her, who had loved her into being. She stepped down from her pedestal, a living, breathing woman made real by the power of art and the grace of the goddess. Pygmalion, overcome with joy and disbelief, could only stare. He had asked for a bride like his ivory maid, and Aphrodite had given him his ivory maid herself, made real. He had loved the creation, and the creation had become capable of loving him back. Their union was blessed by Aphrodite, who had granted a miracle born of a sculptor's impossible love, and a goddess's appreciation for art that could stir the soul. Pygmalion and Galatea were married and lived happily, a testament to the transformative power of love and art. The myth of Pygmalion is unique. It's a story where a mortal's desire is granted not for fame or power, but for companionship and love, facilitated by divine appreciation rather than anger or punishment. It explores the artist's relationship with their creation, the blurred lines between art and life, and the idea that love, in its purest form, can be a powerful, even miraculous, force. It's a quieter myth than many others, a story of a private miracle granted to a man who found perfection not in the world, but in the work of his own hands, and whose devotion to that perfection moved a goddess to grant it life. And as the night continues, we can see how deeply intertwined the human and the divine were in the Greek imagination. Their gods were powerful, often terrifying, but they were also driven by passions, jealousies, and even moments of unexpected grace that mirrored the complexities of human life. These myths, whether of soaring ambition, quiet love, or the pursuit of unattainable beauty, continue to resonate because they speak to the fundamental experiences of being alive. The desire to create, the struggle against loss, the search for connection, and the often treacherous journey of the soul. Let's explore another tale, this one focusing on a divine trick, a mortal's hubris, and a punishment that affects not just one life, but an entire lineage, forever altering the relationship between gods and men. This is the story, or rather a piece of the complicated tapestry, of Tantalus, king of Sipylus in Asia Minor, son of Zeus himself, and a mortal mother. Tantalus enjoyed extraordinary favor from the gods. As Zeus's son, he was often invited to dine on Mount Olympus, partaking of the gods' nectar and ambrosia, gaining divine insights and secrets. This access was unprecedented, a sign of immense privilege and trust. But like many mortals granted access to divine realms, Tantalus grew arrogant. The nectar and ambrosia did not grant him immortality, but they gave him knowledge and a sense of invincibility that led to hubris. He began to abuse the gods' hospitality and trust. He stole ambrosia and nectar from Olympus and shared it with other mortals, betraying divine secrets. This was a serious offense, sharing the source of immortality and power with fragile, ambitious humans. His most infamous act, however, was a test of the gods' omniscience, a grotesque display of his own twisted cleverness. Tantalus invited the gods to a feast in his palace. To test if they were truly all-knowing, he killed his own son, Pelops, dismembered him, and served him to the gods in a stew. He believed that if the gods were truly all-seeing, they would know what he had done and refuse to eat, proving their divinity. If they ate, it would expose them as ignorant, perhaps not as divine as they claimed. The gods immediately recognized the horrific nature of the meal. They were horrified by Tantalus's cruelty and his audacity in testing them in such a gruesome manner. All the gods refused to eat, except for Demeter, the goddess of agriculture, who was so consumed by grief over the abduction of her daughter Persephone that she was distracted and unknowingly ate a piece of Pelops's shoulder. The gods were outraged. Tantalus's crime was beyond forgiveness. He had not only committed cannibalism, the ultimate taboo, but he had done so against his own child, betrayed divine trust, and attempted to mock the gods' wisdom. His punishment had to be eternal and reflective of his crime. Pelops, because Demeter had eaten a part of him, could not be simply resurrected. The gods, except for Demeter's absent-minded bite, reassembled his body and brought him back to life, replacing the missing shoulder with one made of ivory, crafted by Hephaestus. Pelops would go on to have his own famous, often cursed, lineage. Tantalus, however, was condemned to the deepest part of the underworld, the pit of Tartarus, to suffer an eternal punishment that mirrored his crimes. His punishment was simple, yet excruciatingly cruel, perfectly designed to torment his specific failures, his theft of divine food, and his attempt to serve a forbidden meal. He was placed in a pool of water that reached his chin. Above his head hung branches laden with ripe, delicious fruit, apples, pears, figs, olives, pomegranates. He was eternally hungry and thirsty. But whenever he bent down to drink, the water would recede, sinking into the earth, leaving only dry, dusty ground. Whenever he reached up to pluck a piece of fruit, the wind would blow the branches just out of his reach. Forever tantalized by food and drink he could never consume, Tantalus stood in eternal torment. His name became synonymous with a punishment where a desired object is kept just out of reach. But his suffering was more than just physical. He was a king, a son of Zeus, someone who had dined with gods, now reduced to this state of perpetual craving and denial. He was constantly reminded of what he had lost: access to divine sustenance, divine company, and the basic human comforts he had taken for granted. Adding to his torment, a stone hung precariously above his head, threatening to fall and crush him at any moment. This element of the punishment, less often emphasized, represents the constant fear and anxiety that plagued him, perhaps a reflection of the constant danger he invited upon himself through his reckless actions. Tantalus's myth is a stark warning against hubris and impiety, especially for those favored by the gods. His access to Olympus did not elevate his character. It merely amplified his flaws. His eternal punishment is a powerful image of futile effort and unending frustration, a consequence directly linked to his attempt to deny the gods their knowledge and their due respect by denying them a proper meal and forcing them to confront a horror he created. Unlike Sisyphus, whose labor is repetitive, Tantalus's torment is one of perpetual, unfulfilled desire, a hunger and thirst that can never be quenched, a constant reminder of the divine feast he betrayed. His story is a chilling example of how far a mortal, even one divinely connected, can fall when consumed by arrogance and cruelty. And as the myths continue to unfold, we see a pattern: mortals gifted or tested by the divine face consequences that often echo their actions or character flaws. Psyche's curiosity almost cost her everything, but led to apotheosis. Daedalus's pride and ingenuity brought both escape and tragedy. Orpheus's love and doubt resulted in eternal loss. Tantalus's hubris and impiety earned him eternal, agonizing denial. Each story, in its own way, explores the delicate, often dangerous, relationship between the human and the divine, and the enduring power of both creation and consequence in shaping destiny. We could continue our journey through Greek myth for hours, exploring the countless other tales that weave through this rich tapestry. The fate of Echo, cursed to only repeat the words of others. The trials of Bellerophon attempting to fly Pegasus to Olympus. The vengeful transformation of Arachne by an angered Athena. The long suffering of Io, tormented by Hera. Each myth offers a unique perspective on the human condition, the nature of fate, and the often capricious will of the gods. These are not just old stories. They are echoes of ancient attempts to understand the world, the forces that shape our lives, and the complex, often contradictory, nature of power, love, loss, and ambition. They remind us that heroes are not always defined by strength, that quests can be internal as well as external, and that sometimes the most profound truths are found not in thunderous battles, but in the quiet moments of creation, contemplation, or enduring a punishment meant to break the spirit. Perhaps, as you listen tonight, you found connections to your own life, echoes of these ancient struggles in modern times. That's the enduring power of myth, its ability to transcend time and speak to the universal human experience. If these stories have captured your imagination, if the whispers of ancient Greece have stirred something within you, then our time together has been well spent. We can continue this exploration, delving into more tales, more characters, more forgotten corners of this incredible mythology, as long as the night allows and you wish to listen. The world of myth is vast, and there are countless more journeys we can take together. For now, let the echoes of Psyche's ascent, Icarus's fall, Orpheus's lament, and Tantalus's torment settle around you. They are reminders that within the realm of myth, as in life, consequences are woven into the fabric of existence, and the choices we make, driven by love, pride, curiosity, or fear, have power far beyond the moment. We explore the myth of Echo, a beautiful nymph of the woods, known for her lovely voice and her tendency to talk, perhaps a little too much, and Narcissus, a young man of extraordinary beauty, beloved by nymphs and mortals alike, but are said by an inability to return that love, captivated only by himself. Their story is a tragedy woven from the threads of unrequited passion and divine retribution. Echo was a Oread, a mountain nymph dwelling in the forests. She was favored by the goddess Aphrodite for her beauty and was a companion to other nymphs. But she was also known for her ceaseless chatter. She loved to talk, to answer, to have the last word. Her voice was melodious, but her habit of distracting others proved her undoing. Zeus, the king of the gods, was famous for his many affairs with nymphs and mortal women. His wife, the powerful goddess Hera, was notoriously jealous and frequently sought to catch him in the act, or to punish those he dallied with. Echo, in her garrulous way, would often deliberately distract Hera with long, winding conversations, giving Zeus time to escape and rejoin his fellow Olympians before Hera could discover his infidelity. Hera, though often slow to anger, was relentless in her pursuit of Zeus's lovers. Eventually, she realized Echo's role in aiding Zeus. Her fury, when it descended, was absolute. Hera could not punish Zeus directly, but she could punish the one who enabled him. She confronted Echo, her divine voice echoing with wrath. "You used your voice to deceive me," Hera declared, her eyes burning with divine fire. "You shall no longer have full power of your tongue. You will never speak first again, and you will only be able to repeat the last words spoken to you." It was a cruel and fitting punishment. Echo, who loved to talk, was condemned to a life where her own voice was silenced, becoming merely an echo, a passive reflection of the words of others. Her ability to initiate conversation, to express her own thoughts and feelings, was stolen. She could only wait, listening, repeating, a shadow of her former self, her once lively voice, now a hollow vessel for borrowed words. Humiliated and heartbroken by her transformation, Echo withdrew from the company of other nymphs and nymphs, hiding in caves and rocky valleys. Meanwhile, in the same woods where Echo now hid, lived the exceptionally beautiful young man, Narcissus. He was the son of a river god and a nymph, and his beauty was legendary. Many fell in love with him, both nymphs and young men, drawn to his perfect features and graceful form. But Narcissus was cold and indifferent. He rejected all advances, unable or unwilling to return anyone's affection. He was proud of his beauty, but saw no one else as worthy of it, or perhaps simply felt no connection to others. One day, Echo saw Narcissus wandering through the woods, separated from his hunting companions. Despite her curse, she fell instantly in love with him. His beauty captivated her, and her lonely heart yearned for connection. She followed him silently, hiding behind trees, longing to speak to him, to express her adoration, but trapped by her inability to speak first. Narcissus, feeling lost and alone, called out to his companions, "Is anyone here?" Echo, from her hiding place, her heart pounding, replied, "Here, here." Narcissus, hearing the voice but seeing no one, called out, "Come." Echo, her voice filled with yearning, answered, "Come, come." Confused, Narcissus called, "Why do you shun me?" Echo, her voice aching with unspoken desire, could only repeat, "Shun me, shun me." Words that twisted her true feelings into a semblance of rejection. Finally, Narcissus, frustrated by the disembodied voice, called out, "Let us meet together." This was the phrase Echo had longed for. She rushed from her hiding place, her arms open, her face radiant with love. "Together, together," she cried, reaching for him. But Narcissus, seeing her, recoiled in disgust. He was repelled by her forwardness and perhaps unsettled by the strange echo in her voice. "Away with you," he shouted, pushing her away. "I would die before I let you love me." Echo, heartbroken and humiliated, could only whisper, "Love me, love me." As Narcissus turned and fled, leaving her alone once more. Echo's heart was shattered by Narcissus's cruel rejection. Her love for him was consuming, yet she could neither express it fully nor escape its torment. Wounded and ashamed, she retreated further into the wilderness, hiding in lonely caves and desolate gorges. She pined away for Narcissus, her body wasting away from sorrow and unrequited love. Her flesh withered, her bones turned to stone, her voice the only part of her that remained, echoing sadly in the places she haunted. Even after her physical form was gone, her voice lingered, forever repeating the last sound she heard. If you call out in a cave or canyon, the sound that answers you is the last vestige of the heartbroken nymph, Echo, forever trapped by a goddess's curse and a mortal's coldness. But the story of Narcissus did not end there. His cruelty towards Echo and all who loved him did not go unnoticed. Nemesis, the goddess of retribution, or perhaps just the collective years of the nymphs and others he had rejected, heard the laments. She decided to punish Narcissus for his arrogance and his inability to love anyone but himself. Nemesis led Narcissus to a clear, still pool of water in the woods, one that had never been disturbed by shepherds, animals, or falling leaves. Narcissus, tired from hunting, knelt by the water to drink. As he looked into the pool, he saw a face of exquisite beauty staring back at him. He did not realize it was his own reflection. He fell instantly and completely in love with the image in the water. He reached out to touch it, but his touch only disturbed the surface, making the image disappear. He tried to kiss it, but only touched the cold water. He spoke to it, confessed his love, begged it to return his affection, but the reflection could only mirror his gestures, offer silent, unresponsive imitation. Narcissus was trapped by his own beauty, captivated by an image that could never love him back. He could not tear himself away from the pool. He forgot to eat, forgot to sleep, forgot the world around him. He stayed there, gazing at his reflection, pining away for the beautiful form in the water, realizing with dawning horror that the object of his desire was himself, and therefore utterly unattainable in the way he craved. He wasted away by the side of the pool, consumed by a love that could never be fulfilled. His fate mirrored Echo's, consumed by unrequited love, unable to connect with the object of their affection, wasting away until nothing was left but a trace. Where Narcissus died, a flower bloomed, a beautiful flower with petals surrounding a cup, forever bending its head towards the water, a physical manifestation of his eternal self-absorption. It was named the Narcissus flower. The myth of Echo and Narcissus is a powerful, albeit tragic, exploration of love, rejection, and self-absorption. Echo's curse is a metaphor for the pain of being unable to express oneself fully, of having one's voice reduced to mere repetition. Narcissus's fate is a stark warning against vanity and the inability to see beyond oneself, showing how self-love, when it excludes all others, can be a prison and ultimately a destructive force. Their entwined stories remind us that the inability to communicate or connect, whether due to divine punishment or internal flaws, can lead to profound loneliness and tragic ends, leaving behind only faint echoes and silent, beautiful flowers. Let us move from the realm of unrequited love and self-obsession to a tale of mortal skill, divine jealousy, and a consequence that transformed a woman not into an echo, but into a creature forever bound to the very craft she mastered. This is the story of Arachne, a young woman from Lydia, whose skill at weaving and embroidery was unmatched, and whose pride led her to challenge a goddess. Arachne was not of noble birth. Her father was a dyer of wool. But from a young age, her hands possessed an extraordinary talent. She could spin thread so fine it was like mist, and weave tapestries with such intricate detail and vibrant color that they seemed alive. Nymphs would leave their streams and groves, mortal women would abandon their work, and travelers would stop just to watch Arachne work. Her skill was so renowned that people whispered she must have been taught by Athena herself, the goddess of weaving, crafts, and wisdom. Arachne, however, was immensely proud of her abilities. She not only denied being taught by Athena, but openly boasted that her skill surpassed even the goddesses. "Let Athena come and contend with me," she declared arrogantly. "If she can weave better than I will accept any penalty." Her hubris was immense. To challenge a god was dangerous. To challenge Athena, known for her stern justice and protectiveness of her domain, was courting disaster. Word of Arachne's boasts reached Athena on Olympus. The goddess, initially perhaps amused, then irritated by the mortal's arrogance, decided to give Arachne the chance she demanded. Athena transformed herself into an old woman, bent and wrinkled, her steps slow. In this disguise, she approached Arachne, who was sitting at her loom, surrounded by admirers. The old woman spoke kindly to Arachne. "My dear girl," she said, "your skill is indeed great, and your work is beautiful. But heed my words, do not compare yourself to the gods. Acknowledge Athena's superiority. Ask for her forgiveness for your boastful words. The gods are merciful to those who humble themselves." Arachne, however, was young, arrogant, and blinded by her own pride. She scoffed at the old woman. "Go preach to those who need your advice," she retorted scornfully. "I have my own counsel. If Athena is so confident, why does she not come herself? Why does she hide behind disguises? I stand by my challenge." At these defiant words, the old woman straightened up, her disguise melting away. Standing before Arachne, tall and radiant in her divine form, was Athena. The N. Imps and mortals who had gathered scattered in fear, bowing low before the goddess. Only Arachne remained, her face pale, but her resolve hardened by pride. "I accept your challenge," Athena said, her voice clear and powerful. The contest was set. Athena and Arachne sat at their looms, the air thick with tension. Both began to weave with incredible speed and skill, their shuttles flying, their fingers moving faster than the eye could follow. The onlookers watched in hushed awe as magnificent tapestries began to unfurl. Athena wove a tapestry depicting the glory and power of the gods on Olympus. She showed scenes of their majesty, their triumphs, and cautionary tales of mortals who dared to challenge or defy them. In one corner, she wove the scene of her own contest with Poseidon for the patronage of Athens, where she created the olive tree, a symbol of peace and prosperity. In another, she showed the fate of those who were punished for their impiety, a stern warning to Arachne. Her work was perfect, filled with divine authority and serene beauty. Arachne, driven by defiance and skill, wove her own tapestry. But instead of depicting the gods' glory, she chose to illustrate the gods' indiscretions, their affairs, their deceptions, and the times they had used their power to trick or harm mortals. She showed Zeus abducting Europa as a bull, Leda seduced by a swan, Zeus again. Danae visited by a shower of gold, still Zeus, and other less than noble moments of the divine. Her work was also technically perfect, the details incredibly lifelike, the colors vibrant, the figures rendered with stunning skill and vivid realism. When both tapestries were finished, even Athena had to admit the technical brilliance of Arachne's work. The weaving was flawless, the artistry undeniable. But the subject matter was deeply offensive, a direct insult to the gods, highlighting their flaws and weaknesses. Athena, filled with divine rage at the mortals' impiety and her audacious choice of subject, could not tolerate such disrespect, especially from someone who had challenged her in her own craft. In a fit of anger, Athena struck Arachne's tapestry, tearing it apart. She then struck Arachne herself with her shuttle, cursing her for her impudence and blasphemy. Arachne, humiliated and terrified by the goddess's wrath, could not bear the shame. She attempted to hang herself. But Athena intervened, not to save her life out of mercy, but to inflict a different, perpetual punishment. "Live, impudent girl," Athena declared, "but you shall hang and weave forever." As Arachne hung from the rope, Athena touched her with her spear, or with a magical herb myths vary. Arachne's body shrank, her hair fell out, her limbs grew long and spindly, and she was transformed into a spider. She hung from a thread of her own making, forever spinning silk and weaving webs. Her curse, a constant reminder of her pride and her challenge to a goddess. And so, the spider, arachnid in Latin, is forever linked to the myth of Arachne, the mortal weaver whose skill rivaled a goddess's, but whose hubris led to her transformation and eternal toil. Her story serves as a potent warning against excessive pride and disrespect towards the divine, illustrating how swiftly divine favor can turn to terrible wrath when challenged, and how even the greatest mortal talent can be repurposed into a symbol of punishment. She sought to surpass the goddess through her art, and in the end, her art became her eternal prison. Let us explore one more tale tonight, a story of divine jealousy, suffering, wandering, and eventual transformation and solace, centering on the unfortunate nymph Io. Io was a beautiful princess of Argos, daughter of King Inachus, a river god. Her beauty, like Psyche's, caught the eye of Zeus, the king of the gods, ever prone to falling for mortal women. Zeus desired Io and pursued her. To hide his affair from his fiercely jealous wife Hera, Zeus shrouded the earth in a thick, dark cloud whenever he visited Io. This unusual cloud during a clear day immediately aroused Hera's suspicion. She descended from Olympus, determined to uncover Zeus's infidelity. Zeus, sensing Hera's approach, quickly transformed Io into a beautiful white heifer, a young cow, to hide her identity. He hoped Hera would not recognize the nymph in animal form. But Hera was not easily fooled, especially when it came to Zeus's lovers. She saw the exceptionally beautiful heifer standing near Zeus and instantly suspected the truth. Playing along, she admired the heifer's beauty and asked Zeus to give it to her as a gift. Zeus, cornered and unable to refuse his wife without confirming her suspicions, reluctantly agreed. Hera took possession of Io, now in the form of a heifer. To ensure Zeus could not approach her, and to torment her rival, Hera assigned the monstrous Argus Panops to guard her. Argus was a giant with 100 eyes covering his body, some always awake even when others slept. He tied Io, the heifer, to an olive tree in a grove, and watched her constantly with his myriad eyes, giving her no rest, no privacy, and no chance to return to her true form or reunite with Zeus. Io suffered terribly in her bovine form. She could only moo, unable to speak or explain her plight. She grazed on bitter herbs and drank from muddy pools. She was tormented by Argus's constant, unblinking gaze. She tried to reach out to her father, King Inachus, but could only show him her transformed self, causing him great sorrow and confusion. Zeus, though responsible for her predicament by trying to hide her, eventually felt pity for Io's suffering. He called upon his son Hermes, the messenger god, known for his cunning and resourcefulness. Zeus tasked Hermes with killing Argus and freeing Io. Hermes, ever the trickster, approached Argus disguised as a shepherd. He sat near the 100-eyed giant and began to play his pipes and tell stories. His music and narratives were so soothing, so monotonous, that one by one, Argus's many eyes began to close in sleep. Hermes played and talked until all 100 eyes were finally closed in slumber. Once Argus was fully asleep, Hermes killed him, cutting off his head. Hera, in grief for her loyal servant, took Argus's eyes and placed them in the tail of her sacred bird, the peacock, which is why peacock feathers are adorned with eye-like patterns to this day. Io was free from Argus's watch, but her torment was not over. Hera's wrath was relentless. She sent a gadfly, a monstrous insect, to eternally sting and torment Io. Driven mad by the flies' incessant biting and buzzing, Io was forced to wander ceaselessly across the earth, unable to find peace or rest, still trapped in her heifer form. Her long, tormented journey took her across lands that would later be named after her passage: the Ionian Sea, the Bosphorus meaning ox ford or cow crossing. She wandered through Greece, Asia, and finally reached Egypt, pursued relentlessly by the gadfly sent by the vengeful goddess. Her suffering was immense, a living testament to the collateral damage of divine disputes and infidelity. Finally, in Egypt, exhausted and desperate, Io prayed to Zeus to end her suffering. Zeus, who had long watched her plight with sorrow and perhaps guilt, convinced Hera to finally relent. Inachus agreed to remove the curse and restore Io to her human form. In Egypt, on the banks of the Nile River, Zeus touched Io with his divine hand. Her bovine form fell away, and she was transformed back into a beautiful woman. Her suffering had ended, but her journey had changed her. She remained in Egypt, where she was worshipped as a goddess, identified with the Egyptian goddess Isis. She bore Zeus a son, Epaphus, who became a king in Egypt, establishing a lineage that would eventually lead back to Greece, and the birth of heroes like Heracles, who was ironically tasked with some of the adventures that followed Io's path. The myth of Io is a powerful illustration of the consequences of divine jealousy and the suffering it can inflict upon mortals or nymphs caught in the crossfire. Io is a figure of innocent suffering, transformed and tormented not for her own hubris, like Tantalus or Arachne, or mistakes, like Psyche, but for the desire of a god and the wrath of a goddess. Her long, agonizing journey across the world in animal form is a symbol of relentless torment and exile. Yet her story ends with transformation, refuge, and a new life, suggesting that even after immense suffering, there can be solace and a form of redemption, or at least an end to the torment. She is a reminder that sometimes mortals are simply pawns in the games of the powerful, but even pawns can leave a lasting mark on the world through their endurance. These myths, from Psyche's quest for love to Io's tormented wandering, offer a panorama of the Greek understanding of life's challenges. They speak of creation and destruction, love and loss, power and powerlessness, human aspiration, and divine intervention. They show us gods who are both awe-inspiring and deeply flawed, and mortals who are both vulnerable and capable of extraordinary resilience, talent, and folly. We have journeyed through groves of longing, over seas of despair, into the silent realms of death, and witnessed transformations, both wondrous and terrible. Each story is a piece of a larger puzzle, an attempt by the ancient Greeks to make sense of a world filled with beauty and danger, where fate and the gods played powerful, unpredictable roles. If the night allows, and you are willing, we can continue to explore these ancient echoes. There are countless other figures waiting in the shadows of myth. Heroes who faced impossible labors, kings cursed by their lineage, tricksters who defied death, and women who sought justice or escape through desperate means. For now, let the sounds of echo fade, the image of Narcissus blur, the web of Arachne remind us of pride, and the long jour, nay of Io, underscore the weight of divine displeasure. These tales, ancient as the mountains and seas they describe, live on, whispering their truths across the centuries. Let us now turn to a figure renowned not for beauty or skill, but for boundless cunning, a king who dared to cheat death itself, and whose eternal punishment is a symbol of futile labor. This is the myth of Sisyphus, the founder and king of Ephra, later Corinth, a man known for his craftiness and wickedness, but also for his audacity in challenging the natural order and the gods who upheld it. Sisyphus was a notoriously wily and deceitful king. He was greedy, ambitious, and utterly without scruples. He murdered travelers, violated xenia, the sacred Greek custom of guest friendship, and betrayed secrets. His cunning was legendary. He could outsmart almost anyone, mortal or even, as he would discover, divine messengers. His first major act of defiance against the gods involved betraying a secret of Zeus. The river god Asopus was searching for his daughter Aegina, whom Zeus had abducted. Sisyphus knew where Aegina was, but he wouldn't tell Asopus for free. He demanded that Asopus provide his city, Ephra, with a never-failing spring of water. Asopus agreed, creating the Pyrne Spring, which brought great prosperity to Ephra. In exchange, Sisyphus revealed that Zeus had taken Aegina to the island of Oenone, later Aegina. This act enraged Zeus. Not only had Sisyphus traded divine secrets for personal gain, but he had exposed Zeus's infidelity to a river god, potentially inviting further complications. Zeus decided to punish Sisyphus. He sent Thanatos, the personification of death, to retrieve Sisyphus and bring him to the underworld. Thanatos arrived at Sisyphus's palace, cold and implacable, ready to fulfill Zeus's command. But Sisyphus, with his characteristic cunning, greeted Thanatos not with fear, but with feigned hospitality. He praised Thanatos's form, commenting on the fine chains and shackles Thanatos had brought to bind him. Sisyphus, ever the trickster, convinced Thanatos to demonstrate how the shackles worked, perhaps flattering him or simply catching him off guard. As soon as Thanatos put the shackles on himself to show Sisyphus, Sisyphus quickly locked them, trapping death itself in his own palace. With death chained, no one on earth could die. The living world descended into chaos. Men lingered in agony from fatal wounds. Soldiers could not die on the battlefield. The old and sick suffered without end. The natural order was completely disrupted. Hades, the lord of the underworld, was furious. No new souls were arriving in his realm. Ares, the god of war, whose domain relied heavily on death, was particularly irate. His battles were pointless if no one could die. He descended to Ephra, freed Thanatos, and roughly handed Sisyphus over to death, ensuring no more tricks. Sisyphus was dragged down to the underworld, facing judgment for his impiety and his disruption of cosmic law. He was brought before Hades and Persephone. His crimes were numerous, his impiety undeniable. His punishment would be severe. But Sisyphus had one more trick up his sleeve. Before being taken by Thanatos, he had instructed his wife, Merope, not to perform the proper funeral rites for him, not to place the traditional coin under his tongue for Charon, and not to offer any sacrifices. Once in the underworld, Sisyphus complained bitterly to Persephone. He argued that he, a king, had been brought to the realm of the dead without proper ceremony. He claimed his wife's neglect was a grave insult to the gods of the underworld, leaving him unburied and without honor. He cleverly persuaded Persephone to allow him to return to the world of the living for just a few days, solely to scold his impious wife and ensure the funeral rites were performed. Persephone, perhaps sympathetic to the seeming disrespect shown to the dead or momentarily swayed by Sisyphus's convincing plea, granted his request. Sisyphus was allowed to return to Ephyra. But once back among the living, in his own palace, bathed in sunlight, Sisyphus had no intention of returning to the gloomy underworld. He broke his promise to Persephone and refused to go back, clinging to life and his kingdom. He lived for several more years, enjoying his unexpected second chance, until finally, Thanatos himself, or perhaps Hermes, sent on Zeus's final command, came for him, dragging him back to the underworld by force. This time, there would be no escape, no more tricks. Sisyphus had twice defied death, twice mocked the gods' power, and his punishment would be an eternal, agonizing reflection of his futile efforts and endless striving. Sisyphus was condemned to Tartarus, the deepest level of the underworld. His punishment was unique and became one of the most famous images of eternal torment. He was tasked with pushing a large boulder up a steep hill. He would strain and struggle, pushing the heavy stone, inch by painstaking inch, towards the summit. The labor was immense, the effort required almost superhuman. He would get agonizingly close to the top, the end of his task almost within reach. But just as he neared the summit, the god's curse would take hold. The boulder, imbued with divine power, would roll back down the hill, gathering speed, plummeting back to the very bottom. And Sisyphus would have to descend, weary and defeated, only to begin the laborious task all over again. This was his eternal fate, an unending, repetitive cycle of strenuous effort, near success, and inevitable failure. He would push the rock, it would roll back down. He would push it again, for eternity. His punishment was a perfect mirror of his earthly life, a constant, frustrating struggle, his cunning and ambition ultimately leading nowhere, his efforts always undone, his desire to escape fate and control his own destiny, resulting in an eternity of futile, meaningless labor. The myth of Sisyphus is a powerful allegory for the human condition, the relentless pursuit of goals that sometimes feel pointless, the struggle against forces larger than ourselves, and the inevitable cycle of effort and setback. It's a stark reminder that you cannot truly cheat death or defy the gods without facing an ultimate, inescapable consequence. Unlike Tantalus's agony of perpetual desire, Sisyphus's torment is one of perpetual exertion without progress, a chilling image of existence reduced to meaningless toil. His myth has resonated through the ages as a symbol of the absurd, the struggle against inevitability, and the king who won every battle against fate except the last one. From the king forever pushing his stone, let us turn to a tale about a king whose folly lay not in defying death, but in a different kind of desire, the insatiable craving for wealth, and the devastating consequences when a divine gift turns into a curse. This is the myth of King Midas of Phrygia, a seemingly fortunate ruler whose encounter with a god granted him a wish that proved to be his undoing. Midas was a wealthy king, living a comfortable life. He was perhaps already fond of riches, as kings often are, but he lacked the perspective to understand that not all things of value could be measured in gold. His famous encounter with the divine came about through a curious circumstance related to Dionysus, the god of wine, revelry, and ecstatic madness. One day, King Midas's servants found an old satyr, Silenus, wandering drunk in the king's gardens. Silenus was a companion and tutor of Dionysus, known for his wisdom when sober, and his drunken pronouncements when not. Instead of punishing the intruder, Midas recognized who he was or who he was associated with. He treated Silenus with great hospitality and kindness, hosting him for 10 days and nights with feasts and revelry. When Silenus was finally reunited with Dionysus, the god was so grateful for Midas's kind treatment of his friend and teacher that he offered Midas a reward. "Ask of me whatever you wish, King Midas," Dionysus said, "and I will grant it." Midas, driven by his love for wealth, and perhaps thinking this was the ultimate shortcut to boundless riches, did not hesitate. "Grant me," he requested, "that whatever I touch shall turn to gold." Dionysus smiled, perhaps a little sadly, recognizing the folly of the wish, but bound by his promise. "Your wish is granted, Midas," he said, "but be warned, gold is not always a blessing." Midas was ecstatic. As soon as Dionysus departed, Midas eagerly tested his new power. He touched a twig, and it immediately turned into gleaming gold. He picked up a stone, and it transformed into a golden nugget. He touched an apple, and it became a piece of golden fruit. He ran through his garden, touching everything, turning roses, trees, and even simple pebbles into dazzling gold. He rejoiced in his new ability, convinced he was the wealthiest man in the world, his wish an unmitigated triumph. He returned to his palace, eager to enjoy a celebratory feast. But as he sat down to eat, his golden touch proved to be less of a blessing. He reached for a piece of bread, and it hardened into gold in his hand. He lifted a goblet of wine, and the liquid turned into molten gold before it reached his lips. He tried to eat meat, but it too became inedible gold. His golden touch, his greatest desire, was preventing him from eating or drinking. He was surrounded by immense wealth, but he was starving and thirsty. Panic began to set in. His gift was a curse. He was surrounded by beautiful, precious objects, but he could not sustain himself. His joy turned to despair. The myth also sometimes includes his beloved daughter, who rushed to hug him in her innocence, only for Midas to inadvertently turn her into a golden statue, the ultimate, heartbreaking consequence of his greedy wish. Overwhelmed by hunger, thirst, and sorrow, Midas realized the terrible mistake he had made. He cried out to Dionysus, begging the god to take back the gift, to release him from the golden touch. Dionysus heard Midas's desperate plea. The god felt pity for the king who had shown kindness to Silenus, even if his subsequent wish was foolish. Dionysus instructed Midas to go to the river Pactolus near Mount Tmolus. There, he was to wash himself in the river's waters, and the golden touch would be washed away from him. Midas hurried to the river Pactolus and plunged himself into its waters. As the water flowed over his hands and body, the golden touch left him, draining from him and entering the river itself. To this day, it is said that the sands of the Pactolus River contain gold flakes, a lasting legacy of Midas's curse. When Midas emerged from the river, he was free from the golden touch, able to eat and drink again, relieved but humbled by his experience. His daughter, too, was restored to her human form, in versions that include her. Midas was cured of his golden touch, but his folly wasn't quite over. After this experience, he rejected wealth and luxury, preferring the simple life of the countryside and becoming a worshipper of Pan, the rustic god of shepherds and flocks. However, he retained a certain lack of judgment. He was once asked to judge a music contest between Pan, playing his pipes, and Apollo, playing his lyre. Most preferred Apollo's divine music, but Midas, favoring his new patron and perhaps still having questionable taste, declared Pan the winner. Apollo, angered by Midas's poor judgment and preference for rustic pipes over his celestial lyre, decided to punish the king for his foolishness. "Since you have such poor ears for music," Apollo declared, "you shall have the ears of an ass." And with that, Midas's ears were transformed into the long, furry ears of a donkey. Midas was mortified by his donkey ears. He tried to hide them under a large turban or hat, revealing them only to his barber. He swore the barber to secrecy, threatening him with death if he ever spoke of the king's ears. The barber, burdened by the secret and unable to keep it to himself, went to a remote field, dug a hole in the ground, whispered, "King Midas has ass's ears," into the hole, and filled it back up, thinking he had safely released the secret. However, reeds grew from the spot where the barber had buried the secret. When the wind blew through the reeds, they whispered, "King Midas has ass's ears. King Midas has ass's ears." The secret was carried on the wind, and soon everyone knew of the king's unfortunate transformation. The myth of King Midas serves as a cautionary tale about the dangers of greed and the limitations of human judgment, even when blessed by the gods. His golden touch, a seemingly desirable gift, brought only suffering and loss, proving that true value lies not in material wealth, but in things that sustain life and relationships. His second transformation, the ass's ears, highlights his continued folly and poor taste, a less severe but equally humiliating punishment for failing to appreciate true divine art. Midas's story is a reminder that sometimes the greatest gifts can become the heaviest burdens, and that true wisdom lies in knowing what is truly valuable and judging things not by appearance, but by their intrinsic worth. From the king with the golden touch and the ears of an ass, we turn to a figure whose fate was perhaps even more cruel. A prophetess blessed with foresight, but cursed with the inability to be believed, her truths forever destined to be dismissed as madness. This is the story of Cassandra, a princess of Troy, daughter of King Priam and Queen Hecuba, and the bearer of a terrible gift from the god Apollo. Cassandra was renowned for her beauty, so much so that she attracted the attention of Apollo, the god of prophecy, music, and light. Apollo, desiring Cassandra, offered her the gift of prophecy in exchange for her love. Cassandra accepted the gift, the ability to see the future, to understand the will of the gods and the destiny of mortals, but then rejected Apollo's advances. Apollo, scorned and angered by Cassandra's betrayal, granting the gift, but withholding the promised love, could not simply take back the power of prophecy he had given her. Divine gifts, once bestowed, are rarely fully revoked. But a god's curse can be as potent as a god's blessing. Furious, Apollo spat into Cassandra's mouth. This act did not take away her ability to see the future, but it cursed her words. She would foresee every future event, every disaster, every truth, but no one would ever believe her prophecies. Her gift was rendered useless, a source of torment rather than guidance. Cassandra foresaw the destruction of Troy. She warned her people repeatedly. She saw the Trojan horse not as a gift or a trophy, but as a vessel of doom filled with Greek soldiers. She screamed, she pleaded, she revealed the horrifying truth. "Beware of the horse," she cried. "It will be the ruin of our city." But her words, you as they were, sounded like the ravings of a madwoman to her family and the citizens of Troy. They dismissed her warnings, believing she was insane or perhaps possessed by a malevolent spirit, unable to distinguish her genuine foresight from delusion. She foresaw the death of her brother Hector, Troy's greatest warrior. She warned him, begged him not to fight Achilles alone. But Hector, brave and bound by duty, did not heed her, just as no one ever did. His death followed, exactly as she predicted. She foresaw her own tragic fate. She knew she would survive the fall of Troy, only to be taken as a war prize by Agamemnon, the king of Mycenae, and eventually murdered alongside him by his vengeful wife Clytemnestra. She knew her end was coming, knew the horrors she would face, but could not escape it, and could not even convince those around her to escape the fate she saw coming for them. Cassandra lived a life of exquisite agony. She carried the burden of absolute truth, seeing the inevitable doom approaching her city and her loved ones, but was utterly powerless to change it or convince anyone else. Her prophecies were always accurate, always came true, but only after it was too late, proving her sanity only after the predicted disaster had struck, a validation that brought no solace, only deeper despair. She watched as her beloved Troy embraced the Trojan horse, despite her frantic, truthful warnings, knowing this sealed their doom. When Troy fell, amidst the fire and slaughter, Cassandra sought refuge in the temple of Athena. But she was dragged out by Ajax the Lesser and taken as a war prize. She sailed with Agamemnon to Mycenae, foreseeing the violent welcome that awaited them, the betrayal by Clytemnestra. She knew she was walking into her death, and Agamemnon's, but she could not make him believe her, could not change the inevitable path that Apollo's curse had set her upon. She met her end in Mycenae, murdered by Clytemnestra, her prophecies tragically fulfilled. Her life was a cruel paradox, blessed with the clearest vision of the future, yet silenced by a curse that made her voice impotent. The myth of Cassandra is a profound and sorrowful exploration of the burden of truth, the pain of being unheard, and the nature of fate. Apollo's curse was not to make her wrong, but to make her unbelievable, perhaps a fate worse than blindness. She saw the future, but could not act upon it, turning her divine gift into a source of unending torment and helplessness. Her story has become a metaphor for someone whose warnings are always ignored, leading to inevitable disaster. Cassandra's legacy is the tragic echo of a voice crying out in the wilderness, speaking the truth that no one will hear. A powerful reminder that sometimes knowing the future can be a heavier curse than ignorance. As the hours pass, and we delve deeper into these ancient narratives, we find that Greek myths are not just stories of heroes and monsters, but intricate explorations of the human spirit's triumphs and failures when confronted with the powerful, often capricious, forces of destiny and the divine. From Sisyphus's eternal, futile labor to Midas's golden folly and Cassandra's unheard truths, each myth offers a unique window into the anxieties and wisdom of a civilization, grappling with fundamental questions about life, death, power, and the consequences of our choices. These tales, passed down through generations, continue to resonate because they tap into universal themes. The desire for control, the pursuit of happiness, the pain of isolation, the weight of knowledge, and the enduring struggle against the limits placed upon us, whether by gods, fate, or our own nature. They remind us that while we may not face literal gods or mythical beasts, we all grapple with pride, doubt, love, loss, and the consequences that ripple outwards from our actions and desires. This is the myth of Philomela and Procne, princesses of Athens, daughters of King Pandion, whose lives were shattered by the cruelty of a king. and whose suffering led to a dramatic, irreversible transformation. Procne, the elder sister, was married to Tereus, the arrogant and powerful king of Thrace, as part of a political alliance. She moved far from her home in Athens to his kingdom, where she lived for several years, eventually bearing him a son, Ides. Though a queen, Procne grew desperately lonely for her family, especially her beloved sister, Philomela. She begged Tereus to allow Philomela to visit them in Thrace. Tereus agreed and sailed to Athens to escort Philomela back to his kingdom. When he saw Philomela, renowned for her beauty and her skill at weaving, he was immediately consumed by lust. Ignoring the sacred bonds of marriage and family, violating the laws of gods and men, Tereus desired his wife's sister. On the journey back to Thrace, or upon arriving, Tereus committed an unspeakable act against Philomela, to prevent her from ever telling anyone what he had done. To silence her testimony forever, he cut out her tongue and left her imprisoned in a remote hut deep in the forest, telling Procne that Philomela had died during the journey. Philomela, voiceless and imprisoned, was trapped by Tereus's cruelty. She could not scream for help, could not reveal the truth of her violation and her sister's deception. Her suffering was immense, her ability to communicate utterly destroyed. But Philomela, like Arachne, possessed an extraordinary skill with textiles. Though she could not speak, her hands could still work the loom and needle. In her isolation and despair, she found a way to break her silence. She wove a tapestry depicting the terrible deeds of Tereus against her. She used symbols and colors to tell her story, weaving the narrative stitch by painful stitch, her shuttle becoming her voice, the threads her words. When the tapestry was complete, she somehow managed to get it to her sister, Procne. Perhaps she bribed a guard, perhaps she sent it with a loyal servant unaware of its true message. When Procne received the tapestry, she unfolded it and slowly began to understand the images woven into the cloth. The story Philomela could not speak was laid bare before her eyes in vibrant, horrifying detail. Procne was consumed by shock, grief, and then a burning rage. She had been living with the monster who had violated and silenced her beloved sister, the man who was the father of her son. The betrayal was total, the cruelty unfathomable. She could not scream. She was surrounded by Tereus's court, but she plotted her revenge. Freeing Philomela from her prison, the two sisters reunited, their bond forged anew in shared trauma and a burning desire for retribution. Their vengeance was swift and terrible, reflecting the barbaric nature of Tereus's crime. Procne killed her own son, Ides, the son of Tereus, and cooked his flesh into a meal, which she served to her unsuspecting husband. As Tereus finished the gruesome meal, the sisters revealed what he had eaten. Procne cried out, "You have eaten your son." And Philomela, no longer able to speak, emerged, throwing the bloody head of Ides at Tereus. Tereus, realizing the horrific truth, erupted in a furious rage. He grabbed an axe and pursued the sisters, intending to kill them. As he chased them, the sisters prayed to the gods to be transformed into birds to escape his wrath and their terrible fate. The gods, witnessing the cycle of violation, silencing, and brutal vengeance, took pity on them, granting their desperate plea for transformation. As Tereus lunged, the sisters were changed into birds. Procne, who had enacted the terrible revenge, was transformed into a swallow, a bird with no song, forever flitting nervously and unable to truly sing, perhaps reflecting her grief and horror. Philomela, who had been silenced and regained her voice only through weaving, was transformed into a nightingale, a bird known for its beautiful, mournful song, forever singing her sorrow and her story into the night, a voice finally restored, albeit in a new form. Tereus was transformed as well into a hoopoe, a bird with a crest that symbolizes a crown, forever chasing the others, his cry echoing his name, Teru, Teru. The myth of Philomela and Procne is a deeply disturbing, yet powerful, story about the consequences of unchecked power, the silencing of victims, and the desperate, often violent, means by which justice or vengeance is sought when conventional avenues are closed. Philomela's use of weaving to communicate when her voice was stolen is a poignant testament to human ingenuity and the power of art to convey truth. Their transformation into birds, while saving them from death, is also a form of eternal consequence, forever carrying the trauma and the story of their suffering and revenge in their songs and flight patterns. It's a myth that reminds us that beauty and brutality can exist side by side, and that the echoes of injustice can take on powerful, enduring forms. From the tragic flight of sisters turned birds, we shift our focus to the soaring ambition of a hero, the gift of a magnificent winged steed, and the inevitable fall that comes from daring to reach too high, not just in the sky, but in one's own estimation. This is the myth of Bellerophon, a prince of Corinth or Ephra, known for his handsome appearance, courage, and a fate intertwined with the magnificent winged horse, Pegasus. Bellerophon's early life was marked by misfortune and exile due to accidental killings. Seeking purification, he traveled to Turin, where he was received by King Protus. However, the king's wife, Queen Esthenebia, fell in love with Bellerophon and tried to seduce him. When he refused her advances, she falsely accused him to her husband, claiming Bellerophon had tried to violate her. King Protus believed his wife, but was reluctant to kill a guest directly due to the sacred laws of Xenia. Instead, he sent Bellerophon to his father-in-law, King Iobates in Lycia, carrying a sealed letter. The letter contained a message asking Iobates to put Bellerophon to death. This was a common trick in Greek myth, sending the intended victim to someone else to do the dirty work. King Iobates received Bellerophon hospitably, honoring the laws of Xenia for 9 days before opening the letter. Upon reading the damning message, he also hesitated to kill his guest directly. Instead, he decided to send Bellerophon on a series of deadly, seemingly impossible quests, hoping he would perish. The first and most famous task given to Bellerophon was to kill the Chimera, a monstrous creature born of Typhon and Echidna, parents of many monsters, including Cerberus and the Hydra. The Chimera was a hybrid beast, with the body of a lion, the head of a goat sprouting from its back, and a serpent's tail. It breathed fire and was ravaging the land of Lycia. It was considered invincible. Bellerophon knew he could not defeat the Chimera on foot. He needed help, powerful help. He sought the advice of the seer Polyidus, who told him that the only way to defeat the Chimera was to ride the winged horse, Pegasus. Pegasus was born from the blood of the Gorgon Medusa when she was slain by Perseus. He was wild, untamable, and only certain heroes were fated to interact with him. With Polyidus's guidance, and sometimes with the assistance of Athena or Poseidon, who may have had a hand in Pegasus's birth, Bellerophon found Pegasus at the spring Peran in Corinth, the same spring Sisyphus had gained for his city. Taming Pegasus was a challenge, but Bellerophon, perhaps using a golden bridle provided by Athena, managed to master the magnificent horse. Mounted on Pegasus, Bellerophon soared into the sky. This gave him a crucial advantage over the fire-breathing chimera, who was limited to the ground. From the air, Bellerophon attacked the monster. In one version of the myth, he used his spear, tipped with lead. He thrust the lead into the chimera's fiery mouth. The creature's own fiery breath melted the lead, which flowed down its throat, burning its internal organs and killing it. Having accomplished the impossible, Bellerophon returned to King Iobates. But the king, astonished that he had survived, sent him on further dangerous missions, fighting the fierce Salome warriors and the Amazons. Bellerophon, aided by Pegasus, defeated them all. When Iobates saw that Bellerophon survived even these tasks, he recognized that the hero must be favored by the gods and innocent of the accusations. He revealed the letter's contents, apologized, gave Bellerophon his daughter in marriage, and made him heir to his kingdom. Bellerophon became a great king, ruling successfully with his wife. He had overcome adversity, defeated monsters, and gained wealth and power, all with the help of his divine horse. But like many heroes granted great success and the favor of the gods, Bellerophon's triumphs led to hubris. He began to believe that his success was solely due to his own merit, forgetting the divine aid he had received in obtaining and taming Pegasus, and perhaps overlooking the initial, false accusation that set his trials in motion. In his arrogance, Bellerophon decided that he was worthy of a place among the gods on Mount Olympus. He mounted Pegasus and began to fly upwards towards the realm of the immortals, attempting to breach the heavens. Zeus, the king of the gods, saw Bellerophon's audacious flight. He was angered by the mortal's attempt to enter Olympus uninvited, a direct challenge to the divine order. Zeus did not strike Bellerophon down with a thunderbolt himself. Instead, he sent a gadfly to sting Pegasus. Pegasus, maddened by the sting, bucked violently. Bellerophon, unable to maintain his seat, was thrown from the winged horse. He plummeted back to earth from the heights he had tried to conquer. Pegasus, now free of his arrogant rider, continued to fly upwards and reached Olympus, where he was taken into Zeus's service, carrying his thunderbolts. Bellerophon survived the fall, landing perhaps in a thorn bush or in a desolate field. He was crippled by the fall, blinded or injured, and forever outcast. He wandered the earth, shunned by mortals and gods alike, spending his remaining days in misery and isolation, a broken figure, a stark reminder of the consequences of seeking to transcend one's mortal limits through arrogance. The myth of Bellerophon is a complex tale of heroism, divine favor, and the tragic fall from grace caused by hubris. It shares themes with the story of Icarus, mortal flight, and a fall from the sky. But Bellerophon's is a fall from a much higher peak of achievement and ambition, caused not by youthful folly, but by mature arrogance. He defeated monsters and earned kingdoms, only to lose everything by daring to think he was equal to the gods. His story is a powerful caution against allowing success and divine favor to lead to excessive pride, and a reminder that even the highest flights can end in the most desolate landings. Finally, for this segment of our journey, let us meet a figure who defied gender expectations, a huntress and athlete whose speed was legendary, and whose story involves a race, golden apples, and a transformation that binds her and her lover to the wild forever. This is the myth of Atalanta, a princess, sometimes said to be the daughter of King Iasus of Arcadia, who was abandoned at birth because her father wanted a son. Left on a mountainside, Atalanta was nursed by a she-bear, an animal sacred to Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, and later found and raised by hunters. Growing up in the wilderness, she became an unparalleled huntress, swift, strong, and fiercely independent, dedicated to Artemis. She swore an oath of virginity to the goddess, rejecting the traditional path of marriage expected of women in the Greek world. Atalanta excelled in activities typically reserved for men. She was the only female Argonaut in some versions of the myth, though some legends say Jason didn't allow her to participate fully. She was a key figure in the Caledonian boar hunt, where she was the first to wound the monstrous beast, earning her respect from heroes like Meleager, who fell deeply in love with her. Despite her oath and her preference for the hunt, Atalanta's beauty was also renowned. Many suitors sought her hand, drawn by her skill, courage, and striking appearance. To ward them off and maintain her independence, Atalanta, known for her incredible speed, devised a challenge. She announced that she would marry any man who could defeat her in a foot race. However, any suitor who lost the race would be put to death. The stakes were incredibly high, and many brave, or perhaps foolhardy, men attempted the race and met their end. Her fate, however, was not entirely in her hands. An oracle had warned Atalanta that marriage would be her undoing, a prophecy that perhaps fueled her reluctance to wed and the deadly nature of her challenge. Yet, suitors continued to come, driven by love or the desire for glory. Among these suitors was Hippomenes or Melanion, a young man who loved Atalanta deeply, but knew he could not match her speed. Desperate to win her hand and save his own life, he prayed to Aphrodite, the goddess of love, for help. Aphrodite, perhaps taking pity on his devotion or wishing to see Atalanta, a devotee of Artemis who shunned love, finally succumbed to her domain, agreed to assist him. Aphrodite gave Hippomenes 3 golden apples, extraordinarily beautiful and irresistible. She instructed him on how to use them during the race. The race began with Atalanta and Hippomenes running side by side. Atalanta was incredibly fast, her feet barely seeming to touch the ground. Hippomenes, though a skilled runner, began to fall behind, strain showing on his face. As Atalanta pulled ahead, Hippomenes threw one of the golden apples onto the track beside her. The apple was so beautiful, so dazzling, that Atalanta, despite her focus on the race, was momentarily distracted. Her speed was so great that even a brief hesitation was enough. She paused, perhaps out of curiosity, perhaps captivated by the sheer beauty of the divine fruit, and stooped to pick it up. This allowed Hippomenes to gain ground. Atalanta, quickly recovering, sprinted forward and began to catch up again. As she drew near, Hippomenes threw the second golden apple, this time a little further off the path. Again, Atalanta was tempted and distracted, slowing down to retrieve the precious fruit. Hippomenes gained the lead once more. With the finish line in sight, Atalanta, her competitive spirit fully engaged, closed the gap rapidly. Hippomenes, with only 1 apple left and exhausted, threw the third and final apple as far as he could, off to the side of the track. This time, Atalanta had to run further off course to retrieve it. The delay was just enough. Hippomenes reached the finish line first, winning the race and Atalanta's hand. Atalanta, having lost fair and square, accepted her fate, albeit perhaps with a mixture of disappointment, at losing the race and growing affection for the man who had finally outsmarted her. Atalanta and Hippomenes were married. However, in their joy and passion, they forgot to pay homage to Aphrodite for her help. Some versions say they consummated their marriage in a sacred temple of Zeus or Rhea, which was a grave act of impiety. Enraged by their oversight and disrespect, Aphrodite or Zeus or Rhea, depending on the version, punished them. As they lay together, they were transformed into lions. In ancient beliefs, lions were not thought to mate with each other, but only with leopards. Therefore, being turned into lions was a curse of eternal separation, or an inability to truly be together in their new form, forever bound but eternally kept apart from natural companionship. This interpretation varies and is debated. They were condemned to roam the wilderness as lions bound together, but perhaps never truly united as they had been in human form, a consequence of their impiety and their deviation from the expected paths of love and reverence. The myth of Atalanta is fascinating for its portrayal of a female hero who lives outside conventional roles, defining her own terms of engagement with the world and with suitors. Her deadly race reflects her strength and desire for independence, while the golden apples represent the power of temptation and divine influence in shaping destiny. Her transformation into a lion is a complex consequence, perhaps a punishment for impiety, or perhaps a final, ironic return to the wild existence from which she came, forever running alongside her partner, but in a form dictated by divine will. It's a story about the clash between individual will and fate, the challenges of love, and the subtle ways gods can manipulate mortal lives through desire and consequence. As this segment of our journey draws to a close, we have delved into the depths of human suffering, the heights of human ambition, and the unexpected turns of divine favor and wrath. From the chilling transformation of sisters to the soaring flight and fall of a hero, and the golden apple-tempted race of a swift huntress, these myths continue to reveal the intricate, often perilous, dance between mortals and the divine. They remind us that even the most unique individuals and the most extraordinary events are woven into a larger cosmic tapestry, where pride can precede a fall, silence can find a voice, and the pursuit of a seemingly desirable path can lead to an unforeseen, permanent change. This is the myth of Hyacinthus, a young Spartan prince of extraordinary beauty, beloved by the god Apollo, and whose life was tragically cut short by a cruel twist of fate. Hyacinthus was a youth of unparalleled beauty and charm, so captivating that his presence brightened the world around him. He was a prince, skilled in athletics and music, but his true essence was his radiant spirit. His beauty attracted the attention of many, mortal and divine, but it was the great god Apollo, god of light, music, prophecy, and healing, who loved him most dearly. Apollo, despite his divine status and countless affairs with nymphs and mortals, developed a deep and genuine affection for Hyacinthus. He spent his time with the young prince, forsaking his divine duties and favorite pastimes. He walked with Hyacinthus in the fields, taught him to play the lyre, joined him in hunting and athletic games. Their bond was one of mutual affection and shared joy, a rare moment of pure, uncomplicated love for a god often entangled in complex or tragic relationships. Their favorite pastime was the discus throw. One day, as they were practicing, Apollo threw the discus with divine strength, sending it soaring high into the sky. Hyacinthus, eager to impress Apollo and perhaps caught up in the excitement, ran forward to retrieve the discus before it even landed. But as the discus descended, it was caught by a sudden gust of wind. Some versions of the myth say this wind was sent by Zephyrus, the west wind, who also loved Hyacinthus and was consumed by jealousy of Apollo's favored status. Regardless of the cause, the discus, heavy and thrown with divine force, was deflected. It struck Hyacinthus directly on the head. Hyacinthus fell to the ground, mortally wounded. Apollo rushed to his side, cradling the dying youth in his arms. The god, the healer, desperately tried to save him, using his divine knowledge of medicine to staunch the bleeding, to restore life. But even a god could not reverse the work of fate, or prevent the finality of death when the fates had cut the thread. Apollo watched in agony as the life drained from Hyacinthus. His tears, divine and potent, fell onto the prince's blood, staining the ground. He held Hyacinthus until the very last breath, his heart breaking with a grief so profound it shook the heavens. His sorrow was unlike the fleeting passions of gods. It was the pure, devastating pain of losing someone truly loved, a loss he, as an immortal, would carry forever. He could not bear the thought of Hades claiming Hyacinthus's soul, or of his beauty simply fading into the dust of the underworld. He vowed that Hyacinthus would live on, forever memorialized, his memory preserved in a way that death could not erase. From the blood of Hyacinthus that stained the ground, mingled with Apollo's divine tears, a beautiful flower bloomed. It was a flower unlike any other, vibrant and fragrant. Apollo named it the hyacinth in eternal remembrance of the prince he loved. Upon its petals, the god inscribed his lament, the Greek letters Ai, an exclamation of sorrow and mourning. The hyacinth flower, blooming each spring, became a living monument to Hyacinthus, a symbol of grief and remembrance. The Spartans, in their reverence for Hyacinthus, who was also a local hero figure, established a festival in his hun, or called the Hyacinthia. It was a major festival, celebrating both the sorrow of his death and the joy of rebirth symbolized by the blooming flower, a duality that reflected the complex nature of life and loss. The myth of Hyacinthus is a touching, melancholic story about the vulnerability of even those beloved by gods, the arbitrary cruelty of fate or jealous rivals, and the profound, enduring nature of grief. It's a myth where transformation is not a punishment or an escape, but an act of divine sorrow and commemoration. Apollo, the god of light, created a flower of beauty from death, ensuring that the memory of his beloved Hyacinthus would live on, returning every spring, a silent, fragrant testament to a love tragically cut short, and a sorrow that even immortality could not heal. It is a myth that finds beauty in sadness and reminds us that even in death, love can inspire lasting forms of remembrance. From the sorrowful transformation of Hyacinthus, let us turn to a figure who endured suffering not for love or impiety, but for knowledge and for his unique nature. A being caught between two worlds, wise beyond measure, yet burdened by a pain that only death could cure. This is the myth of Chiron, the noblest and wisest of the centaurs, a being who was a paradox in himself. Centaurs were typically wild, savage creatures, half man, half horse, known for their drunken revelry, violence, and lust. But Chiron was different. He was born not of the wild union of Ixion and a cloud, which sired the other centaurs, but was the son of the Titan Cronus and the nymph Philyra. Because Cronus had transformed himself into a horse to approach Philyra, Chiron was born in the shape of a centaur, but his lineage was divine, connecting him to a more ancient, noble race than the Olympian gods. Chiron did not share the wild nature of his brethren. He was intelligent, gentle, just, and deeply wise. He lived on Mount Pelion, where he established a renowned school or retreat. He became a legendary teacher, mentoring many of the most famous heroes of Greek myth, including Heracles, Jason, whom he sailed with as an Argonaut in some versions, Achilles, Asclepius, the god of healing, and Actaeon, whose tragic story we may touch upon. He taught them not just skills of warfare and hunting, but music, medicine, astronomy, ethics, and the ways of the gods. He was a bridge between the divine wisdom of the Titans and the developing world of heroes, a figure of unparalleled knowledge and virtue. Despite his wisdom and divine lineage, Chiron was still a centaur, caught in the form of a wild creature. His immortality, a characteristic of his divine birth, became his ultimate burden. His suffering began accidentally during a visit from his student, Heracles. Heracles was involved in a conflict with other centaurs, who had become drunk and aggressive. In the ensuing battle, Heracles used his arrows, which were poisoned with the venom of the Lernaean Hydra, a monster whose blood was incredibly toxic. During the fight, Heracles accidentally struck Chiron with a poisoned arrow. For a mortal, the Hydra's venom was instantly fatal, but Chiron was immortal. The poison did not kill him. Instead, it inflicted upon him a wound of agonizing, unending pain. An immortal wound from a mortal source, or perhaps an unintended consequence of a hero's weapon. He was condemned to suffer excruciating torment for all eternity, a wise, noble being racked by incurable pain, a paradox of immortality turned curse. Chiron retreated to his cave, unable to heal himself or find relief. His immortality prevented the wound from closing, ensuring his suffering would never end. He longed for death, the only release from his agony, but as an immortal, death was denied to him. He was trapped in a state of perpetual, agonizing existence. The only way for Chiron to find peace was to give up his immortality. This was not a simple task. It required a cosmic bargain. Around this time, Prometheus, the Titan who stole fire for humanity, was still chained to a rock as punishment, his liver eternally eaten by an eagle. He could only be freed if an immortal willingly gave up their immortality and descended into the underworld in his place. Zeus, perhaps seeing an opportunity to resolve two complex situations, arranged a deal. Chiron, in his unbearable suffering, was willing to surrender his immortality to escape the pain. Prometheus, the champion of humanity, could be freed if an immortal took his place in the realm of the dead. Chiron, out of his profound suffering, and perhaps his inherent nobility and connection to humanity through his students, agreed to the exchange. He willingly gave up his immortal essence to Prometheus, accepting mortality and the release of death. In some versions, Heracles played a role in facilitating this, perhaps negotiating with Zeus on behalf of his old teacher. Regardless of the specifics, Chiron, the wise, suffering centaur, finally succumbed. To the mortal wound, his immortality transferred to Prometheus, allowing the Titan to be freed from his eternal torment. Chiron descended to the underworld, finding peace in death, the ultimate relief from his pain. Zeus honored Chiron by placing him among the stars as the constellation Centaurus, or in some myths, Sagittarius, a celestial monument to his wisdom, nobility, and suffering. The myth of Chiron is a unique story in Greek mythology. He is not a hero seeking glory or a villain bringing chaos. He is a figure of wisdom, patience, and unintentional suffering. His story highlights the unpredictable consequences of even a hero's actions, Heracles' arrow, and the burden of immortality when coupled with incurable pain. Chiron's willingness to surrender his divine spark for the release of death, and for the freedom of another immortal, Prometheus, underscores his profound selflessness and wisdom. He is a complex symbol of knowledge, pain endured, and the final, desired surrender to mortality. From the wise centaur who sought death, we turn to a young hunter whose life was ended by a god he accidentally glimpsed. A stark reminder that the divine realm is often best left unseen by mortal eyes, and the consequences of trespassing, even unknowingly, can be absolute. This is the myth of Actaeon, a skilled hunter, grandson of Cadmus, the founder of Thebes, and a favorite student of the wise centaur Chiron. Actaeon was a passionate and expert hunter, spending his days in the forests, tracking game. One hot day, after a long hunt, he and his companions found themselves near a secluded grove, a place sacred and untouched, where a spring flowed into a crystal-clear pool. Unbeknownst to Actaeon and his mortal companions, this grove was a favored bathing spot of Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, wild animals, wilderness, and protector of virgins. Artemis was fierce, independent, and fiercely private. She valued her purity and autonomy above all else, and did not tolerate intrusion, especially by men, into her sacred spaces. At that very moment, Artemis was bathing in the clear pool with her attendant nymphs. The goddess, always depicted as stunningly beautiful and radiant in her divine form, was vulnerable in her bath, her divine presence momentarily unveiled. Actaeon, separated from his hunting party, perhaps seeking water or simply wandering through the woods, accidentally stumbled upon the sacred grove. He pushed through the trees and saw the nymphs, and then the goddess Artemis herself, naked and divine in the pool. It was a forbidden sight. Mortals were not meant to witness the gods in their unguarded moments, especially not the intensely private Artemis. Even though his intrusion was accidental, even though he merely saw her, the transgression was immense. Artemis, seeing the mortal hunter who had dared to intrude upon her privacy and witness her nakedness, was filled with divine rage. Her nymphs shrieked and tried to cover her, but the goddess, swift and terrible in her anger, did not hesitate. She had no weapon at hand, but she took up water from the pool and splashed it upon Actaeon. As the water touched him, Actaeon began to transform. Antlers sprouted from his head, his limbs grew long and slender, his hands and feet became hooves, his body was covered in dappled fur. His voice was replaced by the bleating of a stag. Actaeon, the hunter, was instantly turned into the hunted, a stag. His transformation was complete. He turned and fled in terror, no longer a man. As he ran, he came across his own hunting hounds, loyal companions who had served him for years. The hounds, their hunting instinct overriding any recognition of their former master, saw only a large stag fleeing. Driven by the thrill of the chase, they pursued him relentlessly. Actaeon, trapped in his new form, could only run. He tried to cry out to his hounds, to call their names, to beg for mercy, but only the sounds of a stag escaped his lips. He was hunted by his own loyal dogs, the hounds he had trained and led, now blind to his true identity and driven by the primal urge to kill the stag before them. The chase was swift and brutal. The hounds eventually cornered and brought down the stag that was Actaeon, tearing him apart with their teeth, fulfilling their hunter's purpose upon their transformed master. His companions eventually found the gruesome scene, lamenting the loss of Actaeon, never truly knowing what had happened to him, his fate sealed by an accidental glimpse of the divine. The myth of Actaeon is a grim reminder of the strict boundaries between the mortal and divine realms, and the terrible consequences of crossing them, even by chance. It illustrates the swift and often disproportionate nature of divine punishment. Actaeon did not boast or plot. He simply saw something he was not meant to see, and for that accidental trespass, he was transformed into an animal and destroyed by his own tools of his former life. It's a story that highlights the danger of the wilderness as the domain of powerful, unpredictable gods like Artemis, and the vulnerability of mortals when their world collides, even briefly, with the sacred and the forbidden. His death is a tragic illustration of how quickly identity can be erased and fate can turn, leaving behind only a scattered, unrecognizable form. And as our journey continues, weaving through the tapestry of Greek myth, we see these recurring themes. Transformation as a response to divine interaction, the harsh realities of punishment for impiety or transgression, accidental or intentional, and the enduring power of human virtues and flaws when exposed to the divine gaze. From Hyacinthus, whose transformation was an act of sorrowful remembrance, to Chiron, who used his suffering to gain release through self-sacrifice, and Actaeon, whose accidental sight led to a brutal, irreversible end. Each story adds another layer to our understanding of the complex and often dangerous relationship between the mortal world and the immortal realm of the Greek gods. These tales, ancient and resonant, speak to us across the centuries, whispering of the unpredictable nature of life, the heavy weight of consequences, and the enduring mystery of fate. They remind us that even in the most fantastical narratives, we can find reflections of our own struggles, our own fears, and our own enduring capacity for both creation and destruction. This is the myth of Erysichthon, a wealthy Thessalian king, son of Triopas, known for his impiety and arrogance, particularly his disregard for the divine presence in the natural world. Erysichthon was a man who cared little for the gods or for the sanctity of nature. He desired to build a grand new banqueting hall in his palace, one large enough to host lavish feasts befitting his status. To acquire the timber for this hall, he ordered his men to cut down trees in a sacred grove, a grove dedicated to Demeter, the goddess of agriculture, grain, and the harvest, nurturer of the earth and protector of its bounty. The grove was ancient and filled with tall, venerable trees, undisturbed for generations, a place where nymphs danced and where Demeter herself sometimes rested. At the center of the grove stood a massive, ancient oak tree, particularly sacred to the goddess, a tree that housed a hamadryad, a tree nymph whose life was intimately bound to the life of the tree itself. Erysichthon, utterly dismissive of the grove's sanctity and his men's hesitation, led the way himself, axe in hand. His men warned him that the grove was sacred, that it belonged to Demeter. But Erysichthon scoffed at their fears. "I will build my hall," he declared, "even if this grove were sacred to Demeter herself, or even to Zeus. Trees are meant to be cut, not worshipped." His hubris was immense, a direct challenge to the goddess and the fundamental respect due to the natural world she nurtured. He raised his axe and struck the giant oak tree. The tree groaned as if in pain, its leaves turning pale, and blood flowed from the wound instead of sap. The hamadryad within the tree cried out, her voice echoing from the trunk, warning him to stop, begging him to spare her life, which was the life of the tree. She cried out to Demeter, her protector. Erysichthon ignored the blood and the cries. He laughed at the bleeding tree and the pleading voice. "Cut faster," he commanded his men, raising his axe again, striking the oak repeatedly, determined to bring it down. His men, though terrified, followed his orders, felling other trees in the grove as well. The ancient oak groaned, shuddered, and finally crashed to the ground, killing the hamadryad within it. The nymphs of the grove, witnesses to this sacrilege and the death of their sister, mourned her, covering the fallen tree with their garments and lamenting the king's impiety. They prayed to Demeter for vengeance. Demeter, the nurturer of the earth, was heartbroken and furious when she learned of the desecration of her sacred grove and the death of the hamadryad. Her rage, like the fury of nature scorned, was terrible to behold. She decided that Erysichthon's punishment would be fitting for his crime, an insatiable, destructive hunger that would consume him, just as he had impiously consumed her sacred trees. Demeter called upon a spirit or force known as limos, the spirit of hunger, a dreaded entity that usually resided in the desolate regions of the world. Limos was cruel and relentless. Demeter instructed Limos to enter Erysichthon's body, to infect him with an unending, ravenous hunger that no amount of food could ever satisfy. Limos crept into Erysichthon's chamber while he slept and breathed its terrible essence into him. When Erysichthon awoke, he felt an emptiness in his stomach, a craving that was unlike any normal hunger. He ate breakfast, but immediately felt hungry again. He ate lunch, then dinner, then everything in his palace. He ate constantly, devouring Everett. Hing put before him, yet the hunger only grew, a gnawing void within him that could never be filled. He spent all his wealth on food. He ate his kingdom's stores, raided the granaries meant for his people, and even ate the food meant for sacred sacrifices. His hunger was boundless, a torment that drove him to consume everything in his path. But no matter how much he ate, he grew thinner, his body wasting away as the supernatural hunger devoured him from the inside. He sold all his possessions to buy more food. He sold his palace, his lands, his royal treasures. Still, the hunger raged. He resorted to selling his own daughter into slavery to get money for food. But his daughter, blessed by Poseidon with the ability to change her shape, would escape her masters by transforming into various animals, only for Erysichthon to sell her again, using her shape-shifting ability to repeatedly get money for his insatiable appetite. Despite these desperate measures, Erysichthon's hunger was unending. He ate and ate, becoming a gaunt, starving figure, driven mad by the constant craving. He was reduced to begging for scraps in the streets of the very city he once ruled. He ate whatever he could find: garbage, weeds, stones, anything that might briefly, futilely, ease the torment. His fate was inevitable. His hunger consumed him entirely, not just his wealth and relationships, but his very being. In the end, Urashichthan is said to have begun to eat himself, devouring his own limbs in a final, desperate, horrifying attempt to satisfy the insatiable void within him. The myth of Urashichthan is a horrifying and visceral tale of divine punishment, specifically for disrespecting nature and the sacred. His punishment is a direct consequence of his actions. He consumed the goddess's sacred grove, so he is consumed by an insatiable hunger. It's a myth that speaks to the interconnectedness of the natural and divine worlds, and the dangers of treating the earth and its inhabitants with contempt. His fate is a chilling metaphor for destructive greed and consumption, a reminder that some hungers, once unleashed, cannot be satisfied and will ultimately devour the one afflicted by them. His story is a powerful ecological warning wrapped in mythic horror, illustrating the ultimate cost of impiety towards the forces that sustain life. From the king consumed by endless hunger, we turn to a mortal woman whose beauty brought her to the attention of the king of the gods, whose desire to see him in his true form led to her fiery end, and whose story is inextricably linked to the birth of a major god. This is the myth of Semele, a princess of Thebes, daughter of King Cadmus and the goddess Harmonia, and mother of the god Dionysus. Semele was a beautiful mortal woman, and her beauty, as was often the case, attracted the attention of Zeus. Zeus desired Semele and visited her secretly, coming to her chamber under the cover of night. He visited her often, and Semele, unaware of his true identity, fell in love with her mysterious, powerful lover. She became pregnant with his child. Zeus's many affairs were a constant source of pain and fury for his wife, Hera, the queen of the gods, protector of marriage, and a goddess known for her relentless jealousy and vengeance. Hera discovered Zeus's affair with Semele, and filled with rage, plotted the mortal woman's destruction. Hera disguised herself as an old woman, Semele's nurse, Beroe. In this guise, she befriended Semele, listening to her talk about her powerful, mysterious lover. Semele, happy and trusting, confided in the old woman about her love and her pregnancy. Hera, in disguise, subtly planted seeds of doubt and suspicion in Semele's mind. "How do you know this man is truly Zeus?" Hera whispered cunningly. "How do you know he is not some mortal pretending to be a god to deceive you? If he truly loves you, if he is truly the mighty Zeus, ask him to reveal himself to you in his full divine glory, just as he appears to Hera on Olympus." Semele, her mind poisoned by Hera's deceitful words, and her heart filled with a desire to know and be sure of her powerful lover's true identity, agreed to the suggestion. The next time Zeus visited her, she made him promise to grant her whatever she wished. Zeus, deeply in love with Semele, and perhaps a bit careless, swore by the river Styx, the most binding oath in all of mythology, one that even Zeus could not break. Once Zeus had sworn, Semele revealed her request. "Show yourself to me," she asked, "in all your divine glory, just as you appear to Hera." Zeus was horrified. He knew that no mortal could behold him in his true, full divine form and survive. His glory, his lightning, his thunder were too powerful for mortal eyes and flesh. He begged Semele to choose another wish, anything else. But Semele, bound by her desire to be sure, by Hera's cunning trap, and perhaps by a mortal's misguided belief that she could withstand the divine, held him to his oath. Bound by his unbreakable promise, Zeus had no choice but to fulfill Semele's request. He appeared to her in all his terrifying, radiant glory, surrounded by lightning and thunder, the raw power of the king of the gods unleashed. Semele, a mortal woman, could not endure the sight. She was instantly consumed by the divine fire, burnt to ashes by the overwhelming power of Zeus's true form. Hera's plan had succeeded. However, Zeus's child by Semele was not lost. Before Semele perished, Zeus rescued the unborn infant from her ashes. The child was prematurely born, too small and vulnerable to survive on his own. Zeus, the father, took the tiny fetus and stitched it into his own thigh, carrying it there until it was ready to be born. Later, Zeus's thigh swelled, and from it was born Dionysus, the god of wine, revelry, theater, and ecstatic madness. Because he was born from Zeus's thigh, and because he was twice born, once from his mother, once from his father, Dionysus was a unique figure among the Olympians, often depicted as an outsider god, connected to both the divine and the mortal realms, carrying within him the tragic legacy of his mother's fiery end. The myth of Semele is a powerful and tragic tale about the fatal consequences of mortals seeking to fully comprehend or witness the divine, and the destructive power of divine jealousy. It serves as a cautionary tale about the boundaries between the human and immortal worlds, and the danger of wishing for more knowledge or experience than one is equipped to handle. Semele's fate highlights the fundamental fragility of mortal existence when confronted with the raw, untamed power of the gods, and her story is forever etched into the complex, often turbulent, origins of one of Greece's most beloved and enigmatic deities, Dionysus. From the mortal consumed by divine fire, we turn to a purely human tragedy, a love story driven by unwavering devotion and defied by the powerful, indifferent force of nature. While not involving gods interacting directly to cause curses or transformations, it speaks to the limits of mortal will against fate and the elements, a poignant counterpoint to tales of divine intervention. This is the myth of Hero and Leander, whose love burned brightly across a narrow strait, challenged only by the dark, cold sea. Hero was a priestess of Aphrodite, living in a tower in Sestos, on the European side of the Hellespont, the narrow strait connecting the Aegean Sea to the Sea of Marmara. As a priestess devoted to the goddess of love, she was sworn to virginity, her life one of service and seclusion. Leander was a young man from Abydos, on the Asian side of the Hellespont, across the strait from Sestos. They met at a festival of Aphrodite, perhaps ironically, and fell instantly and passionately in love. Their love was forbidden. Hero was a priestess bound by oath, and the strait of the Hellespont separated them, a formidable natural barrier. Despite the obstacles, their love grew stronger. They could not be openly together, but they devised a plan. Every night, Hero would light a lamp in her tower, placing it at the window facing Abydos. This lamp served as a beacon for Leander. Seeing the light, Leander would swim across the treacherous Hellespont to be with his beloved Hero in her tower. Before dawn, he would swim back to Abydos, undetected. This became their secret ritual, their stolen moments of love bought at the cost of immense risk and endurance. Leander, strengthened by his love for Hero and guided by her light, bravely swam the cold, dark waters night after night. Hero, watching from her tower, kept the lamp burning, her heart filled with love and anxiety for her courageous lover. Their love story was one of pure human devotion, defying the constraints of society, religion, and geography. For months, their love endured, fueled by clandestine meetings and the perilous swim across the strait. But the sea is a powerful and unpredictable force. One winter night, a terrible storm raged. The wind howled, the waves crashed, and the currents were fierce. The lamp in Hero's tower, buffeted by the storm, was blown out. Leander, blinded by the darkness and battling the raging storm, lost his way. He struggled against the powerful waves and the cold, his strength failing without the guiding light of Hero's lamp. He called out for Hero, his voice lost in the roar of the storm. Hero, in her tower, saw that her lamp had gone out. She knew the danger Leander was in. She desperately tried to relight it, but the wind and rain made it impossible. She spent the night in agony, listening to the storm, fearing the worst. As dawn broke, the storm subsided. Hero rushed down to the shore, scanning the waves with dread. And there, washed ashore on the beach beneath her tower, she saw the body of Leander. He had drowned, overcome by the storm after the light was extinguished, his love unable to conquer the merciless sea. Hero's grief was absolute. Seeing her beloved leaned. Dead, her despair was too great to bear. She could not live without him. From the top of her tower, the same tower from which she had lit the beacon that guided him, Hero threw herself into the sea, drowning herself to be reunited with Leander in death. Their bodies were found intertwined on the shore, their tragic end a testament to the power of their love and the unforgiving nature of fate and the elements. The myth of Hero and Leander is not a story of divine curses or monstrous battles, but a purely human tragedy, a poignant exploration of love, devotion, separation, and the ultimate vulnerability of mortals against the forces of nature. It speaks to the lengths people will go for love and the heartbreaking reality that even the deepest human connection can be extinguished by circumstances beyond their control. Their legend became a symbol of devoted love, tragically cut short, a reminder that not all obstacles are put there by gods. Some are as vast and indifferent as the sea itself. As the night continues and the tapestry of Greek myth expands before us, we find that the stories resonate with a timeless power, not just in the grand narratives of gods and heroes, but in the deeply human experiences they explore: love, loss, ambition, fear, hope, and the relentless pursuit of something more, something true. From the king who lost his kingdom to an internal hunger, to the mortal consumed by divine glory, and the lovers lost to the storm, each myth offers a unique perspective on the human condition, the consequences of our choices, and the forces that shape our destinies. This is the myth of Philemon and Baucis, an elderly, impoverished couple from Phrygia, whose simple act of generosity towards strangers earned them an extraordinary blessing from the gods. Zeus, the king of the gods, sometimes liked to test the piety of mortals. Accompanied by his son Hermes, the messenger god, often disguised as fellow travelers, he would descend to earth to see if humanity still honored the sacred laws of hospitality, Xenia. One day, disguised as weary wanderers, Zeus and Hermes traveled through the land of Phrygia, seeking shelter for the night. They visited countless homes, the grand houses of the wealthy, the comfortable dwellings of the merchants, the bustling inns. But at every door, they were turned away. People were inhospitable, rude, unwilling to share their abundance with strangers. The gods found no welcome among those who had much to give. Finally, they came to a small, humble cottage, thatched with straw, the dwelling of Philemon and Baucis. The couple was elderly and very poor, possessing little more than their love for each other and their small plot of land. When Zeus and Hermes, still in disguise, knocked on their door, they were greeted not with suspicion or reluctance, but with genuine warmth and a heartfelt welcome. Philemon and Baucis immediately invited the strangers inside. Though they had meager provisions, they insisted on sharing everything they had. Baucis stirred the embers of the hearth to make a fire. Philemon fetched water, and together they prepared a simple meal: boiled cabbage, olives, cheese, and served it with the last of their wine. They did not apologize for the simplicity of their fare. They offered it with open hearts and sincere generosity, treating their guests with the utmost respect and kindness. As the meal progressed, the elderly couple noticed something strange. No matter how much wine they poured from the jug, it never ran empty. The jug miraculously refilled itself. Realizing their guests were no ordinary mortals, Philemon and Baucis were filled with awe and trepidation. They fell to their knees, confessing their poverty and apologizing that they could not offer a feast worthy of divine visitors. They even offered to sacrifice their only goose, a treasured possession, to provide a more suitable offering. But it fled and took refuge with the gods, who prevented them from harming it. Zeus and Hermes smiled upon the humble couple. "You alone," Zeus said, dropping his disguise and revealing his divine form, now visible only to Philemon and Baucis, while Hermes also shone with divine light, "in this land of abundance, have shown us true hospitality. You have honored the sacred laws, not out of duty, but out of the goodness of your hearts. This land and those who turned us away will face judgment, but you, Philemon and Baucis, shall be spared and rewarded. Leave your cottage and climb the nearby hill with us." Philemon and Baucis did as they were told, climbing the hill with the gods. When they reached the summit, they looked back down at their village. The land around their humble cottage had been submerged under water, the entire village a lake, as punishment for the inhabitants' lack of hospitality. Only their little cottage remained untouched, standing on a small island in the center of the lake. But as they watched, a wondrous transformation occurred. Their humble straw-thatched cottage began to grow and change. The walls turned to marble, the thatched roof became golden tiles, columns rose, and magnificent carvings appeared. Before their eyes, their small home was transformed into a splendid, magnificent temple. "This," Zeus announced, "shall be your reward. This temple is yours. Ask what you will, and it shall be granted." Philemon and Baucis, having witnessed the punishment of their neighbors, were humbled rather than emboldened by the gods' power. They conferred for a moment, their hands clasped. Then Philemon, speaking for both of them, expressed their only wish. "We ask only," he said, his voice trembling slightly, "that we may be priests in this, your temple, and that since we have lived together in harmony for so many years, sharing our lives and our poverty, neither of us should have to live without the other. When our time comes, let us die at the very same moment." Zeus was moved by their simple, selfless request. He granted their wish. Philemon and Baucis became the devoted priests of the magnificent temple that had once been their home, serving the gods faithfully for the remainder of their days, honoring the hospitality that had saved them. Years passed, and Philemon and Baucis grew very old, their bodies frail but their love and devotion unwavering. One day, standing outside the temple, they began to feel themselves changing. As they spoke to each other, leaves began to sprout from their bodies, bark covered their skin, their feet rooted into the ground. Philemon was transformed into an oak tree, strong and sturdy, and Baucis into a linden tree, graceful and fragrant. They stood side by side, their branches intertwined, their forms forever bound together, fulfilling their wish never to be separated, dying not in the conventional sense, but transforming into eternal guardians of the temple, a living monument to their kindness and piety. Travelers who visited the temple in later years would see the two trees growing closely together, their branches embracing. They would hear the story of Philemon and Baucis, the humble couple who were rewarded for their unparalleled hospitality. The myth is a beautiful counterpoint to the many tales of punishment, emphasizing the value placed by the gods on simple virtues like kindness, generosity, and unwavering love and devotion, showing that even the poorest can offer a gift more precious than gold, a gift that can earn divine favor and a unique, eternal blessing. From the trees intertwined in divine reward, let us turn to a figure whose transformation was also tied to the sea, but whose story involves love, jealousy, and the dangerous power of sorcery. The tale of Glaucus, a simple fisherman who became a sea god, and his tragic, unrequited love for the nymph Scylla. Glaucus was a mortal fisherman who lived by the sea, a master of his craft. One day, while laying out his catch of fish on a patch of grass near the shore, he noticed something extraordinary. The fish, touched by the grass, sprang back to life and flopped into the sea. Intrigued and bewildered, Glaucus scraped some of the grass and ate it himself. The grass was magical, imbued with potent properties. In some myths, it was planted by Cronus. As soon as Glaucus tasted it, a powerful change came over him. A burning desire to be in the water consumed him. His body began to transform. His hair turned green, his shoulders broadened, a fish's tail grew from his waist, replacing his legs. He plunged into the sea, no longer a mortal fisherman, but a merman, a new sea god. He was welcomed by the other sea deities and nymphs, taking his place among them. He learned their ways, swam in the deepest parts of the ocean, and was granted the gift of prophecy. He became a god of the sea, known for his knowledge of the depths and his prophetic abilities. Despite his new divine status and the wonders of his underwater world, Glaucus was struck by a different kind of longing when he saw the beautiful nymph Scylla. Scylla was a sea nymph, renowned for her beauty, who loved to bathe in a secluded cove. Glaucus fell instantly and deeply in love with her. He approached her, confessing his love and his transformation from a mortal. But Scylla was repelled by his monstrous, half-fish form. She fled his advances, shunning his love and disappearing into the waves whenever he came near. Glaucus was heartbroken by Scylla's rejection. Unable to win her affection himself, he sought the help of Circe, the powerful sorceress goddess, renowned for her beauty and her ability to transform men into animals. Glaucus sailed to Circe's island and begged her to use her magic to make Scylla love him. He recounted his story to Circe, his transformation, his divine status, his unrequited love for Scylla. As he spoke, Circe was captivated by Glaucus himself. She found his form attractive, his story compelling, and she desired him for herself. She tried to dissuade him from pursuing Scylla, suggesting, he turn his affection towards her instead. Do not pursue one who flees you, Circe purred, her voice laced with enchantment. Choose one who desires you. I, Circe, daughter of the sun, embrace you. Do not scorn the love of a goddess." But Glaucus, blinded by his love for Scylla, rejected Circe's offer. "I would sooner," he declared, "have the trees grow on the seabed and the seaweeds sprout on the highest mountains than cease to love Scylla." Circe, a powerful sorceress and a goddess herself, was enraged by Glaucus's rejection. Her love turned instantly to vengeful fury. She could not harm Glaucus directly, but she could punish the object of his affection, the nymph who had made him scorn her. Filled with jealous wrath, Circe prepared a powerful potion. She poured it into the very cove where Scylla loved to bathe. The next time Scylla entered the water to bathe, the potion took effect. Her lower body transformed into a ring of monstrous dogs' heads and snapping jaws, while her upper body remained human. Her legs were rooted to the rock, making her a terrible, immobile monster, forever barking and snapping at anything that came near. Scylla was transformed into a horrifying creature, a danger to sailors who passed by the strait she inhabited, later identified as the Strait of Messina. Glaucus, seeing the terrible fate that had befallen Scylla because of his love and Circe's jealousy, was filled with sorrow and fled from Circe, forever mourning Scylla's monstrous transformation. The myth of Glaucus and Scylla is a tragic story of transformation, unrequited love, and the destructive power of jealousy and sorcery. Glaucus's transformation from mortal to sea god is a rare instance of a positive change, gaining divine status. But his subsequent fate is one of sorrow and loss. Scylla's transformation into a monster is a cruel, unjust punishment, a victim caught between a god's love and a sorceress's jealous rage. It's a myth that adds another layer to the complexity of divine and semi-divine interactions, showing how love and rejection among immortals can have devastating, permanent consequences for those caught in between. And so, as our journey through the echoes of Greek myth nears its likely conclusion for tonight, we have seen the many faces of transformation, consequence, and divine interaction. From the blessed union of Philemon and Baucis, turned into intertwining trees, to the sea god Glaucus mourning the monstrous fate of his beloved Scylla, and the impious King Eurysichthan consumed by an insatiable hunger. Each story is a thread in the vast tapestry of ancient belief. These myths, full of wonder and warning, of beauty and brutality, remind us of the enduring power of stories to make sense of the world, to explore the depths of human experience, and to reflect on our place within a reality that often feels larger, more mysterious, and more powerful than ourselves. They are whispers from the past, inviting us to listen, to learn, and to remember the timeless truths they contain. If these stories have resonated with you, if the echoes of ancient Greece have deepened the silence of your night, then our time together has been well spent. Should you wish for more, there are still countless tales waiting to be told, paths yet to be explored within this vast mythology. But for now, as the hours stretch long, let the kindness of Philemon and Baucis, the sorrow of Glaucus, and the terrifying hunger of Eurysichthan linger in your thoughts. This is the myth of Lycaon, a king of Arcadia, known for his savagery and wickedness, and the king who dared to test the omniscience of Zeus by serving him human flesh. Lycaon was a powerful king, but his reign was marked by cruelty and disrespect for the gods. He introduced barbaric practices to his land and ignored the fundamental principles of piety and justice. Stories of his wickedness reached Mount Olympus, and Zeus, ever watchful of the behavior of mortals, decided to visit Arcadia himself to see if the reports were true, and to test the depth of Lycaon's impiety. Disguised as a humble traveler or a simple worshipper, Zeus arrived in Arcadia. The land was filled with signs that a divine presence was near. The people felt it, and many offered prayers and sacrifices, acknowledging the arrival of a god. But Lycaon, arrogant and skeptical, was not convinced. He scoffed at the idea that a god would visit his kingdom in such a humble guise. He decided to test his visitor. If this traveler was truly an all-knowing god, he would know what Lycaon planned. If he was a mere mortal, he would be deceived and consumed. Lycaon's act was a twisted echo of Tantalus's crime, another arrogant king challenging divine wisdom through cannibalism and violation of hospitality. Lycaon pretended to welcome Zeus into his palace. He prepared a feast for his guest, feigning hospitality. But in secret, he ordered his servants to kill a hostage he held, or in some versions, his own son, Nyctimus, ill the flesh, and serve it as part of the meal to his disguised guest. As the meal was placed before him, Zeus, the king of the gods, immediately knew the truth. His divine senses were not fooled by Lycaon's wicked deception. He recognized the taste and nature of the flesh served to him. Zeus's wrath, when it was finally unleashed, was terrifying and absolute. Rising from the table, Zeus cast aside his disguise, revealing himself in his full divine power. The palace trembled at his presence. He condemned Lycaon for his impiety, his cruelty, and his horrific act of testing the gods with human sacrifice and cannibalism. The punishment had to reflect the depth of Lycaon's savagery, stripping away the veneer of kingship and revealing the beast within. Zeus transformed Lycaon. As Lycaon tried to flee in terror, his joints stiffened, his skin became covered in fur, his mouth widened into a snarling maw, his hands and feet became paws with sharp claws. He became a wolf, the first werewolf. He was condemned to roam the wilderness in this monstrous form, forever embodying the savage nature that lay beneath his human guise. He could no longer speak like a man, only howl and snarl. He would prey on flocks, and perhaps even men, reflecting the bloody hunger he had displayed as a king. His palace was struck by Zeus's thunderbolt and burnt to the ground, a monument to his wickedness. Lycaon's transformation into a wolf was not just a punishment, it was a revealing. Zeus did not turn him into something he was not. He turned him into what he was in his heart, a savage beast, devoid of piety and compassion. His myth established the legend of werewolves in Greek tradition, a terrifying consequence for a king who embodied the worst aspects of human nature, and dared to challenge the gods by mirroring his own savagery back to them. His story is a stark warning against impiety, cruelty, and the fatal folly of attempting to deceive or test the all-knowing power of Zeus. He sought to prove the god was ignorant, and in return was stripped of his humanity, forever marked as a creature of the night, a symbol of the beast that can lurk within mankind when unchecked by reverence or morality. From the king transformed into a wolf for his impiety, we turn to a young man whose ambition soared too high, not due to divine favor, but because of his lineage, leading to a catastrophic fall that affected not just himself, but shook the very cosmos. This is the myth of Phaethon, son of the nymph Clymene, and the sun god Helios, or Apollo, as the sun god is sometimes identified. Phaethon lived with his mother, but his divine parentage was often questioned by his peers. Taunted and doubted, Phaethon, a proud youth, sought to confirm his divine heritage and prove his connection to the glorious sun god. He traveled to the east, to the palace of the sun, seeking out his father. He found Helios in his magnificent palace, radiant and awe-inspiring. Helios welcomed his son, acknowledging their kinship. To reassure Phaethon and silence his doubters, Helios swore by the river Styx, that most binding oath, to grant Phaethon whatever proof he desired. Phaethon, emboldened by his father's acknowledgement and the unbreakable oath, made a bold and reckless request. He did not ask for a sign or a token. He asked for proof of his divine parentage by being allowed to drive the sun chariot for one day. Helios was horrified. Driving the sun chariot was the most dangerous and crucial task in the cosmos, guiding the sun across the sky along a perilous path each day. It required divine strength, skill, and knowledge of the heavenly course. Even Zeus, the king of the gods, could not drive it. Helios desperately tried to dissuade his son, reminding him of the dangers. The steep climb in the morning, the dizzying height at noon, the rapid descent in the evening, the wild, powerful horses, the terrifying constellations that littered the path. But Phaethon, fueled by pride and the desire to prove himself, would not yield, and Helios was bound by his Styx oath. Reluctantly, with a heavy heart, Helios prepared the chariot for his son. He harnessed the fiery horses, anointed Phaethon with sacred ointment to protect him from the heat, though no mortal protection was truly sufficient, and gave him final, desperate instructions. Hold the reins tightly, follow the established path, do not go too high or too low. Phaethon leaped into the chariot, the reins trembling in his inexperienced hands. As the horses felt the unfamiliar, weaker grip, they bolted, deviating from their usual path. Phaethon, lacking the strength and skill to control them, was tossed about in the chariot, unable to steer. The horses flew erratically, first soaring too high. The heat scorched the heavens, burning the constellations, leaving traces like the scorched look of the Milky Way in some myths. The earth below was exposed to unbearable heat, drying up rivers, cracking mountains, turning forests into ash, and scorching the skin of humanity. Some myths use this to explain why some human races have darker skin. Then the horses plunged too low, bringing the sun's intense heat too close to the earth. Cities burst into flames, crops withered instantly, lakes boiled, and the sea levels dropped. The world was thrown into catastrophic chaos. Gaia, the earth goddess, cried out to Zeus, scorched and burning, begging him to stop the destruction caused by Phaethon's uncontrolled ride. Zeus, witnessing the cosmic disaster unfolding, saw that there was only one way to save the world. With a heavy heart, he hurled a thunderbolt at the runaway chariot. The bolt struck Phaethon, killing him instantly and shattering the chariot. Phaethon's flaming body plummeted from the sky, falling into the river Eridanus. The horses, now free of the chariot's weight and their erratic path, were recaptured by Helios and returned to their proper course, restoring order to the cosmos, though the earth bore permanent scars from the scorching. The Heliades, Phaethon's sisters, mourned their brother's death by the riverbank, weeping tears that turned into amber, and were transformed into poplar trees, forever standing by the water where he fell. The myth of Phaethon is a dramatic and tragic story of youthful hubris, the dangers of ambition, unchecked by ability or wisdom, and the catastrophic consequences of seeking to wield power beyond one's capacity. It is a direct consequence of a binding oath and a son's desperate need for validation. His fate serves as a powerful warning against aiming too high, against daring to attempt tasks meant only for gods, and illustrates how the actions of one individual, driven by pride, can have devastating consequences for the entire world. His myth is a celestial tragedy, a fiery lesson in respecting limits, both human and divine. From the youth who fell from the sky after a disastrous ride, let us turn to a different kind of consequence for humanity, a consequence born not of one man's act, but as a gift from the gods, tied to the actions of a benevolent Titan, and unleashing sorrow and trouble upon the mortal world. This is the myth of Pandora, the first woman, created by the gods, and the infamous box she was given. This story is inextricably linked to the actions of Prometheus, the Titan who, feeling sympathy for struggling humanity, stole fire from the gods and gave it to mankind. This act of defiance angered Zeus immensely. Zeus had originally intended to keep fire from mortals, perhaps to keep them dependent, perhaps fearing their potential if they possessed it. Prometheus's gift allowed humans to build, to cook, to warm themselves, to develop civilization. But it also marked them for divine retribution. Zeus's punishment for Prometheus was severe. Chained to a rock, his liver eternally devoured by an eagle. But Zeus's anger extended to humanity as well. He wanted to punish the mortals who had received Prometheus's forbidden gift. He decided to create a gift for mankind that would bring them sorrow and trouble, a beautiful evil. He commissioned Hephaestus, the craftsman god, to mold a figure from earth and water, like the mortals Prometheus was said to have fashioned. Other gods contributed to her creation. Athena breathed life into her and taught her weaving and other crafts. Aphrodite bestowed upon her beauty and charm. Hermes gave her cunning, deceit, and curiosity. She was adorned with every grace and charm designed to be irresistible to men. She was named Pandora, meaning all-gifted, a name that held a double meaning. Gifted by all the gods and bringing all gifts of trouble to mankind. Pandora was presented to humanity, specifically to Epimetheus, the brother of Prometheus. Prometheus, known for his foresight, had warned his brother Epimetheus, whose name meant hindsight, never to accept a gift from Zeus. But Epimetheus, captivated by Pandora's beauty and charm, forgot his brother's warning and welcomed her. Along with Pandora, Zeus, or the gods collectively, presented her with a large jar or box, often referred to as Pandora's box. She was given strict instructions never to open it, under any circumstances. It was said to contain certain gifts or elements, but its true nature was a mystery. Pandora, created with curiosity by Hermes, was tormented by the unopened box. She wondered what was inside, why she was forbidden to open it. The desire to know grew within her, fanned by the very nature the gods had given her as part of their punishment for humanity. Finally, unable to resist any longer, driven by overwhelming curiosity, Pandora opened the box. From the box flew out all the evils, sorrows, diseases, plagues, misery, and hardships that had previously been unknown to humanity. They scattered across the earth, afflicting mankind with pain, suffering, old age, sickness, madness, and all the ills that plague human life. Up until that moment, life had been relatively easy, free from tea, He's burdens, perhaps the state intended before Prometheus gave fire. Horrified by what she had unleashed, Pandora quickly slammed the lid shut. But it was too late. Almost everything in the box had escaped. Only one thing remained at the bottom of the jar, trapped inside before it could fly out. Hope Elpis. Pandora had unleashed misery upon the world, but she had also, perhaps inadvertently, kept hope trapped within the box. Some versions say keeping hope inside was part of the gods' cruel plan, either to deny humanity even that small comfort, or to ensure that in their misery, humans would forever be tormented by the knowledge of hope unattainable. Other interpretations suggest that hope remained inside so that it could be preserved, a final gift left for humanity to cling to in the face of the evils that had escaped. The myth of Pandora is a foundational story about the origin of suffering in the world, presented as a direct consequence of Prometheus's gift of fire and humanity's acceptance of a divine offering. Pandora, the first woman, is presented as the vessel through which these evils were released. Her curiosity, a fatal flaw orchestrated by the gods themselves. It's a myth that speaks to the idea that advancements or gifts, like fire, can come at a great cost, and that divine plans, even those presented as gifts, can be complex and carry hidden burdens. The ambiguity of whether hope was trapped to be denied or preserved makes it a powerful and enduring story about the nature of human suffering and the glimmer of hope that persists amidst it all. Finally, for this segment, let us explore a different kind of figure, a seer who gained his ability not through divine lineage or a god's direct grant, but through an unexpected encounter with the natural world, and whose understanding of the language of animals gave him unique insight into fate. This is the myth of Melampus, a diviner and healer from Pylos, whose connection to the animal kingdom unlocked the secrets of prophecy. Melampus was the son of Amithaon, and a figure associated with prophecy and healing. Unlike famous seers like Tiresias or Cassandra, whose gifts came from direct divine intervention or curses, Melampus's path to prophecy was unusual and tied to the natural world. The story goes that Melampus showed kindness and reverence towards nature in a way that was uncommon. One day, he saw a pair of snakes that had been killed. He did not pass by. Instead, he gathered wood and gave them a proper funeral pyre, burying them with respect. The parent snakes of the deceased were grateful for Melampus's kindness. In return for his pious act, they came to where he was sleeping and licked his ears clean. This was no ordinary lick. It was a magical act that awakened a dormant sense within him. When Melampus awoke, he discovered he could understand the language of animals. He could hear what the birds sang, what the insects buzzed, what the worms burrowed, what the wolves howled. He could communicate with them, and through their conversations and observations, he gained knowledge that was hidden from ordinary mortals. Animals living closer to nature and the cycles of the world often had insights into coming events. Changes in weather, the arrival of strangers, impending dangers, or even the secrets of plants and healing herbs. Through listening to the animals, Melampus became a renowned seer and healer. He learned of hidden treasures, impending disasters, and the cures for various ailments. He solved problems for kings and heroes, not by interpreting omens in the sky or in sacrifices like other seers, but by listening to the whispers of the natural world. his ability allowed him to perform extraordinary feats. In one famous story, the daughters of King Proteus, the same king involved in the Bellerophon myth, went mad, believing themselves to be cows, and wandered naked through the countryside. They also infected other women in Argos with a similar madness. Melampus offered to cure them, having learned the necessary remedies and rituals from conversing with animals. After demanding a significant portion of the kingdom as payment for himself and his brother, he used a combination of herbs, dances, and a cleansing pursuit, guided by the wisdom he gleaned from nature, to restore the women's sanity. Melampus's power came from this unique connection to the animal world, a gift bestowed in return for a simple act of kindness and respect towards nature. His prophecies and healings were grounded in the earthy wisdom of creatures, offering a different perspective on fate and knowledge than the often terrible insights granted directly by Olympian gods. The myth of Melampus is a refreshing tale amidst many darker ones. It highlights the value of piety and respect towards nature, suggesting that blessings can come from unexpected sources when such virtues are honored. His ability to understand animals is a charming and unique origin for prophetic power. Rudy. His wisdom in the rhythms and secrets of the natural world, rather than the complex politics or furies of Olympus. He is a figure who gained extraordinary insight through observation and respect, proving that sometimes the greatest knowledge can be found by simply learning to listen to the world around us, even the smallest of its voices. As the night deepens and our marathon journey through Greek myth continues, we have explored kings transformed by impiety, youths destroyed by ambition, and a mortal creation that brought sorrow to the world. We have also seen humility rewarded and a unique connection to nature unlocking secrets. From the savage transformation of Lycaon to the fiery fall of Phaethon, the double-edged gift of Pandora, and the animal-whispering wisdom of Melampus. Each story adds another dimension to the complex mosaic of ancient Greek beliefs. These myths remind us that consequences are manifold, blessings can be disguised, and wisdom can be found in the most unexpected places. They are a testament to the ancient imagination's power to weave tales that explain the world, both seen and unseen, and to explore the fundamental truths of the human condition. Tonight, we will explore further, encountering figures whose fates were sealed by desperate flight, immense sorrow, defiant impiety, and the strange gifts of divine sight and experience. We will trace the steps of Daphne, a nymph who chose radical transformation over the embrace of a pursuing god, her escape solidifying a connection to the wild that would last forever. We will witness the unbearable grief and terrible price paid by Niobe, a queen whose pride in her children challenged the very power of goddesses and led to the most devastating loss imaginable. We will look upon the eternal, spinning torment of Ixion, a king whose impiety and attempted violation of a goddess earned him one of the harshest punishments in Tartarus. And we will seek the unique wisdom of Tiresias, the blind prophet of Thebes, whose long life traversed both genders and whose sight, taken by one god, was replaced by another, granting him unparalleled, often tragic, foresight. So settle in, let the ambient sounds transport you, and prepare to venture into realms where love can transform, grief can turn to stone, punishment is an unending cycle, and sight comes at the cost of blindness. Let the ancient stories unfold. In the world of nymphs and gods, where the lines between divine desire and mortal reality often blurred with dangerous consequences, lived Daphne, a beautiful nymph, daughter of the river god Peneus. Daphne was a devotee of Artemis, the goddess of the hunt and wilderness, who valued her independence and virginity above all else. Like Artemis, Daphne chose to shun the pursuits of men, preferring to roam the forests and mountains, dedicating herself to the hunt and the freedom of the wild. She was fast, elusive, and wished for nothing more than to remain untouched by love or marriage. However, her beauty did not go unnoticed. According to one version of the myth, her fate was set in motion by a playful yet significant interaction between Apollo, the god of prophecy, music, and archery, and Eros, Cupid, the god of love. Apollo, proud of his skill with the bow after slaying the monstrous serpent Python, mocked Eros's smaller, less impressive arrows. "What need have you," Apollo jested, "with your little bow and arrows, compared to my mighty weapon that slew the Python?" Eros, angered by Apollo's arrogance and disrespect towards the power of love, decided to teach the proud archer a lesson. He flew to the woods where Daphne roamed and prepared 2 arrows from his quiver. One was a golden arrow tipped with love, designed to cause instant and passionate affection in its target. The other was a leaden arrow tipped with aversion, designed to instill hatred and repulsion. Eros shot the golden arrow at Apollo, piercing his heart with an overwhelming, irresistible love for Daphne. Then, with cruel precision, he shot the leaden arrow at Daphne, instilling within her an equally overwhelming aversion to Apollo and to the very idea of love and marriage. Suddenly, Apollo was consumed by a burning passion for Daphne. He saw her running through the woods and was instantly smitten. He forgot his divine duties, his music, his prophecies. All he wanted was to catch the nymph who now fled from him. "Daphne, my love, my beautiful one," he called out, pursuing her relentlessly. "Stay, I am not a mere hunter. I am Apollo, son of Zeus. I am the god of music, of healing, of prophecy. You do not know who you flee from." But Daphne, struck by the leaden arrow, felt only fear and repulsion. The more Apollo pursued her, the faster she ran, her heart pounding with dread, not desire. She paid no heed to his divine pedigree or his promises. All she felt was the desperate need to escape his unwanted advances, the very embodiment of the love she wished to avoid. The chase was long and desperate. Apollo, a god, was swift, but Daphne, a nymph of the wild, was incredibly fast. Yet, eventually, Apollo, fueled by divine passion, began to gain on her. Daphne felt his breath on her neck, heard his footsteps close behind her. She was exhausted, her strength failing. She could not outrun a god forever. Seeing that her capture was inevitable, seeing the river of her father, Peneus, nearby, Daphne cried out to him and to the earth itself, begging for help. "Father Peneus, Mother Earth," she cried, her voice filled with despair. "If you love me, if you can, take away this form that causes me to be desired. Destroy the beauty that is my torment." Her prayer was heard. As Apollo reached out to grasp her, before his fingers could touch her, a radical transformation began. Her skin, soft as a nymph's, became rough bark. Her hair turned into leaves, her arms into branches, her feet rooted into the ground, her body elongating into a trunk. Her face, her beautiful face that had ignited a god's passion, became the crown of a tree. Just as Apollo reached her, he found himself embracing not the soft body of the nymph he desired, but the cool, unyielding wood of a tree. Daphne had escaped him, not by running further, but by becoming something else entirely, something rooted and untouchable. She was transformed into a laurel tree. Apollo stood heartbroken, his love unfulfilled, his pursuit ended by divine intervention, or perhaps by the nymph's desperate connection to her natural origins. He touched the bark, still warm from her body. He kissed the leaves, which recoiled slightly from his touch. He could not have her as his wife, but he vowed she would forever be connected to him. He declared the laurel tree sacred to him. Its leaves would be woven into wreaths to crown victors in athletic contests, like the Pythian games held in his honor, and poets, symbolizing triumph and artistic achievement. His lyre and quiver would be made of laurel wood. The laurel would remain eternally green, a symbol of immortality and unchanging fame. The myth of Daphne and Apollo is a poignant, albeit one-sided, love story, and a powerful tale of escape and transformation. Daphne's radical choice to become a tree rather than be forced into a union she abhorred underscores her fierce independence and her connection to the wild. Apollo's unrequited love and his subsequent veneration of the laurel tree show a different side of the god, his passion and his enduring, sorrowful remembrance. The myth highlights the dangers of divine desire, the unequal power dynamics between gods and mortals or nymphs, and the profound connection between individuals and the natural world, where transformation can be both a consequence and a form of ultimate refuge. Her escape, while costing her human form, granted her an eternal, rooted freedom. From the nymph who escaped desire through transformation, let us turn to a queen whose pride in her children led to a devastating loss, and a transformation born of overwhelming grief. This is the myth of Niobe, queen of Thebes, wife of King Amphion, and mother of many sons and daughters. Niobe was a wealthy and powerful queen, but she suffered from a fatal flaw: immense hubris, particularly concerning her numerous, beautiful children. While participating in a religious festival in Thebes honoring Leto, a Titan goddess, mother of the twin Olympian deities Apollo and Artemis, Niobe openly mocked and insulted the goddess, who had suffered greatly before giving birth to Apollo and Artemis, pursued relentlessly by Hera's jealousy. She had only 2 children, but they were powerful Olympian gods. Niobe, boasting of her superiority, pointed to her own large brood. "Why should we worship Leto?" she scornfully asked the people. "She has only 2 children, while I, Niobe, have 7 sons and 7 daughters. 14 beautiful children. Am I not more fertile, more blessed than she? Offer your sacrifices to me, not to Leto. I have more children than she has fingers." Her words were a direct and profound insult, not only to Leto's motherhood, but to the power and status of her divine children. Leto, hearing Niobe's arrogant and impious boasts from Mount Olympus, was filled with righteous anger and deep offense. She turned to her divine children, Apollo and Artemis, recounted Niobe's insults, and called upon them to defend their mother's honor. Apollo and Artemis, fierce protectors of their mother and swift in their divine justice, descended to Thebes, armed with their bows and arrows. Apollo with his golden arrows for men, Artemis with her silver arrows for women. Niobe's sons were practicing athletics outside the city walls when Apollo found them. One by one, swift and unseen, Apollo shot them down with his golden arrows. As each son fell, struck by the divine missiles, the others scattered in terror, but there was no escape from the god's aim. All 7 of Niobe's sons perished, struck down in quick succession. News of this horrific slaughter reached the palace. King Amphion, grief-stricken, took his own life in despair in some versions. Niobe, receiving the terrible news, rushed out to see her dead sons. Yet, even in the face of this devastating loss, her pride was not entirely extinguished. Standing over the bodies of her 7 sons, she still boasted, albeit perhaps defiantly through her tears, "Cruel Leto, you have killed my 7 sons, but I still have 7 beautiful daughters. I am still richer in children than you." Artemis, hearing this continued defiance, unleashed her wrath upon Niobe's daughters. As the terrified girls huddled around their mother, Artemis shot them down with her silver arrows. One by one, they fell, struck down by the goddess's unerring aim, despite Niobe's desperate attempts to shield them with her cloak. All 7 of Niobe's daughters perished before her eyes. Niobe was left alone, surrounded by the 14 lifeless bodies of her beloved children. Her pride was shattered, replaced by an overwhelming, inconsolable grief. She wept and wept, her sorrow so profound, so absolute, that she could not move, could not stop weeping. The gods, seeing her endless, agonizing sorrow, perhaps took a form of pity upon her, or perhaps ensured her punishment was eternal. They transformed her into stone. As she stood weeping, her body turned into rock, her tears continuing to flow from the stone, cascading down the mountainside. She was transported back to her homeland in Asia Minor and placed on Mount Sipylus, near where Tantalus reigned. There she remains, a statue of weeping stone, her tears forming a perpetual stream, a lasting monument to her devastating loss and the terrible price of challenging the gods' power and divine motherhood through arrogant pride. The myth of Niobe is a stark and tragic warning against hubris, particularly the pride of mortals comparing themselves to gods. Her punishment, the loss of all her children, is one of the most devastating in Greek myth, a direct consequence of her impious boasts. Her transformation into weeping stone symbolizes her inconsolable grief and her eternal, unchanging sorrow. The myth highlights the swift and terrible nature of divine retribution, particularly when it involves defending a goddess's honor and her sacred role as a mother. Niobe's fate serves as a timeless reminder that even the greatest earthly blessings can be swept away in an instant by divine will, and that some sorrows are so profound they can turn a person into stone. From the queen turned stone by grief, let us turn to a figure whose eternal punishment is one of unending cycles, bound to a wheel of fire for an attempted violation of the queen of the gods, a profound disrespect for the highest divine order. This is the myth of Ixion, a king of the Lapiths in Thessaly, a figure notorious for being the first mortal to shed kin blood, and for his audacious attempt to violate Hera. Ixion was an arrogant and violent king. He committed the first act of kinslaying in Greek myth by murdering his own father-in-law, Deionius, who had come to claim wedding gifts promised by Ixion, but never delivered. This act horrified both mortals and gods. Shedding kin blood was considered a profound pollution, an offense against the natural order and cosmic law. Due to his crime, no mortal would purify Ixion, as ritual purification for such a grave offense was complex and often required divine intervention or a hero's aid. Ixion, an outcast consumed by the Furies for his blood guilt, found himself alone and desperate. In an unprecedented act, Zeus, the king of the gods, took pity on Ixion perhaps wishing to demonstrate his supreme authority by purifying even the gravest offender. Zeus brought Ixion to Mount Olympus, purified him, and invited him to dine at the table of the gods. However, like Tantalus before him, Ixion proved unworthy of divine hospitality. Instead of showing gratitude and humility, Ixion became infatuated with Hera, Zeus's queen, renowned for her majestic beauty. Despite having been purified and welcomed, Ixion dared to harbor lustful thoughts towards Hera, and even attempted to seduce or violate her. This was the ultimate act of impiety and hubris. A mortal attempting to dishonor the queen of the gods in her own home, under the very nose of Zeus. Zeus, discerning Ixion's wicked intentions, perhaps through his divine knowledge or warned by Hera herself, decided to test the king's true nature and punish him for his audacity. Zeus created a cloud in the shape of Hera, a perfect likeness called Nephel, meaning cloud. Zeus presented Nephel to Ixion. Ixion, fooled by the likeness, consummated his desire with the cloud image of Hera. Through this union, Ixion's lineage was forever tied to a monstrous birth. Nephel later gave birth to Centaurus, a strange being who then mated with mares, siring the race of centaurs, with the exception of Chiron, whose origin is different, as we've heard. This made Ixion the ancestral father of the savage centaurs, a consequence of his attempted violation of Hera and his union with her cloud image. Having confirmed Ixion's wicked nature and his profound disrespect, Zeus's initial pity turned to terrible wrath. The punishment for such an offense, violating hospitality and attempting to dishonor the queen of the gods, had to be severe and eternal. Zeus cast Ixion down into Tartarus, the deepest part of the underworld. There, his eternal torment was set. He was bound to a fiery wheel that constantly spun through the air. Forever chained to this blazing wheel, Ixion was condemned to an endless, dizzying, burning rotation, never finding rest, his suffering a perpetual reminder of his crimes. The myth of Ixion is a particularly harsh tale of divine punishment, showcasing Zeus's dual nature, capable of mercy, purifying a kinslayer, but also terrible wrath when that mercy is repaid with profound impiety and disrespect towards his consort. Ixion's fate on the fiery wheel is a striking image of eternal torment, symbolizing the restlessness of a guilty soul and the inescapable consequences of attempting to violate the most sacred bonds of hospitality and marriage, especially with the queen of the gods. His story, along with Tantalus's, stands as a grim warning about the fatal consequences of crossing the line with the divine, even when granted extraordinary favor. Finally, let us seek the wisdom of a unique figure, a prophet whose life spanned generations, and whose sight, though taken from him, was replaced by a deeper, more profound vision, gained through an unparalleled experience of both mortal genders. This is the myth of Tiresias, the blind seer of Thebes, one of the most respected and enigmatic figures in Greek mythology, whose prophecies were always true, though often delivered in a way that was hard for mortals to accept. Tiresias's blindness and his gift of prophecy are usually attributed to two different encounters with gods, one with Athena and one with Hera. In one version of the myth, often considered older, Tiresias was a young man who accidentally stumbled upon the goddess Athena bathing naked. Like Actaeon, he saw something forbidden. Athena, enraged by his intrusion upon her privacy, immediately struck him blind. However, recognizing that his intrusion was accidental and perhaps feeling a touch of pity, or acknowledging that his family was devoted to her, Athena could not entirely revoke the sight she had taken. Since she could not restore his physical vision, she granted him the gift of inner sight, or prophecy, the ability to see the future and understand the will of the gods, a compensation for his loss of physical sight. In the more famous version of his story, Tiresias's blindness and prophetic powers are linked to a dispute between Zeus and Hera concerning the nature of pleasure. Zeus and Hera were arguing over which sex, male or female, experienced greater pleasure during sexual intercourse. Being divine, neither could definitively answer from personal experience of the other gender. They decided to ask Tiresias, who had a unique qualification. He had experienced life as both a man and a woman. The story of Tiresias's transformation between genders varies. In one account, he came across two snakes mating. When he disturbed them, he was transformed into a woman. He lived as a woman for 7 years. Then, he again came across two snakes mating in the same spot. This time, when he disturbed them, he was transformed back into a man. Having lived as both sexes, Tiresias possessed unique insight into their respective experiences. When asked by Zeus and Hera, Tiresias replied that if pleasure were divided into 10 parts, a man experienced only 1 part, while a woman experienced 9 parts. His answer sided decisively with Zeus's assertion. Hera, angered by Tiresias's answer, either because it contradicted her view or because he revealed a secret of women's experience, struck him blind. Hera was the goddess of marriage and women, and perhaps she felt Tiresias had betrayed a fundamental truth about female experience to the male gods. Zeus, however, was pleased with Tiresias's answer and perhaps felt that Hera's punishment was too harsh for merely speaking a truth he himself had sought. Zeus could not undo Hera's curse of blindness, just as Athena could not restore the physical sight she took. But Zeus, in compensation for his blindness, and as a reward for his truthful answer, granted Tiresias the gift of prophecy, the ability to see the future and understand the language of birds, a traditional method of divination. He also granted him an extraordinarily long lifespan, spanning 7 generations of Theban rulers. Thus, Tiresias became the blind seer, living an unnaturally long life, guiding the kings and people of Thebes with his prophecies. His foresight was absolute and always correct, but his manner of delivery was often obscure, grim, or unwa. Elcom, he revealed the truth about Oedipus's parentage, warned the Thebans about the dangers during various crises, like the War of the Seven against Thebes, and advised Heracles. His prophecies were essential, but often brought despair, as he saw the tragic, inevitable paths laid out by fate and the gods. Even after his death, his soul in the underworld retained its prophetic abilities, sought out by figures like Odysseus. The myth of Tiresias is a rich and complex exploration of knowledge, experience, gender, and divine interaction. His transformation and subsequent blindness and prophetic sight are a result of encounters with powerful gods, highlighting the unpredictable consequences of stumbling upon divine secrets or being caught in divine disputes. His ability to traverse gender and gain unique insight from that experience is a fascinating element, making him the ultimate arbiter of a question no one else could answer. His long life, spent guiding a city with truths no one always wanted to hear, makes him a poignant figure of wisdom and fate, forever blind to the present, but with unparalleled vision of the past and future. As this segment concludes, we have journeyed through tales of kings transformed by savagery, youths consumed by ambition, and a prophet who saw truth at the cost of sight and physical form. From Lycaon's lupin fate and Phaethon's fiery plunge, to Ixion's eternal wheel and Tiresias's blind wisdom, these myths add further depth to the Greek understanding of consequence, hubris, and the intricate dance between human action and divine reaction. This is the myth of Cadmus, a prince of Phoenicia, brother of Europa, and the legendary founder of the city of Thebes. Cadmus's story begins with loss. His sister, Europa, was abducted by Zeus, who had transformed himself into a beautiful white bull. Desperate and grief-stricken, their father, King Agenor, sent his sons, including Cadmus, in search of her. He commanded them not to return home without Europa, a daunting task given that she had been taken by the king of the gods. Cadmus and his brothers searched far and wide, but Europa was nowhere to be found. Hidden away by Zeus in Crete, she was beyond their mortal reach. One by one, his brothers gave up the fruitless search, settling in other lands and founding new kingdoms rather than facing their father's command to return without their sister. But Cadmus, perhaps more determined or more pious, continued his quest, though his hope of finding Europa dwindled. Seeking guidance on his seemingly impossible task, Cadmus traveled to Greece and consulted the oracle of Apollo at Delphi. He asked where he could find his lost sister. The oracle gave him a cryptic answer, releasing him from his father's command, but setting him on a new path. "Cease your search for Europa," the oracle proclaimed. "Your destiny is not to find her, but to found a great city. Follow the heifer that will be shown to you. Build your city where she lies down from weariness." Cadmus left the oracle, perplexed but resolute. As he descended from the slopes of Mount Parnassus, a heifer appeared before him, walking ahead as if guiding him. Cadmus followed the animal as it wandered through Boeotia, across valleys and plains, until finally, exhausted, the heifer lay down in a field near the Cephissus River. This was the spot designated by the oracle. Here, Cadmus was to found his city. Before he could begin building, Cadmus needed to make a sacrifice to Athena, the goddess of wisdom and crafts, a fitting deity to honor before establishing a city. To do this, he needed water from a nearby spring. He sent his companions to fetch water from the spring of Ares, a place known for its clear water, but also for being sacred to the god of war. Cadmus's men did not return. The spring was guarded by a fierce serpent, a monstrous son of Ares, a massive beast with venomous fangs. The serpent attacked Cadmus's men as they approached the spring, killing them all. When his men failed to return, Cadmus went in search of them. He found their bodies near the spring and saw the monstrous serpent guarding the water. Filled with grief and rage, Cadmus faced the serpent of Ares alone. It was a fierce battle, a clash between a mortal man and a divine beast. Cadmus fought bravely, eventually managing to kill the serpent, driving his spear deep into its body. Having defeated the guardian, Cadmus now stood victorious, but alone beside the sacred spring, having shed divine blood. He heard a voice speak to him, either Athena herself or the voice of the serpent's divine father, Ares. The voice instructed him to take the serpent's teeth and sow them into the ground. Cadmus obeyed, taking the teeth and planting them in the field where the heifer had lain down. As he watched, something astonishing happened. From the furrows where he had sown the teeth, armed warriors sprang fully formed from the earth, clad in armor, ready for battle. They were the Spart, the Sow, and men. These earthborn warriors were fierce and aggressive. Instead of uniting under Cadmus, they immediately turned on each other, perhaps driven by the inherent violence of their serpentine origin or a cruel twist of fate. Cadmus, seeing the conflict erupting, quickly threw a stone among them. Confused as to who had thrown it, the Spartoi began fighting amongst themselves, suspecting each other. They fought until only 5 survived. These 5 surviving Spartoi, the earthborn warriors, pledged their allegiance to Cadmus. With their help, and with the land now cleared and a source of water secured, though needing purification after the serpent's death, Cadmus began to build his city, fulfilling the oracle's prophecy. He named it Cadmea, later known as Thebes, the city that would become the setting for many future Greek myths, including the tragic tales of Oedipus, Dionysus's birth. Semele was Cadmus's daughter, Actaeon's death, Cadmus's grandson, and the prophecies of Tiresias. Cadmus married Harmonia, daughter of Ares and Aphrodite, a divine union that brought both blessings and sorrow. As wedding gifts, the gods bestowed upon them extraordinary presents, including a necklace and a robe made by Hephaestus, imbued with divine power, which would bring misfortune to future wearers. Cadmus ruled Thebes for many years, establishing laws and bringing civilization to the land. He and Harmonia had several daughters: Ino, Autono, Agave, Semele, mother of Dionysus, whose lives were touched by divine madness and tragedy, and a son, Polydorus. The curses associated with their divine gifts and their lineage caught up to them, bringing sorrow to their family. Despite founding a great city and establishing a royal line, Cadmus and Harmonia eventually left Thebes, weary of the grief and suffering that plagued their family. They traveled to the land of the Enchelians in Illyria, where Cadmus led them to victory in battle, and they were made king and queen. But even there, their sorrow and the lingering consequences of Cadmus's earlier actions, perhaps the shedding of the serpent's divine blood, weighed upon them. Growing old, burdened by the tragedies of their children, Cadmus and Harmonia finally prayed to the gods for an end to their suffering. The gods granted their request, transforming them both into serpents. Not monstrous serpents like the one Cadmus had killed, but benevolent, sacred snakes, who coiled around a sacred tree in a grove, guardians of the peace they could not find in human form. They were reunited in their final transformation, forever intertwined with the earth and nature, a strange end for the founder of a great city, acknowledging his connection to the serpentine origin of his city's first inhabitants, the Spartoi. The myth of Cadmus is a complex tale of a hero figure whose journey is marked by both constructive creation, founding Thebes, and destructive violence, killing the serpent. It highlights the often dangerous nature of divine intervention and gifts, the Spart, the cursed wedding gifts, and the lingering consequences of sacrilege, killing Ares's serpent. His final transformation into a serpent with his wife is a poignant reflection of his life, a return to the primal, serpentine forces he first encountered, finding peace only when shedding his human form and embracing the natural world from which his city's founders sprang. It is a myth about destiny, the price of civilization, and the enduring power of lineage and its curses. From the founder who became a serpent, we turn to a hero renowned for his monster-slaying feats, whose life was shaped by a grim prophecy and divine assistance, and who inadvertently fulfilled his destiny in the most unexpected way. This is the myth of Perseus, son of Zeus and the mortal princess Danae, a figure whose story is filled with impossible tasks, terrifying monsters, and the inescapable hand of fate. Perseus's birth was tied to a prophecy. King Acrisius of Argos, his grandfather, received an oracle that foretold he would be killed by his grandson. Terrified of this fate, Acrisius locked his beautiful daughter, Danae, away in a bronze tower or chamber, hoping to prevent her from ever having children. But Zeus, the king of the gods, desired Danae. He visited her not by force, but by transforming himself into a shower of gold, flowing into her secluded chamber. Danae conceived and gave birth to a son, Perseus, hidden from her father. When King Acrisius discovered that Danae had given birth to a son, despite his precautions, he was furious and terrified. He refused to believe that Zeus was the father, suspecting instead that some mortal man had somehow reached her. Still fearing the prophecy, but unwilling to kill his daughter and grandson directly, and perhaps fearing divine retribution for harming Zeus's offspring, Acrisius placed Danae and the infant Perseus into a wooden chest and cast it into the sea, hoping they would perish without him and to directly enact their death. The chest floated across the waves, guided by the will of Zeus or Poseidon, who calmed the sea, eventually washing ashore on the island of Seriphos. There, they were found by Dictys, a kind fisherman who rescued them and took them into his home. Dictys raised Perseus as his own son, and Danae lived in peace under his protection. However, Dictys' brother Polydex was the king of Seriphos, a cruel and ruthless ruler. Polydex desired Danae and sought to marry her, but Danae, wishing to protect herself and her grown son, refused his advances. Polydex saw Perseus as an obstacle to his desire for Danae. To get rid of the young hero, Polydex devised a seemingly impossible task for him. He announced that he intended to marry Hippodamia and demanded that every man on the island contribute a horse as a wedding gift. Perseus, being poor, had no horse to give. He rashly declared that he would give Polydex any gift he wished, even the head of the Gorgon Medusa. Polydex, who secretly desired Medusa's head, as he knew it was an impossible feat that would surely lead to Perseus's death, seized upon this offer. "Then bring me the head of Medusa," he commanded, a demand that effectively condemned Perseus to a suicidal quest. Perseus, young and brave, but facing an insurmountable challenge, needed divine aid. He was approached by the gods Athena and Hermes, who had been sent by Zeus to assist his son in his perilous task. They recognized his divine lineage and the injustice of Polydex's demand. They guided Perseus, giving him crucial advice and magical tools. Athena, who held a particular enmity for Medusa, having cursed her into a monster, gave Perseus a highly polished bronze shield, so reflective it could serve as a mirror. Hermes, the messenger god, gave him a special unbreakable sword, perhaps made of adamantine. They told him where to find the Gree, 3 ancient sisters who shared one eye and one tooth, who knew the location of the nymphs who possessed the tools Perseus would need to face Medusa. Perseus found the Gree, and by snatching their shared eye and tooth, forced them to reveal the nymph's location. The nymphs provided Perseus with 3 crucial magical items: the winged sandals of Hermes, or similar ones, which allowed him to fly, the cap of darkness of Hades, which made the wearer invisible, and a special bag or kibices to safely carry Medusa's head. Armed with these divine gifts and magical tools, Perseus flew to the land of the Gorgons, monstrous sisters with snakes for hair, living in a desolate place. Medusa was the only mortal one. Her two sisters, Estheno and Uriel, were immortal. The sight of Medusa's face turned anyone who looked directly at her into stone. Using the reflective shield as a mirror, looking only at Medusa's reflection to avoid her petrifying gaze, and guided by Athena, Perseus flew towards the sleeping Gorgons. With the invisible cap covering him, he hovered over Medusa, and guided by the reflection in his shield, struck off her head with the sword. From Medusa's neck sprang the winged horse Pegasus and the giant Chrysaor. Perseus quickly placed Medusa's head in the special bag, which contained a substance that could neutralize its petrifying power. As Medusa's immortal sisters awoke and pursued him, he used the cap of darkness to remain invisible and the winged sandals to fly away, escaping their wrath. As he flew back towards Seriphos, Perseus passed over the kingdom of Ethiopia. There, he saw a beautiful princess, Andromeda, chained to a rock by the sea, dressed in sacrificial clothes. Her kingdom was being ravaged by a sea monster, Ceeta, sent by Poseidon as punishment because Andromeda's mother, Queen Cassiopeia, had boasted that her beauty surpassed that of the sea nymphs. Andromeda was being offered as a sacrifice to appease the monster. Perseus, struck by Andromeda's beauty and plight, descended and offered to save her in exchange for her hand in marriage. He fought and killed the sea monster, either with his sword or by using Medusa's head to turn it to stone. He freed Andromeda and returned with her to Ethiopia to marry her, despite the objections of her uncle, Phineus, to whom she had originally been promised. When Phineus attacked, Perseus used Medusa's head to turn him and his followers to stone, creating a scene of petrified figures, frozen in combat. Perseus and Andromeda sailed back to Seriphos. When they arrived, they found that Polydex had been tormenting Danae, trying to force her to marry him. Perseus entered Polydex's hall, where the king and his followers were gathered. He announced his return and presented his gift. When Polydex scoffed and demanded to see the Gorgon's head, Perseus drew it from the bag, turning Polydex and all his courtiers into stone, frozen forever in their treacherous poses. Dictys, the kind fisherman who had raised Perseus, was made king of Seriphos. Perseus, having completed his quest and saved his mother, finally decided to return to his homeland, Argos, with Andromeda. He wished to reconcile with his grandfather, King Acrisius. However, King Acrisius, still fearing the prophecy, had fled Argos to the city of Larissa to avoid his fated encounter. Perseus arrived in Argos, and learning his grandfather was in Larissa, decided to go there as well. King Teutamides of Larissa was holding athletic games, and Perseus decided to participate in the discus throw. As he threw the discus, it was caught by a gust of wind, or perhaps guided by fate itself, and flew off course, landing in the crowd. Tragically, it struck an old man watching the games, killing him instantly. The old man was King Acrisius, Perseus's grandfather. The prophecy was fulfilled, not through violence or malice, but through an accidental throw in a sporting event. A cruel twist of fate demonstrating the inevitability of destiny. Grief-stricken by the accidental death of his grandfather, Perseus refused to take the throne of Argos, feeling polluted by the unintentional kinslaying. He exchanged kingdoms with Megapenthes, the king of Turins, who was married to Protus's daughter. thus becoming king of Tiryns, while Megapenthes ruled Argos. Perseus and Andromeda founded a great dynasty, becoming ancestors of many heroes, including Heracles. His life was one of extraordinary feats, divine aid, and the ultimate, unavoidable fulfillment of a prophecy he had spent his life trying to escape. The myth of Perseus is a classic hero's journey, marked by divine intervention, impossible tasks, monster slaying, rescue, and eventual triumph. Yet, it is also a profound story about fate and the inescapable nature of prophecy. Despite his best efforts, despite proving himself a worthy hero, Perseus could not avoid the destiny foretold at his birth. His accidental killing of his grandfather highlights the tragic irony of fate. Sometimes, the more you try to avoid your destiny, the more directly you walk into its path. His story is a testament to courage and divine assistance, but also a powerful reminder that some outcomes are predetermined, and the threads of fate, once woven, cannot be unpicked. From the hero whose fate was sealed by prophecy, we turn to a powerful sorceress whose love led her to commit terrible acts, whose betrayal of her family and homeland set her on a path of exile and vengeance, and whose story is a terrifying exploration of the destructive depths of passion and rage. This is the myth of Medea, princess of Colchis, granddaughter of Helios the sun god, niece of Circe the sorceress, and the infamous wife of the hero Jason. Medea's homeland was Colchis, a land at the edge of the known world, ruled by her father, King Aeetes. Her family was deeply connected to magic and the divine. Her grandfather was the sun god, and her aunt was the powerful sorceress Circe. Medea herself was a formidable sorceress, possessing knowledge of potent herbs, potions, and enchantments. Her fate became entangled with the hero Jason, leader of the Argonauts, who came to Colchis on his quest to obtain the Golden Fleece. The Golden Fleece was guarded by a sleepless dragon and was a seemingly impossible prize to claim. Jason was sent on this perilous quest by his uncle Peleus, who had usurped the throne of Iolcus from Jason's father, and promised to return the throne if Jason brought back the fleece. Peleus believed the quest would surely kill Jason. Hera, the queen of the gods, who favored Jason, sought to aid him. She convinced Aphrodite to make Medea fall in love with Jason. Aphrodite, or Eros, shot Medea with an arrow of love, causing her to become instantly and passionately infatuated with the foreign hero. Consumed by her love for Jason, Medea decided to use her powerful sorcery to help him succeed in his impossible tasks, even if it meant betraying her family and homeland. King Aeetes was unwilling to give up the Golden Fleece easily and set Jason a series of deadly challenges, yoking fire-breathing bulls and plowing a field with them, sowing dragon's teeth, which would sprout into armed warriors like the Sparta Cadmus faced, and finally, overcoming the sleepless dragon guarding the fleece. Medea provided Jason with magical ointments to protect him from the bull's fire, instructed him on how to defeat the earthborn warriors, telling him to throw a stone among them, causing them to fight each other, a trick she perhaps knew from the story of Thebes' founding, and used sleeping spells and potions to lull the dragon to sleep, allowing Jason to take the Golden Fleece. To flee Colchis with Jason and the fleece, Medea committed a terrible act of betrayal. As they sailed away on the Argo, her brother Apsyrtus pursued them with a Colchian fleet. To slow down her father's pursuit, Medea brutally murdered Apsyrtus. In some versions, she lured him into a trap with Jason. In others, she dismembered his body and threw the pieces into the sea, knowing her grieving father would stop to gather them for proper burial. This act solidified her break from her family and marked her forever as a kinslayer and a figure capable of terrifying cruelty. Jason and Medea sailed back to Iolcus, facing further challenges and requiring Medea's magic. When they arrived, Jason's uncle Peleus refused to give up the throne. Medea, still devoted to Jason, used her cunning and magic to bring about Peleus's death. She tricked Peleus's daughters into believing they could rejuvenate their aging father by cutting him up and boiling him in a cauldron with magical herbs, demonstrating the process on an old ram that was transformed into a lamb. Believing her promise of renewed youth for their father, Peleus's daughters killed and dismembered him, only for Medea to withhold the final, life-restoring potion. Despite these dark acts committed for his sake, Jason did not receive the throne of Iolcus. Peleus's son took control, and he and Medea were exiled to Corinth. They lived in Corinth for several years and had children together, but over time, Jason's affection for Medea waned. He grew tired of his foreign, sorceress wife, whose past was marked by violence and betrayal. Seeking to secure a better future for himself and his children, Jason decided to leave Medea and marry Glauce, the daughter of King Creon of Corinth. He justified his actions by claiming he had done everything for his children's future, but his abandonment of Medea, who had given up everything for him, was a profound betrayal. Medea was consumed by rage and despair. Her love for Jason, which had led her to commit kinslaying and murder, turned into a burning hatred. She was a foreign woman in a strange land, facing exile once more, with her children's future uncertain. She pleaded with Creon for mercy, gaining one more day before her banishment. In that day, Medea enacted her terrible revenge. She sent Glauce a wedding gift, a beautiful dress and a golden crown, both poisoned with potent magic. When Glauce put on the gifts, they burst into magical flames, burning her to death in agony. King Creon, trying to save his daughter, was also consumed by the magical fire and died. Jason was devastated by this act, but Medea's revenge was not yet complete. The most horrifying part of her vengeance was directed at Jason's future, represented by their children. To truly punish Jason for his betrayal, to ensure he suffered the ultimate loss, Medea killed her own children. She saw them not just as her beloved sons, but as extensions of Jason, and destroying them was the ultimate blow against him. After killing her children, Medea escaped Corinth, soaring away in a chariot drawn by dragons sent by her grandfather Helios. She sought refuge in Athens with King Aegeus, father of Theseus, having promised to cure his childlessness with her magic. She later attempted to poison Theseus, recognizing him as a threat to her influence over Aegeus. Medea's story is one of the most tragic and terrifying in Greek mythology, a profound exploration of the destructive power of love, jealousy, and vengeance, particularly when wielded by someone with access to potent magic. Her actions, from betraying her family for love to murdering her children out of hate, highlight the darkest aspects of human, and perhaps divine, nature. She is a figure of immense power and deep pathos, a woman who sacrificed everything for love only to have it lead to her utter ruin, and a legacy defined by unspeakable acts. Her myth serves as a chilling reminder of the consequences of betrayal and the catastrophic potential of a heart consumed by rage. From the sorceress consumed by vengeance, let us turn to a tale of love, beauty, divine rivalry, death, and a cyclical return to the world, embodied by a beautiful youth whose fate was tied to the affections of two powerful goddesses. This is the myth of Adonis, a youth of stunning beauty, beloved by both Aphrodite, the goddess of love, and Persephone, the queen of the underworld. Adonis's origin story is tragic and unusual. His mother was Mirha, or Smyrna, a princess of Cyprus, who was cursed by Aphrodite to fall in love with her own father. In disguise, she slept with her father for 12 nights. When her father discovered the incestuous act, he pursued her with a sword to kill her out of shame and rage. Mirha prayed to the gods to be transformed into something that was neither living nor dead, to escape her father's wrath. The gods took pity on her and transformed her into a myrrh tree. 10 months later, the tree split open, and from it emerged a beautiful infant boy, Adonis. Aphrodite, perhaps feeling some responsibility for the curse that led to his birth, found the infant Adonis. Struck by his extraordinary beauty, she took him under her protection. However, she knew she could not care for him herself constantly due to her divine duties and the jealousy of other gods. So, she placed the infant Adonis in a chest or basket and entrusted him to Persephone, the queen of the underworld, asking her to raise him in the realm of the dead for a time. Persephone, in the dim light of the underworld, opened the chest and also beheld the infant Adonis's incredible beauty. She was captivated by him and grew deeply attached to raising him. When Adonis grew into a young man, renowned throughout the world for his beauty, Aphrodite returned to the underworld to retrieve him. But Persephone had also fallen in love with the youth and refused to give him up. The dispute between the two powerful goddesses, Aphrodite and Persephone, over the love of the mortal Adonis, threatened to cause conflict among the Olympians. The matter was brought before Zeus, or one of the Muses, to arbitrate. A judgment was made. Adonis would spend a part of the year with Aphrodite in the world of the living, enjoying the sunlight and beauty, and a part of the year with Persephone in the underworld, in the realm of shades. The judgment often decreed that he would spend 4 months with Aphrodite, 4 months with Persephone, and the remaining 4 months he could spend with whomever he chose. Since Adonis preferred Aphrodite and the world of the living, he typically spent 8 months with Aphrodite and 4 months with Persephone. Adonis lived a life split between 2 realms, a mortal youth desired by goddesses, his time on earth limited. He became a passionate hunter, despite Aphrodite's warnings about the dangers of wild beasts. Aphrodite, who loved him intensely during his time with her, often accompanied him on his hunts, though she was not typically a huntress. However, their time together was tragically cut short. One day, Adonis was hunting alone, perhaps because Aphrodite had been called away to Olympus. He came across a fierce wild boar in some myths, sent by Artemis, jealous of Aphrodite's successful hunting companion, or by Ares, Aphrodite's usual lover, jealous of her love for Adonis. The boar attacked Adonis with its tusks, inflicting a mortal wound on his thigh. Aphrodite, hearing his dying cry or learning of his death from a messenger, rushed to his side, but she was too late. Adonis died in her arms, his beautiful form tragically cut down. Aphrodite's grief was immense. She wept over his body, her tears mingling with his blood. As Aphrodite mourned, from the spot where Adonis's blood mixed with her divine tears, a fragile, short-lived flower sprang up, the anemone, This flower, beautiful but quickly fading, became a symbol of Adonis and his tragically short life, a reminder of beauty cut down too soon. Aphrodite ensured that Adonis would be remembered. She decreed a festival in his honor, the Adonia, celebrated by women, where they would plant gardens of Adonis, seeds in shallow pots that would sprout quickly and wither just as fast, symbolizing Adonis's brief time in the sun and his swift descent to the underworld. Adonis's story is a myth of love, loss, and the cyclical nature of life, death, and rebirth, tied to the changing seasons, his time with Aphrodite representing spring and summer, his time with Persephone representing autumn and winter. His beauty captivated goddesses, but his mortal life was vulnerable to the dangers of the wild, a domain outside the direct protection of Aphrodite, the goddess of love. His fate, split between the living world and the underworld, and his cyclical return each year, make him a unique figure, a symbol of ephemeral beauty and the sorrow of inevitable loss, forever bound by the love of goddesses and the consequences of his mortal nature. From the youth whose life was split between two realms, we turn to a large family whose fate was sealed by a terrible collective crime, and whose eternal punishment is one of unending, futile labor in the depths of the underworld. This is the myth of the Danaids, the 50 daughters of King Danaus of Argos. Danaus was the twin brother of Aegyptus, king of Egypt. Aegyptus had 50 sons, and Danaus had 50 daughters. Aegyptus proposed a mass marriage between his sons and Danaus's daughters, perhaps to unite their kingdoms or settle a dispute between the brothers. Danaus, however, distrusted his brother and feared a plot. An oracle had perhaps warned him that he would be killed by a son-in-law. Danaus fled Egypt with his 50 daughters, sailing across the sea and eventually landing in Argos, his ancestral home. He became king of Argos. Aegyptus and his 50 sons pursued them, arriving in Argos and demanding the marriages take place. Danaus, cornered and wishing to avoid conflict, reluctantly agreed to the mass wedding. However, he secretly plotted against his nephews. On the night of the wedding, Danaus gave each of his 50 daughters a dagger and commanded them to kill their husbands in their sleep. Tragically, 49 of the 50 daughters obeyed their father's chilling command. They murdered their husbands on their wedding night, staining their hands and their souls with kinslaying and the brutal violation of marriage vows. Only one daughter, Hypernestra, disobeyed. She spared her husband, Lynceus, because he had respected her wish to remain a virgin during their wedding night. She helped him escape, and he later returned to kill Danaus in revenge, fulfilling Danaus's initial fear of a son-in-law. The 49 Danaids, stained with the blood of their husbands, were purified of their crime by the gods, or by Athena and Hermes at Zeus's command, depending on the version. A questionable act given the magnitude of their deed, perhaps reflecting the complexities of divine justice or their status as victims of their father's command. However, their crime was too great to go unpunished in the afterlife. Upon their death, the 49 Danaids were condemned to Tartarus, the deepest part of the underworld, to suffer an eternal punishment that directly reflected the futility of their crime and the endless nature of their guilt. Their task was to fill a large jar, basin, or sieve with water. They were given leaky vessels, jars with holes in the bottom, or sieves, and were forced to carry water from a stream to the large container, attempting to fill it. Their labor was unending and utterly without success. No matter how much water they carried, no matter how hard they worked, the water constantly leaked out of their flawed vessels, and the large container could never be filled. They were doomed to an eternity of futile, meaningless toil. Their punishment, a constant reminder of the lives they had wasted and the blood they had shed. The myth of the Danyids is a grim tale of forced crime, collective punishment, and eternal torment in the underworld. It serves as a stark example of the consequences for kinslaying and violating sacred bonds, even when compelled by a parent. Their eternal task of filling a leaky vessel is a powerful metaphor for futile labor. Similar to Sisyphus pushing his rock uphill, or Tantalus reaching for unattainable food and drink, but perhaps carrying a specific resonance with the wastefulness of their act and the impossibility of washing away their guilt. Their story adds to the gallery of figures condemned to Tartarus, illustrating the variety of punishments meted out by the gods of the underworld for grave offenses committed in life. A chilling reminder that some crimes carry an eternal price. As the night wears on, and the echoes of these ancient stories continue to resonate, we have explored tales of foundation and transformation, of inescapable prophecies and fatal ambition, of love's destructive power, and a collective crime met with eternal, futile torment. From the serpent founding of Cadmus and the monster-slaying fate of Perseus, to the vengeful sorcery of Medea, the cyclical death of Adonis, and the eternal leaky labor of the Danyids, each myth reveals a different facet of the Greek understanding of life, destiny, and consequence. These tales, born in an age long past, still speak to us today, probing the depths of human nature, the complexities of divine will, and the unpredictable paths of fate. They remind us that stories are not just entertainment, but vessels of ancient wisdom, warning, and wonder, capable of shedding light on the enduring questions of human existence. This is the myth of Prometheus, the Titan, the champion of mankind, whose foresight defied Zeus, and whose actions brought both fire and sorrow to the mortal world. Prometheus was a Titan, a member of the older generation of gods, son of Ipetus and Clymene or Themis. He was known for his intelligence and cunning, qualities that set him apart even among the Titans. While many of the Titans fought against Zeus and the Olympians in the Great War, the Titanomachy, Prometheus, with his brother Epimetheus, either remained neutral or sided with Zeus, foreseeing the Olympians' eventual victory. After the Olympians triumphed and imprisoned most of the Titans in Tartarus, Prometheus and Epimetheus were spared. Zeus tasked Epimetheus with distributing abilities and traits to all creatures on Earth: speed, strength, fur, wings, claws. Epimetheus, whose name means hindsight, was forgetful and acted impulsively. By the time he got to humanity, he had given all the best traits to the animals, leaving humans weak, naked, and defenseless against the elements. Prometheus, whose name means foresight, saw humanity's plight and felt a profound sympathy for them. He loved mankind and wanted to help them survive and thrive. He decided to rectify his brother's oversight. In one version of the myth, it was Prometheus himself who shaped humans from clay, giving them an upright posture like the gods. Regardless of their origin, he felt a paternal connection to them. He sought to give humanity something that would elevate them, something that would allow them to overcome their physical limitations. He sought fire, a divine element possessed only by the gods, kept hid, and from mortals by Zeus. Zeus feared what humanity might become if they had fire, how they might build, create, challenge the divine order. Prometheus, defying Zeus's will, sneaked onto Mount Olympus or into the forge of Hephaestus. He stole a spark of fire, hiding it in a hollow fennel stalk or narthex. He brought this fire down to earth and gave it to humanity. Fire was a transformative gift. It allowed humans to warm themselves, cook their food, making it easier to digest and less prone to spoilage, forge tools and weapons, build shelters, and gather in communities. It was the spark that ignited civilization and allowed humanity to rise above the animals. Zeus was enraged by Prometheus's act of defiance. He saw it not as a benevolent gift, but as a direct challenge to his authority, an overreach by a titan who had put the welfare of mortals above the decree of the king of the gods. His wrath was absolute, directed both at Prometheus and at the humanity he championed. Zeus's punishment for humanity was the creation of Pandora, as we've heard, unleashing all the evils of the world upon them. His punishment for Prometheus was fittingly harsh and eternal. Zeus ordered Prometheus to be chained to a rock on Mount Caucasus. Hephaestus, though initially reluctant, was compelled to carry out his king's command, forging unbreakable chains. Prometheus, the wise Titan, was bound to the desolate mountain, exposed to the elements. But the physical pain was only part of the punishment. Zeus sent an eagle in some versions, his own sacred eagle, or one sent by Hades, to feast on Prometheus's liver. Every day, the eagle would come and tear at Prometheus's flesh, devouring his liver. Because Prometheus was immortal, his liver would regenerate overnight, only for the eagle to return the next day and repeat the agonizing process. This was his eternal torment, perpetual suffering, and a constant, painful reminder of his defiance. Prometheus endured this agony for centuries, his defiance unbroken. He possessed knowledge of a secret prophecy. He knew who was fated to overthrow Zeus. Zeus, tormented by the possibility of being dethroned, sometimes sent Hermes to Prometheus, demanding the secret. But Prometheus refused to reveal it, even in his agony, using his knowledge as a final act of defiance or a potential bargaining chip. Eventually, Prometheus was freed, though the details vary in myth. One version says Heracles, as part of his labors or simply passing by, saw Prometheus's suffering, killed the eagle with his arrows, and broke the chains. This act often required Zeus's permission, perhaps granted because Heracles was Zeus's son, or because Prometheus finally agreed to reveal the secret, often that Zeus should not marry the sea nymph Thetis, as her son was fated to be greater than his father. Thetis was later married to a mortal, Peleus, and their son was Achilles. In another version, Chiron the centaur, suffering from his incurable wound, willingly gave up his immortality to free Prometheus, taking his place in the underworld. Prometheus was freed, but his connection to his punishment remained. He was often made to wear a ring made from his chains, set with a piece of the rock to which he had been bound, a perpetual reminder of his suffering and defiance. This act is sometimes cited as the origin of humans wearing rings as ornaments, a symbolic connection to the Titan who suffered for them. The myth of Prometheus is central to Greek understanding of the relationship between gods and men. He is the archetypal culture hero, the bringer of civilization, the figure who dared to challenge divine authority for the sake of humanity. His punishment is a powerful symbol of the cost of defiance and the often cruel nature of divine retribution. But his endurance and his ultimate freedom also offer a glimmer of hope, suggesting that even eternal punishment can end, and that knowledge and foresight, even in suffering, hold power. He is the symbol of human striving, ingenuity, and defiance against overwhelming power, a tragic but ultimately triumphant figure in the story of mankind's rise. From the Titan bound for gifting fire, let us turn to another figure tied to eternal suffering, a Titan whose punishment for fighting against Zeus was to bear the weight of the heavens upon his shoulders. This is the myth of Atlas, a powerful Titan, son of Iapetus and Clymene, and brother of Prometheus. Atlas was one of the prominent male Titans who participated in the Titanomachy, the 10-year war between the older generation of Titans and the younger Olympian gods, led by Zeus. Atlas was a formidable warrior, leading the charge against the Olympians in battle. When the Olympians finally defeated the Titans, Zeus meted out punishments to his defeated foes. Most of the male Titans were imprisoned in Tartarus, the deepest part of the underworld, guarded by the 100-handed giants, the Hecatonchires. However, Zeus decided upon a different, perhaps even more arduous, punishment for Atlas, recognizing his strength and leadership during the war. Atlas was condemned to stand at the western edge of the earth, near the garden of the Hesperides, or the realm of the mythical Hyperboreans, and hold up the sky, or the celestial spheres, which included the stars and planets, on his shoulders for eternity. This was an immense burden, a task that required unimaginable strength and endurance. Atlas was doomed to a solitary, never-ending labor, preventing the sky from falling to the earth and crushing the world. His punishment was a direct reflection of his role in the war, a physical manifestation of the weight of the cosmos he had fought to control, but now was forced to support. Atlas's existence became one of perpetual strain and isolation, forever bound to his task. In later myths, he is sometimes associated with the Atlas Mountains in North Africa, said to be his petrified form still holding up the sky. There are a few rare instances in myth where Atlas's burden is temporarily lifted or shifted. One such instance involves the hero Heracles. As one of his famous 12 labors, Heracles was tasked with obtaining the golden apples from the garden of the Hesperides. The garden was guarded by the dragon Ladon, and according to some versions, was located near where Atlas stood. Heracles, seeking the apples, consulted Atlas. Knowing that only a Titan might be able to retrieve the apples without incurring the wrath of the dragon or the Hesperides, Heracles proposed a deal to Atlas. He offered to hold the sky for Atlas for a brief period if Atlas would retrieve the golden apples for him. Atlas, seeing a chance for a temporary reprieve from his eternal burden, agreed. Heracles took the immense weight of the sky upon his own shoulders. For a moment, a mortal hero bore the burden of a Titan, a testament to Heracles' extraordinary strength. Atlas went and retrieved the golden apples. However, when Atlas returned, he realized the relief of being free from the sky's weight and plotted to trick Heracles. "I will take the apples to Eurystheus myself," Atlas declared, referring to the king who had set Heracles' labors. "You can stay here and hold the sky." Atlas had no intention of taking the burden back. Heracles, though strong, was also cunning, a trait he perhaps learned from Chiron, who taught many heroes. He saw through Atlas's trick. Playing along, Heracles agreed, but asked Atlas to take the sky back for just a moment while he adjusted his padding or cloak on his shoulders to better bear the weight. Atlas, falling for the simple ruse, took the sky back onto his own shoulders. As soon as the weight was on Atlas again, Heracles quickly picked up the golden apples and departed, leaving Atlas once more burdened with his eternal task. The myth of Atlas is a powerful image of strength, endurance, and perpetual punishment. His fate is a direct consequence of his role in the cosmic war between generations of gods. He is a symbol of the immense weight of the world, a figure of stoic, unending suffering. His brief interaction with Heracles highlights his longing for freedom and his willingness to deceive, but also showcases the hero's cleverness in overcoming even a titan. Atlas remains an iconic figure, his name synonymous with bearing a heavy burden, a constant reminder of the consequences of losing a cosmic war and the enduring strength required to hold up the very framework of the world. From the Titan holding the sky, let us turn to a story of profound transgression, a king who defied the natural order of death and rebirth, and whose ultimate punishment reflects the severity of his impiety. This is the myth of Salmoneus, a king of Elis in the Peloponnese, son of Aeolus, the keeper of the winds, and a man consumed by arrogance and a twisted desire to imitate Zeus. Salmoneus was a boastful and impious king. He demanded that his people worship him as if he were Zeus himself. His arrogance reached its peak when he decided to mimic Zeus's power, daring to imitate the thunder and lightning of the king of the gods. He built a bronze bridge in his city. When he rode his chariot across it, he would drag bronze cauldrons or chains behind him, creating a clattering noise meant to simulate thunder. He would also throw lit torches into the air, trying to imitate lightning. He ordered his people to offer him sacrifices and worship him with the same reverence they would show to Zeus. This act was not just foolish. It was a profound act of hubris and blasphemy, a mortal attempting to usurp the very symbols and power of the supreme God, mocking divine authority and demanding divine worship for himself. Zeus, who did not tolerate mortals challenging his domain, was predictably enraged by Salmoneus's audacious impiety. Zeus unleashed his true thunderbolt upon Salmoneus. Unlike the imitations produced by the arrogant king, Zeus's lightning was real, devastating divine power. The bolt struck Salmoneus, killing him instantly, and consumed his city in flames, destroying the palace and the bronze bridge built to mimic the god. Salmoneus was cast down into Tartarus, joining other impious figures like Tantalus and Ixion. His punishment there was not as elaborately described as others, but it is implied to be severe, befitting a mortal who dared to mimic the king of the gods. He is often depicted as forever being tormented by Zeus's genuine thunder and lightning, a perpetual reminder of the divine power he foolishly sought to imitate. The myth of Salmoneus is a stark, simple, and direct warning against hubris and blasphemy, particularly the ultimate impiety of a mortal attempting to usurp the power and identity of a god. It highlights the immense gap between mortal pretense and divine reality, and the swift, absolute nature of Zeus's wrath when his authority is challenged in such a direct and mocking manner. His story serves as a clear illustration of the consequences of daring, to think oneself equal to, or capable of imitating, the supreme deity. From the king struck down for mimicking Zeus, let us turn to a different kind of fate, one tied to a mortal's pursuit of eternal youth, a gift granted but flawed, resulting in a poignant, unending process of aging without death. This is the myth of Tithonus, a mortal prince or son of a Trojan king, often Laomedon, who was beloved by the goddess of dawn. Tithonus was extraordinarily handsome, so much so that Eos, the goddess of the dawn, fell deeply in love with him when she saw him on earth. Eos was a beautiful goddess who rode across the sky each morning in her chariot, bringing the dawn. She desired Tithonus and eventually abducted him, taking him to her palace at the edge of the world. Eos and Tithonus lived together as lovers. Eos was divine and immortal, but Tithonus was a mortal man, subject to the natural processes of aging and death. Eos could not bear the thought of her beloved Tithonus growing old and eventually dying, leaving her alone for eternity. In her deep love for him, Eos went to Zeus and made a request. She begged Zeus to grant Tithonus immortality so that he could live with her forever, unbound by mortal lifespan. Zeus, perhaps out of pity for the goddess or simply willing to grant her request, agreed and granted Tithonus the gift of immortality. However, in her haste and overwhelming desire, Eos made a crucial mistake in her request to Zeus. She asked for immortality for Tithonus, but she forgot to ask for eternal youth as well. So Tithonus became immortal, he would never die, but he was still subject to aging. As the years and centuries passed, Tithonus grew older and older. He wrinkled, his hair turned white, his body became frail and shrunken. He withered away, becoming weaker and smaller, eventually unable to move or speak, his mind perhaps failing. Eos, who had loved him in his youthful beauty, watched in sorrow and horror as her beloved became a frail, decaying figure. His immortality became a curse, not a blessing, an unending process of physical decline without the release of death. She could no longer bear to be with him in his withered state. She eventually shut Tithonus away in a chamber where he continued to age and shrink, his voice reportedly turning into a reedy whisper. The myth sometimes concludes with his transformation into a grasshopper or cicada, a creature that lives a long life relative to insects, constantly chirping, a symbol of his withered state and his unending existence. The myth of Tithonus is a poignant and melancholic tale about the unintended consequences of a poorly thought-out divine gift and the tragic reality of aging. It's a story where immortality is presented not as a desirable state, but as a potential curse when not coupled with eternal youth. It highlights the limits of even a goddess's power and foresight, Eos's oversight, and underscores the naturalness, and perhaps even mercy of death for mortals. Tithonus's fate is a powerful metaphor for the fear of aging, the transient nature of youthful beauty, and the sorrow of a love that cannot withstand the relentless march of time and physical decay. Finally, for this segment, let us explore a story of a mortal woman who became famous for her skill and challenge to a god, resulting in a transformation that bound her to her craft in a different, more humble form, a tale of divine jealousy over mortal talent. This is the myth of Arachne, a Lydian maiden whose weaving skills rivaled a goddess's, and whose pride led to her famous transformation into a spider. Arachne was renowned throughout Lydia for her extraordinary skill at weaving and embroidery. Her work was so exquisite, so lifelike, that people came from far and wide just to watch her fingers fly across the loom. Her tapestries were breathtaking, depicting scenes with such detail and artistry that they seemed almost divine. Her talent was so immense that her admirers whispered she must have. Been taught by Athena, the goddess of wisdom, crafts, and weaving. But Arachne, young and filled with pride in her own abilities, scoffed at the suggestion. She did not believe she owed her talent to any god. Instead, she boasted that her skill surpassed even Athena's. "Let the goddess come and challenge me," she declared haughtily. "If she can weave better than I will accept any penalty." Word of Arachne's arrogant boasts reached Athena on Mount Olympus. Athena, the patroness of weaving, was angered by the mortal's hubris and her direct challenge. She decided to confront Arachne. Athena disguised herself as an old woman, frail and aged, and approached Arachne as she worked. The old woman kindly advised Arachne to respect the gods and withdraw her challenge, urging her to acknowledge Athena's superiority. "Your skill is great, child," the disguised goddess said, "but do not compare yourself to the immortals. Humble yourself before Athena, and she will be merciful." Arachne, however, was blinded by her pride and dismissed the old woman's counsel with scorn. "Keep your advice for those who need it," she retorted. "I know my own skill. If Athena is so mighty, let her face me herself. I am not afraid." At these words, Athena dropped her disguise, revealing herself in her full divine glory. The onlookers trembled and bowed, but Arachne, though startled, stood her ground, her pride still fueling her defiance. "The contest begins," Athena declared. The two sat at their looms and began to weave, their shuttles flying faster than the eye could see. Athena wove a magnificent tapestry depicting the glory of the gods, their majesty, and cautionary tales of mortals who had suffered for daring to challenge them, including scenes of her own triumphs. Her work was flawless, radiating divine power and wisdom. Arachne, in turn, wove a tapestry that was also technically perfect, breathtaking in its artistry and detail. But her subject matter was audacious and disrespectful. She depicted the scandals and indiscretions of the gods, Zeus's many affairs and deceptions, Poseidon's seductions, Apollo's pursuits, highlighting their flaws and moments of less than divine behavior. Her work was a masterpiece of human skill, but it was a direct insult to the Olympians, a blatant display of impiety. When both tapestries were complete, even Athena had to concede the sheer technical brilliance of Arachne's work. The weaving was perfect, the figures incredibly lifelike. But the goddess was enraged by the disrespectful subject matter, a testament to Arachne's wicked pride and defiance. In a fit of divine fury, Athena struck Arachne's tapestry, tearing it to shreds. She then struck Arachne herself, perhaps in the face, with her shuttle, cursing her for her impudence and impiety. Arachne, humiliated and despairing at the destruction of her work and the goddess's wrath, could not bear the shame. She attempted to hang herself with a rope. But Athena intervened, not out of mercy, but to inflict a different, lasting punishment. "Live, arrogant girl," Athena said, perhaps preventing her death, "but you shall hang and weave forever." As Arachne hung, Athena transformed her. Her body shrank, her head became small, her limbs grew long and spindly, and she was turned into a spider. She was condemned to hang from a thread. endlessly spinning silk and weaving webs, her life's work and identity transformed into a perpetual, humble toil. Her skill remained, but in the form of a creature forever associated with hanging and spinning, a constant reminder of her pride and her challenge to a goddess. The word for spider in Greek is Arachne. The myth of Arachne is a famous tale of divine jealousy over human talent and the devastating consequences of excessive pride. It highlights the danger of mortals comparing themselves to gods, especially in the gods' own domains. Arachne's punishment is both a transformation and a twisted continuation of her skill, trapping her in a form forever defined by the very craft that led to her downfall. It serves as a potent warning against hubris and a demonstration of how swiftly divine admiration can turn to wrath when challenged by mortal arrogance. Her story, along with others, underscores the delicate balance mortals had to maintain in acknowledging and respecting the power of the divine. As our deep dive into the echoes of Greek myth continues into the late hours, we have explored tales of cosmic punishment, tragic ambition, forgotten love, impious defiance, and the transformation of pride into endless, humble toil. From Prometheus's chained suffering and Atlas's cosmic burden to Salmoneus's fiery end, Tithonus's perpetual aging, and Arachne's transformation into a spider. Each story adds another layer to the complex, often somber, but always fascinating tapestry of ancient Greek beliefs. Let us now turn to a story that serves as a powerful warning against the simple failure of hospitality. A tale where divine patience is tested by mortal callousness, leading to a swift and irreversible transformation. We will follow Leto, a goddess, gentle yet powerful, as she seeks respite during a moment of vulnerability, and encounter the Lycian peasants, whose hardened hearts and disrespect for a sacred need earned them a fate forever tied to the muddy earth they tilled. This myth highlights the fundamental importance of kindness to strangers in the ancient world, and the terrible price of denying it to the divine. Leto, a Titan goddess, daughter of Coeus and Phoebe, was one of Zeus's many consorts. When she became pregnant with Zeus's children, she incurred the relentless wrath of Hera, Zeus's jealous wife. Hera pursued Leto across the earth, forbidding any land under the sun to offer her refuge to give birth. Leto wandered, suffering, trying to find a place where she could finally deliver her divine twins. Finally, she found a small, barren island, Delos, which was a floating island and thus, arguably, not land under the sun. Delos offered her sanctuary. There, after immense suffering, leaning against a palm tree, she gave birth to the glorious twin Olympian deities: Apollo, the god of light, music, prophecy, and healing, and Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, wild animals, and childbirth. Even after giving birth, Leto's trials were not entirely over. She was still vulnerable, tired from her ordeal, and often still wary of Hera's lingering malice. According to one version of the myth, as she traveled from Delos, carrying her newborn infants, Apollo and Artemis, she came to the region of Lycia in Asia Minor. The journey was long and hot, the sun beating down relentlessly. Leto was weary and thirsty, her babies crying for nourishment and comfort. She came across a beautiful, clear pool of water, fed by a spring, a welcome sight in the parched landscape. As she knelt by the water's edge, ready to drink and perhaps bathe her infants, a group of local peasants approached. They were working in the nearby fields, farmers tending their crops. Leto, a goddess in disguise, though her radiant aura perhaps hinted at her true nature, humbly asked for permission to drink from the pool. She explained her weariness and the needs of her children. It was a simple request, one that should have been met with immediate hospitality and generosity according to the sacred laws of Xenia. But the Lycian peasants were hard-hearted and cruel. They saw only a foreign woman, burdened by children, and they were possessive of their water, unwilling to share it, even with a traveler in need. They not only refused her request, but they mocked her distress and the cries of her babies. "Begone," they shouted rudely. "This water is ours. Find somewhere else to drink." Leto pleaded with them, revealing that she was a mother traveling with her children, appealing to their common humanity and the sacred duty of hospitality. "Why do you deny me water?" she implored. "Water is for everyone. It is a gift from the earth. Do not refuse a tired mother the simple comfort of a drink for herself and her babes." But the peasants remained unmoved by her pleas. Their hearts were as dry and cracked as the earth they tilled. Worse, to ensure she could not drink, they deliberately jumped into the pool and stirred up the mud from the bottom with their hands and feet, making the water cloudy and undrinkable. They laughed at Leto's despair, reveling in her suffering and their petty cruelty. Leto, witnessing their utter lack of compassion, their deliberate defilement of the water, and their mockery of her and her divine infants, was filled with righteous anger. Her divine patience, stretched thin by Hera's persecution and the trials of childbirth, snapped. She was a goddess, vulnerable perhaps, but not powerless. "Since you delight in this muddy pool," Leto proclaimed, her divine voice ringing out, shedding her disguise to reveal her radiant, angered form, her divine twins glowing beside her. "And since you choose to live like creatures of the mud, never to rise above it, then live there forever." With those words, she transformed the Lycian peasants. As they stood in the muddy pool they had defiled, their bodies shrank, their skin turned green and slimy, their limbs shortened, their voices became hoarse croaks. They were transformed into frogs, forever condemned to live in the muddy water, their lives limited to the pool they had refused to share. They would spend their days croaking, splashing in the mud, perpetually tied to the very water they had denied a goddess and her children. Their transformation was a direct consequence of their lack of hospitality, their cruelty, and their deliberate degradation of a life-giving resource. The myth of Leto and the Lycian peasants is a powerful demonstration of the importance of Xenia, the sacred bond of hospitality, in Greek culture, and the severe consequences of violating it. It shows that even seemingly small acts of unkindness can incur even wrath, especially when directed at gods, even when disguised. It highlights the swift and often poetic justice of divine punishment, transforming the offenders into creatures symbolic of their behavior, living forever in the mud they stirred up, their voices reduced to crude croaks like their rude words. It is a simple, direct warning. Show kindness to strangers, for you never know who you might be entertaining. From the peasants transformed for their impiety and lack of hospitality, let us turn to a nymph whose pursuit by a persistent god led not to a tragic transformation in the traditional sense, but to a metamorphosis into a fundamental element of nature, forever flowing in the wild. This is the myth of Arethusa, a beautiful Nereid, a sea nymph, daughter of Nereus, who sought to escape the unwanted attention of a river god. Arethusa was a lovely nymph, cherished among her sisters, who preferred to spend her time not just in the sea, but inland, wandering through the forests of Arcadia, bathing in clear streams, and dedicating herself to the hunt, much like Daphne and the followers of Artemis. She was known for her beauty and her swiftness. One hot day, after a long hunt, Arethusa came across a clear, deep river, its waters so calm and inviting that she decided to bathe in it. She shed her clothes and entered the cool, refreshing water, enjoying the solace of the natural world. As she swam and played in the river, she felt a strange sensation beneath the surface. The water seemed to stir unusually, and she heard a voice whispering from the depths. "Why do you hurry, Arethusa?" the voice murmured. "Why do you avoid me?" Frightened, Arethusa leaped out of the water and fled, leaving her clothes behind. The voice followed her, growing louder. It was the voice of the river god Alpheus, the deity of that river. He had seen her beauty and was overcome with desire for her. He rose from his watery domain and began to pursue her, taking on his human form, rushing after the fleeing nymph. "Stop, beautiful nymph," Alpheus called out, his voice echoing through the woods. "I am the river god Alpheus. I love you. Do not run from me." But Arethusa, like Daphne, felt only fear and the desperate need to preserve her independence and her virginity. She ran as fast as she could, her bare feet flying over the ground, through forests and across plains. Alpheus pursued her relentlessly, his love giving him speed and endurance. The chase was long and arduous. Arethusa felt her strength failing, her lungs burning. She could hear Alpheus close behind her, his footsteps growing nearer. She was a swift nymph, but Alpheus was a powerful river god whose waters could flow with immense speed. She could not outrun him forever on land. Seeing that she was about to be overtaken, seeing no other escape, Arethusa cried out to her patron goddess, Artemis, begging for help. "Artemis, great goddess of the hunt," she cried, "protect me, save me from this unwanted pursuit. Transform me, hide me anything, but do not let me be caught." Artemis heard her devoted nymph's desperate plea. The goddess, a protector of virgins and herself one who shunned unwanted male attention, decided to intervene. Just as Alpheus reached out to grasp her, Artemis enveloped Arethusa in a thick cloud of mist. Alpheus, confused, searched the mist, unable to find her. But Alpheus, as a river god, was determined. He was not fooled for long. He realized that Arethusa must be hidden within the mist. He began to press in on the cloud, trying to surround and capture her. Seeing Alpheus's persistence, and knowing that the mist would not hold him forever, Artemis enacted a further transformation. Within the cloud, Arethusa's body dissolved into pure water, transforming her into a freshwater spring. Artemis then opened the ground, creating an underground channel for the spring to flow through, hoping to lead her away from Alpheus's pursuit. Arethusa, now a subterranean stream, flowed underground, seeking escape from the pursuing river god. But Alpheus, determined to unite with his beloved, also transformed a part of himself into a subterranean stream and pursued Arethusa through the hidden channels beneath the earth. Their chase continued underground, across the sea itself. According to the myth, Arethusa's spring traveled all the way under the Ionian Sea, emerging on the island of Sicily, near the city of Syracuse. There, she became a famous, beautiful freshwater spring, her waters clear and sweet, flowing into a pool. But even there, she was not entirely free. Alpheus's subterranean stream also flowed under the sea and emerged near Arethusa's spring in Sicily. Some versions say their waters mingle there, suggesting that Alpheus finally found his beloved and their waters became eternally united, albeit not in the way he initially desired. Others say the two springs are distinct, but forever near each other, a constant reminder of the relentless pursuit and the nymph's ultimate transformation and unique escape. The myth of Arethusa is a captivating story of escape and transformation, echoing themes found in the myth of Daphne. It highlights a nymph's desire for independence and the lengths she will go to avoid unwanted love, even becoming a fundamental element of nature. Her transformation into a spring and her journey beneath the earth and sea are powerful symbols of escape and resilience. The myth also speaks to the persistent nature of desire, Alpheus's pursuit, and the idea that even when forms change, underlying connections or pursuits can endure. It is a myth that celebrates the power of nature, the protection offered by goddesses like Artemis, and the unique ways fate and form can intertwine, creating natural wonders from divine encounters. From the nymph who became a spring, let us turn to a group of mortals whose impiety and rejection of divine worship led to a grotesque transformation. A chilling example of the consequences of defying a god's power and revelry. This is the myth of the Minyades, three daughters of King Minyas of Orchomnus in Boeotia, Lucano, Arsip, or Alcatho, and Clymene. The Minyades were diligent and pious in their own way, but their devotion lay in domestic tasks and traditional worship, specifically of Athena. When Dionysus, the god of wine, revelry, theater, and ecstatic madness, arrived in Boeotia, he demanded worship and participation in his wild, ecstatic rites. His followers, the Maenads, abandoned their homes and duties, rushing to the mountains to participate in his frenzied celebrations. However, the Minyades refused to join the Bacchic revels. They remained in their home, diligently spinning and weaving, rejecting the god's call to abandon their work and embrace his ecstatic worship. They perhaps saw Dionysus's rites as wild, unseemly, or a dangerous distraction from their pious, orderly lives. They openly expressed their disdain for the god and his followers. Why should we abandon our looms and spindles, they reasoned among themselves, for the madness of Dionysus? We honor Athena with our craft. Let others pursue this new god's revelry. We will remain here, tending to our duties. Their refusal was not just a personal choice. It was a direct affront to a god who demanded universal acknowledgement and participation in his mysteries. Dionysus, hearing of their defiance and rejection of his worship, was angered. He appeared to them in various forms, first as a beautiful youth, then as a bull, a lion, and a leopard, attempting to frighten or persuade them. Still, the Minyades remained obstinate in their refusal, clinging to their work and their disdain for his rites. Seeing their continued impiety, Dionysus decided to punish them severely. He inflicted them with madness, similar to the madness that consumed his Maenads, but without the ecstatic joy. Theirs was a terrifying, destructive madness. In their madness, the Minyades' desires became twisted and horrific. They developed an unnatural craving for human flesh, a perversion of the Bacchic sparagmos, the ritual tearing apart of live animals. In their frenzy, one of them, Lucano or Agave, though the Agave myth is more famously tied to her son Pentheus, tore apart her own son or nephew, Ides, a name that sadly echoes the Philomela Procne myth, perhaps signifying the gruesome nature of the act. though it's a different ides. As they raged in their madness, committing unspeakable acts, other Bacchic revelers, perhaps the Maenads or followers of Dionysus who had embraced the god, pursued them. The Minyades, seeking to escape the terrifying consequences of their Dionysus-induced madness and their horrifying deeds, fled into the night. They prayed to the gods for rescue, begging for transformation, anything to escape their torment and their pursuers. The gods, perhaps answering their desperate plea for transformation, or perhaps ensuring their punishment was permanent, and reflected their confinement indoors, and their rejection of light and revelry transformed them. As they ran, their bodies shrank, their wings sprouted, but not feathered wings, they grew membranes like bats. Their forms contorted, their voices became high-pitched squeaks. They were transformed into bats or owls or other night creatures, depending on the version, creatures of the night who shun the light, who live in darkness and caves. Their transformation meant they were forever exiled from the light of the sun they had rejected for their indoor work, condemned to flutter in the darkness, unable to participate in the joyful, sunlit revels of Dionysus. Their fate was a chilling consequence of refusing divine call, clinging to their mortal routines, and disdain for a god who demanded recognition and participation in his mysteries. The myth of the Minyades is a dark warning about the dangers of refusing worship to a powerful god, particularly one as demanding and transformative as Dionysus. Their transfo, arrimation into bats, symbolizes their flight from the light, their confinement to dark spaces, and their alienation from the vibrant, public world of Dionysus's cult. It highlights the unforgiving nature of Dionysus's wrath against those who deny him, and the terrifying potential of divine madness when not channeled through willing, ecstatic worship. Their story underscores the idea that divine power cannot be simply ignored or dismissed. It demands acknowledgement, and refusal comes at a terrible, often grotesque, cost. From the daughters transformed for refusing divine revelry, let us turn to a hero whose fate was shaped by abandonment, a terrible wound, isolation, and the long, slow march of a prophecy connected to a distant war. This is the myth of Philoctetes, son of King Pias of Thessaly, a renowned archer and the inheritor of the legendary bow and arrows of Heracles. Philoctetes' connection to Heracles came about at the end of the great hero's life, when Heracles, suffering from the poisoned robe of Nessus, was in agonizing pain and sought death on a funeral pyre on Mount Oda. No one among his companions was willing to light it due to a prophecy. Only Philoctetes, or his father Pias, depending on the version, dared to light the pyre, ending Heracles' suffering. In gratitude for this act of mercy, and as a testament to his respect for Philoctetes' character and skill as an archer, Heracles bequeathed his powerful bow and arrows to Philoctetes. This bow and arrows were no ordinary weapons. They were divinely crafted and never missed their mark. Philoctetes thus became the keeper of these legendary weapons. He joined the Greek expedition against Troy, setting sail with the other heroes. However, early in the voyage, disaster struck. The Greek fleet stopped at the island of Lemnos for supplies or rest. There, Philoctetes was bitten on the foot by a venomous serpent. The wound was severe, festering horribly and emitting a foul odor. Philoctetes suffered excruciating pain, and his cries of agony were incessant and unbearable to the rest of the Greek army. the leaders of the Greek expedition, particularly Odysseus, found Philoctetes' suffering and his wound too repulsive and disruptive. Despite his status as a hero and the value of Heracles' bow, they made a cruel decision. They decided to abandon Philoctetes on the desolate island of Lemnos. They left him there, alone, with nothing but Heracles' bow and arrows and some meager supplies, sailing away to continue their journey to Troy. Philoctetes spent 10 long, agonizing years alone on Lemnos. He survived by hunting with Heracles' bow, which never failed him, providing him with food. He endured the constant pain of his festering wound, his isolation, and the bitterness of his abandonment by his countrymen. He was a hero, abandoned due to his suffering, his greatest asset, the bow, also perhaps a constant reminder of the life he had lost and the war he was missing. Meanwhile, the Trojan War dragged on for 10 years, with neither side achieving victory. The Greeks suffered heavy losses and faced seemingly insurmountable challenges, including the powerful Trojan hero Hector and the strength of Troy's walls. Towards the end of the 10th year, a prophecy was made or recalled. Troy could not be taken without the bow and arrows of Heracles, and without Philoctetes, the man who possessed them. The Greek leaders, realizing their error in abandoning him, sent Odysseus and Diomedes, or Neoptolemus, Achilles' son, in a more famous dramatic version, back to Lemnos to retrieve Philoctetes. This was a difficult task. They knew Philoctetes would be bitter and angry after his decade of suffering and abandonment. Odysseus, known for his cunning, attempted to trick Philoctetes into returning. In one version, Neoptolemus, portrayed as more honest but manipulated by Odysseus, plays a key role in persuading Philoctetes. They found Philoctetes, emaciated and in pain, but still alive, his skill with the bow undiminished. Philoctetes initially refused to return, filled with justifiable rage at those who had abandoned him. He threatened to use Heracles' bow against them. The retrieval involved complex arguments, appeals to his heroism and destiny, and perhaps some deceit from Odysseus. Eventually, Philoctetes, convinced that his fate was tied to Troy's fall, and perhaps softened by the idea of finally receiving healing and justice, agreed to return with the Greeks, bringing Heracles' bow. Upon his return to the Greek camp at Troy, Philoctetes' wound was finally treated and healed by the skilled physician Machaon, son of Asclepius. Restored to health and armed with Heracles' bow, Philoctetes played a crucial role in the final stages of the war. It was his arrow that killed Paris, the Trojan prince who had abducted Helen, a key figure whose death demoralized the Trojans. Philoctetes survived the Trojan War and returned home a hero, despite his decade of suffering and abandon. His story is one of endurance, the bitterness of betrayal, and the power of fate and prophecy to bring about reconciliation and fulfill destiny. The myth of Philoctetes is a profound exploration of suffering, abandonment, and the resilience of the human spirit, even when wronged by one's own comrades. It highlights the often harsh realities faced by heroes, where physical weakness or inconvenience can lead to cruel decisions, and where one's value is ultimately tied to fulfilling a predetermined fate. His tale is a reminder that prophecies are often unavoidable, that even the most skilled heroes can be brought low by simple misfortune, and that reconciliation, though difficult, can be necessary to achieve a greater goal. He is a symbol of the suffering hero, whose pain is integral to his ultimate triumph. From the hero whose suffering led to eventual glory, let us turn to a more tragic tale of a mortal woman transformed into a tree, not by divine wrath or as an escape from unwanted love, but through an act of pity, as a witness to a horrific divine punishment inflicted upon her father. This is the myth of Dryope, a princess, sometimes daughter of King Dryops, whose story is intertwined with the wrath of Heracles or Apollo. Dryope was either a nymph or a mortal woman who was associated with nature. Her beauty attracted the attention of deities. In one version of her myth, she was violated by Apollo, who had transformed himself into a tortoise or serpent. She later gave birth to Amphisus, who became a king and founded a temple for Apollo. However, the more poignant version of Dryope's story, focusing on her transformation, connects her fate to an encounter in a sacred grove after she had married and had a child. In this version, she was walking with her sister Io, daughter of Eurytus, from a myth involving Heracles and her infant son, in a grove dedicated to the Hamadryads, the tree nymphs. In this grove, there was a beautiful lotus tree covered in purple blossoms. Dryope, seeing the beautiful flowers, plucked one to show her son and perhaps give it to him to play with or suckle on. As she broke off the blossom, she saw drops of blood falling from where it had been attached. To her horror, she realized that the lotus tree was actually the transformed body of the nymph Lotes, who had been turned into a tree to escape the pursuit of the god Priapus. Dryope cried out in shock and fear at having unknowingly injured a nymph-turned tree. She tried to flee the spot, but her feet were rooted to the ground. Bark began to creep up her legs, her body began to harden, leaves sprouted from her hair. She realized she was being transformed into a tree herself. Her sister Iole and her husband came to her aid, but they could only watch in despair as the transformation continued. Dryope, in her final moments as a human, pleaded with them to care for her infant son, to bring him to her tree form so he could nurse from her sap, and to teach him that all trees were sacred and should never be harmed, as they might be transformed nymphs. She also asked them to mourn her and visit her tree. Her transformation was completed. She became a lotus tree in the sacred grove, a living monument to her unexpected fate. Her sister and husband visited her tree, bringing her son, fulfilling her final wishes. This version of Dryope's myth is sometimes connected to a different, more brutal tale, where her transformation is a consequence of her father's impiety. In this variant, Dryops, her father, incurred the wrath of Heracles for violating a sacred grove or temple of Apollo. As punishment, Heracles killed Dryops. However, the gods or Heracles also punished his daughter, Dryope, transforming her into a tree, perhaps as a lingering consequence of her father's actions, or as a related divine punishment for her family line, cementing their connection to the natural world he had disturbed. The myth of Dryope is a poignant and sometimes confusing tale of transformation into a tree, a fate shared by Daphne, Mirha, and the Heliades. Her story highlights the dangers of interfering with the natural world, even unknowingly, and the close connection between nymphs, trees, and sacred groves. It also shows how divine wrath, or the consequences of one person's actions, can extend to innocent family members. Whether transformed out of pity for damaging a transformed nymph, or as a consequence of her father's crime, Dryope's fate is a sorrowful reminder of the unpredictable ways mortals can be bound to the natural world and the long-lasting repercussions of divine displeasure or accidental transgressions. She became part of the very landscape she inhabited, a silent, rooted witness. As the night deepens and the stories accumulate, we continue to uncover the intricate patterns and recurring themes within Greek myth. We have seen kings transformed by impiety and defiance, heroes shaped by prophecy and suffering, nymphs who became parts of the natural world, and mortals whose actions, both good and bad, earned them extraordinary, often irreversible, fates. From the serpent founder Cadmus, the prophecy-bound hero Perseus, the vengeful sorceress Medea, the love-haunted Adonis, the eternally toiling Danaïdes, the impious Lycaon, the ambitious Phaethon, the burdened Prometheus and Atlas, the blasphemous Salmoneus, the aging Tithonus, the proud Arachne, the inhospitable Lycian peasants, the fleeing nymph Arethusa, the defiant Minyades, the suffering hero Philoctetes, and the tragically transformed Dryope. Each figure contributes a unique thread to this vast and compelling tapestry. More vert. Edit. More vert. All right, the ancient echoes heed your call, and the stories flow onward in the long night. We have traveled far, witnessing transformations wondrous and terrible, fates sealed by love, pride, wrath, and chance. Let us now turn our attention to a tale where mortal skill dares to challenge divine mastery, leading to a consequence as gruesome as it is a testament to a god's unforgiving pride in his art. We look upon the fate of Marsyas, a satyr or sometimes a simple shepherd, whose talent for playing the aulos, a double-reeded pipe, was so profound that he believed, in his hubris, he could best the god of music himself. The story of Marsyas begins with the goddess Athena. Athena, among her many skills, was the inventor of the aulos. However, when she played it, she noticed that her cheeks puffed out, distorting her beautiful face. Upon seeing her reflection in a stream and realizing how ungraceful she looked while playing, Athena was disgusted by her own appearance and angrily threw the aulos away, cursing it to bring misfortune upon anyone who found it. Marsyas, wandering through the woods, found the discarded aulos. Perhaps drawn by curiosity or fate, he picked it up. Despite Athena's curse, or perhaps because of its divine origin, the aulos seemed to play itself for Marsyas, producing incredibly beautiful melodies. Marsyas practiced and mastered the instrument, his skill growing to such a degree that his music enchanted everyone who heard it, men, animals, even the trees and rocks. His playing became so famous that he grew arrogant. Listening to the exquisite music he created, he began to believe that his skill surpassed even that of the gods. In a moment of supreme hubris, Marsyas dared to challenge Apollo, the god of music and the lyre, to a musical contest. The terms were terrible. The winner could do whatever they wished with the loser. Apollo accepted the challenge, perhaps angered by the mortal's arrogance or simply confident in his divine superiority. The contest took place, with judges present, sometimes the Muses, sometimes local nymphs, or even King Midas, whose poor judgment in this contest would later lead to his ass's ears, as we've heard. Marsyas played his aulos, producing music of such beauty and depth that it moved everyone present. His melodies were wild, soulful, evocative of the earthly passions and sorrows of the natural world. The judges were deeply impressed. Some even thought he might win. Then Apollo played his lyre. His music was divine, pure, harmonious, speaking of the cosmos, of light, of order, of the perfect beauty of the heavens. It was utterly different from Marsyas's wild, earthy melodies, yet clearly transcendent and flawless. The judges were split. Apollo's music was divinely perfect, but Marsyas's was deeply moving and surprisingly masterful for a mortal or satyr. Unable to reach a decision, Apollo added a condition to the contest. The contestants must play their instruments upside down. Apollo easily flipped his lyre and played. The lyre, with its strings, could still produce music when inverted. Marsyas, however, with his aulos, could not play his pipe upside down. The instrument required breath and positioning that was impossible when inverted. By this technicality, Apollo was declared the winner. As per the terms of the contest, the winner could do whatever they wished with the loser. Apollo, his divine pride wounded by the challenge and perhaps angered by the near defeat or the impiety of Marsyas's challenge, chose a gruesome punishment. He decided to flay Marsyas alive. Marsyas cried out in agony as Apollo, in a terrible display of divine cruelty, stripped his skin from his body. His cries were echoed by the nymphs, satyrs, and forest creatures who had been enchanted by his music and were horrified by his gruesome fate. Their tears mingled with the blood flowing from Marsyas's body. From Marsyas's blood and the tears of the mourners, a river sprang forth, named the Marsyas River, forever flowing through Phrygia, a natural monument to his suffering and Apollo's terrible wrath. The myth of Marsyas is a chilling warning against the dangers of challenging a god, especially in their own domain of expertise. It highlights the merciless nature of some gods when their pride is wounded, and the vast, often brutal, LF between mortal skill and divine power. Marsyas's fate is a gruesome reminder that even the greatest human talent is ultimately no match for the divine, and the consequences for daring to make such a comparison can be horrific. His story is a dark reflection on the nature of art, pride, and punishment in the ancient world. From the satyr flayed for his musical challenge, let us turn to a tale of curiosity, forbidden sight, and the irreversible consequence of ignoring a god's command, not for impiety, but for simple human failing. This story involves the infant Erychthonius and the daughters of King Cecrops of Athens. The origin of Erychthonius is unusual and ties him directly to the gods. In one version of his myth, Hephaestus, the craftsman god, attempted to violate Athena, the goddess of wisdom and crafts. Athena, a virgin goddess, repelled his advances. In the struggle, Hephaestus's seed fell onto the earth, Gaia. Gaia, the earth goddess, was impregnated and gave birth to Erychthonius. Gaia presented the infant to Athena, acknowledging him as her son, tied to the goddess who had rejected his father's seed. Athena accepted the infant Erychthonius as her ward. He was a strange child, sometimes depicted as having serpentine features, reflecting his earthy birth and connection to Gaia. Athena, protective of the child who was tied to her purity and a reminder of Hephaestus's attempt, placed Erychthonius in a sacred chest or basket. She then entrusted the chest to the three daughters of King Cecrops of Athens, Aglaurus, Herse, and Pandrosus. King Cecrops was the mythical first king of Athens, a wise ruler, sometimes depicted as a hybrid creature, half man, half serpent, symbolizing his autochthonous, born of the earth, origin, much like Erychthonius's own connection to Gaia. His daughters were beautiful princesses of Athens. Athena gave the chest to the daughters with a strict command. "Guard this chest carefully," she instructed them, "but on no account must you open it. You must not look inside." Athena intended to raise Erychthonius herself, perhaps in secret, until he was older. However, the daughters of Cecrops, like Pandora, though their myth is distinct and sometimes dated earlier, were overcome by curiosity. They could not resist the urge to know what was inside the mysterious chest entrusted to them by a goddess. Despite Athena's clear and emphatic warning, driven by simple human curiosity, Aglaurus and Herse, sometimes only Aglaurus, sometimes all three except Pandrosus, who remained obedient and was later rewarded, opened the chest. What they saw inside is described differently in myths. Some say they saw the infant Erychthonius wrapped with snakes, or that he was himself half snake. Others say they saw horrifying or monstrous things that drove them mad. Regardless of the exact nature of what they saw, the sight was terrifying and forbidden. The shock of the forbidden sight, coupled with the knowledge that they had defied a goddess's direct command, drove Aglaurus and Herse mad. In their madness, afflicted by divine punishment for their disobedience, they threw themselves off the Acropolis, the highest point of Athens, falling to their deaths. Pandrosus, the one sister who obeyed Athena's command and did not open the chest, was later rewarded by the goddess for her piety and obedience. She became a revered figure in Athenian worship, associated with Athena's sacred rites. Erychthonius was later raised by Athena herself within the Acropolis. He became a wise and just king of Athens, credited with establishing important Athenian institutions and festivals. He was eventually succeeded by his son Pandion. The myth of Erychthonius and the daughters of Cecrops is a poignant tale about the dangers of forbidden curiosity and the swift, terrible consequences of disobeying a god's direct command, even when the motives are not overtly malicious, but simply a human failing. It highlights the importance of trust and obedience when dealing with the divine. The madness and fatal fall of Aglaurus and Herse are a stark reminder that some secrets are meant to remain hidden, and the price of seeking forbidden knowledge or defying divine injunctions, even out of simple curiosity, can be absolute and irreversible. Their fate serves as a cautionary tale about respecting boundaries and the consequences of breaking faith with the divine. From the daughters punished for their curiosity, let us turn to a tale of a mortal woman whose rejection of a god led to a unique, and in some ways sympathetic, form of transformation, forever linking her to a specific moment in nature. This is the myth of Clytie, a nymph who loved the sun god, but whose love was unrequited and led to her unending gaze. Clytie was a water nymph who deeply loved Helios, the god of the sun. Helios, however, had many affairs with other nymphs and goddesses, and did not return Clytie's intense affection. In particular, Helios was in love with Leucotho, a beautiful mortal princess of Persia. Clytie, consumed by jealousy and despair over Helios's unrequited love and his affair with Leucotho, decided to take a terrible action. In a fit of jealous rage, she informed Leucotho's father, King Orchamus, of his daughter's secret affair with the sun god. King Orchamus, enraged by the dishonor brought upon his house by his daughter's secret relationship, buried Leucotho alive as punishment. Helios, heartbroken by Leucotho's death, tried to bring her back to life with his sunbeams, but he could not. From the earth where she was buried, a frankincense plant grew, a symbol of her transformation and her connection to the sun's warmth. Having caused the death of Helios's beloved, Clytie hoped that the sun god would now turn his affection to her, seeing her devotion and her role in removing her rival. But Helios, far from turning to Clytie, was angered by her jealous act and her role in Leucotho's death. He shunned Clytie completely, refusing to look at her or acknowledge her love. Clytie was devastated by Helios's rejection and his continued indifference. Overwhelmed by despair and the pain of unrequited love, she sat on the cold ground, refusing to eat or drink. She gazed constantly at the sun, following Helios's chariot across the sky from dawn till dusk. She did nothing but watch him, her body wasting away, rooted to the spot by her sorrow and unwavering gaze. She sat there for 9 days, her eyes fixed on the sun, lamenting her lost love. As she sat, a transformation began. Her limbs became rooted to the earth, her body elongated into a stalk, and her face turned into a flower. She was transformed into a heliotrope, or sunflower, a flower whose head perpetually turns to follow the sun's path across the sky. Clytie was forever bound to the sun god, not by his love, but by her transformation into a flower that eternally gazes upon him. Her fate was a consequence of her jealous action and her unrequited love, resulting in a natural phenomenon that symbolizes her constant devotion and her sorrowful, unending gaze towards the object of her affection. The myth of Clytie is a poignant tale of unrequited love, jealousy, and transformation, linking a natural event, the sun-following movement of certain flowers, to a story of divine indifference and mortal despair. It shows how even destructive human emotions like jealousy can lead to unexpected, enduring transformations in the natural world. Her transformation into a heliotrope is a powerful symbol of unwavering devotion, even in the face of rejection, and a reminder that some loves, though unfulfilled, can leave a permanent mark on the landscape. From the nymph who became a flower, perpetually gazing at the sun, let us turn to a figure whose fate was sealed by a curse related to a fundamental human need: the ability to age and die naturally, a consequence of angering the gods in a way that disrupted the cycle of life and death. This is the tale of Erysichthon, whom we touched upon, but whose curse of insatiable hunger bears revisiting as a particularly potent example of punishment for sacrilege against nature. As we previously heard, Erysichthon, a king of Thessaly, impiously cut down a sacred grove dedicated to Demeter, killing a hamadryad within the most ancient tree. Demeter, in her rage, cursed him with an insatiable hunger that could never be satisfied. This curse was a direct assault on the very processes of life and sustenance that Demeter oversaw. Hunger is a natural drive, necessary for survival. But Erysichthon's hunger was supernatural, a void that grew with every meal, consuming everything he ate without providing nourishment or satisfaction. It was a perversion of a fundamental biological process, a constant torment orchestrated by a goddess whose domain was nurturing life and growth. The consequence of this curse wasn't just suffering, it was utter destruction. Erysichthon's hunger consumed his wealth, his kingdom, his relationships, selling his daughter repeatedly. It stripped away his identity as a king and a man, reducing him to a starving, desperate figure driven by an unending, internal void. His body wasted away even as he gorged himself, a horrifying physical manifestation of the curse. His eventual fate, consuming himself, is the ultimate, grotesque symbol of a life devoured by an insatiable desire brought about by divine punishment. It's a complete reversal of the natural order. Instead of consuming to live, he lived only to consume, until the consumption turned inward, ending in self-annihilation. The myth of Erisichthon, seen in this light, is not just about hunger, but about the terrifying consequences of violating the sacred interconnectedness of life and nature. Demeter, as the goddess of the harvest and the earth's bounty, punishes him by twisting the very act of nourishment into a source of unending torment. His story is a powerful, visceral allegory for unchecked consumption, disresp, ect for the source of life, and the idea that some curses, once unleashed, will consume the one afflicted by them entirely. It's a chilling reminder of the dangers of angering the forces that sustain us and the potential horror, when fundamental biological needs are twisted into instruments of divine wrath. As the long night continues, and the ancient whispers weave their tales, we have seen sorrow turn to stone, love transformed into trees and birds, curiosity punished by madness, talent by flaying, and impiety by insatiable hunger and transformation into creatures of the mud or night. From the weeping Heliades and the devoted halcyon birds, to the tragic mulberry tree, the reedy panpipes, the sun-gazing heliotrope, and the self-consuming Erisichthon. Each myth adds another layer to the vast and complex tapestry of Greek belief. These ancient stories, though steeped in the fantastic, resonate because they explore timeless human experiences. The depth of grief, the power of love, the consequences of pride and jealousy, the pain of loss, and the often unseen forces that shape our lives. They remind us that the world, both seen and unseen, is filled with wonder, danger, and consequences, and that our actions, our feelings, and even our mere existence are woven into a larger, often mysterious, cosmic fabric. Let us now explore stories that speak of betrayal driven by forbidden passion, the price of challenging the very source of inspiration, the consuming power of grief, the relentless pursuit of impossible love, and the strange origins of entire peoples forged from the natural world. We turn first to a tragic tale of a city's fall brought about by a daughter's misplaced love and treachery, leading to a king's transformation and his daughter's terrible fate, forever linked to the very elements they betrayed. This is the myth of King Nissus of Megara and his daughter Scylla. Distinct from the sea monster Scylla, daughter of Phorcys, transformed by Circe, whom we met earlier, King Nissus ruled the city of Megara. The strength and safety of his city were tied to a magical lock of purple hair that grew on his head. An oracle had prophesied that as long as this purple lock remained uncut, Nissus would live, and his city of Megara would remain unconquered. King Minos of Crete, the same king who dealt with Daedalus and the Minotaur, came to wage war against Megara, besieging the city. The war dragged on, with Megara holding out due to the protection afforded by King Nissus's magical hair. However, King Nissus had a beautiful daughter, Scylla. As she watched the war from the city walls, she saw King Minos leading the Cretan army. She was captivated by his appearance and his power. Despite him being the enemy besieging her city and threatening her people, Scylla fell deeply in love with Minos. Her love for the enemy king was so strong, so consuming, that it overshadowed her loyalty to her father, her city, and her homeland. Driven by her desperate desire to win Minos's favor and prove her love for him, Scylla decided to commit an act of devastating treachery. She knew the secret of her father's magical hair. One night, While King Nissus was asleep, Scylla crept into his chamber. With a pair of shears, she cut off the single purple lock of hair from his head. Having severed the source of her father's strength and his city's protection, Scylla snuck out of Megara and went to the camp of King Minos. She presented him with the purple lock of hair, expecting to be welcomed and rewarded for her act, believing her betrayal would win her the love she craved. "See, King Minos," she declared, offering him the severed lock. "I have brought you the source of my father's power. Take it and take me, for my love for you is greater than my love for my family or my city." But King Minos, despite being the beneficiary of her treachery, was horrified by Scylla's act. He was a king who valued loyalty and piety, even in an enemy. He saw the depth of her betrayal, the unnaturalness of a daughter destroying her father and homeland for lust or love of an enemy. He was disgusted by her cruelty and faithlessness. "Wicked girl," Minos exclaimed, recoiling from her and the blood-stained lock. "You are a monster, not a maiden. I came to conquer your city, but I find your treachery more abhorrent than any resistance. The gods will surely punish you." He refused her and ordered her to be cast out of his camp. With the magical lock gone, Megara fell to Minos. As Minos sailed away from the conquered city, Scylla, desperate and rejected, clung to the side of his ship, attempting to follow him. At that moment, King Nissus, now dead or transformed by the loss of his magical hair, was transformed into a sea eagle or osprey, a bird with purple feathers on its head, forever symbolizing his lost lock and perhaps his kingly status. Seeing his treacherous daughter clinging to Minos's ship, Nissus the sea eagle attacked her relentlessly, diving at her with his sharp beak and talons, pursuing her for her betrayal. Scylla, tormented by her transformed father and rejected by the man she had betrayed everything for, cried out to the gods for help. In her final moments, before her father's relentless attacks could kill her, she was transformed into a seabird herself, a shearwater or other sea bird, a small bird that is perpetually pursued by the sea eagle. And so, the myth goes, King Nissus the sea eagle forever pursues Scylla the shearwater over the waves. Her transformation into a constantly fleeing bird, a permanent consequence of her treachery and misplaced love. His transformation into a predator bird, a symbol of his violated kingship, and unending pursuit of vengeance against his daughter. The myth of Nissus and Scylla is a dark tale of betrayal, forbidden love leading to destruction, and a punishment that results in an eternal, natural pursuit. It highlights the sacred bonds of family and homeland in Greek thought, and the terrible consequences of violating them, even for love. Minos's rejection of Scylla underscores the complex moral codes, where even an enemy recognizes profound wickedness. Their transformations into birds eternally locked in pursuit are a powerful, natural symbol of their tragic, intertwined fates. One, forever hunting the other. A constant reminder of treachery and its relentless cost, forever carried on the wind and waves. From the daughter who betrayed her city and father for love, let us turn to a different kind of betrayal, a challenge to the very source of artistic inspiration, resulting in a transformation that stripped mortals of their voice and form for daring to compare themselves to goddesses. This is the myth of the Pierids, 9 daughters of King Pyrrhus of Macedon. The Pierids were known for their beautiful singing and music, trained by their father. However, like Arachne with weaving and Marsyas with the aloes, their talent led them to develop excessive pride. They believed their skill was so great that they dared to challenge the Muses, the 9 divine daughters of Zeus and Mnemosyne, the goddesses of inspiration, art, music, poetry, and knowledge, to a contest. The Pyrrhids sent a message to the Muses, inviting them to a singing contest. They set the terms, declaring that if they, the mortal Pyrrhids, won, they would claim the Muses' status and their home on Mount Helicon. If the Muses won, they could inflict whatever punishment they saw fit upon the Pyrrhids. This challenge was the height of mortal hubris, directly challenging the goddesses of inspiration themselves. The Muses accepted the challenge, perhaps amused by the audacity, or perhaps recognizing the impiety that must be answered. The contest took place on Mount Helicon, a sacred mountain of the Muses. The nymphs and other local deities served as judges. The Pyrrhids sang first. They sang of the gods, but in a disrespectful manner, depicting the battles between gods and giants in a way that diminished the gods' glory, or recounting embarrassing moments of the Olympians, like Zeus's flight from Typhon. Their performance was technically skilled, their voices clear, but their subject matter was impious and arrogant, a direct reflection of their pride and disrespect. Then the Muses sang. Clio, the muse of history, sang of the glory of the gods, particularly the battle of the gods against the giants, filling the air with divine power and beauty. Her voice was so sublime, so resonant, that it caused the very mountain, Mount Helicon, to swell with pleasure, threatening to burst into the heavens. Poseidon, or the winged horse Pegasus, who was associated with Helicon, had to strike the mountain with his trident, or hoof, to make it shrink back down, lest it disrupt the cosmos with its ecstatic swelling. The judges, overwhelmed by the divine majesty and beauty of the Muses' song, immediately declared them the winners. The contest was not just about technical skill, but about the essence of the art, the subject matter, and the reverence it conveyed. The Pyrrhids' skill was good, but their spirit was impious. Having won, the Muses were free to enact their punishment. They chose a fate that reflected the Pyrrhids' arrogance and their challenge to the very source of inspiration, transformation into birds. As the Pyrrhids stood defeated, their bodies were transformed. Feathers sprouted from their skin, their arms became wings, their mouths hardened into beaks, and their voices, which they had used to challenge the goddesses, became shrill calls. They were turned into various kinds of birds, condemned to live a life of flight and song, but their song was harsh and raucous, lacking the melody and beauty that had once characterized their music, and certainly incapable of rivaling the Muses. Their transformation into birds served as a permanent reminder of their foolish challenge and their loss of grace. They were forever associated with the realms of art and music, but in a diminished foe. Their voices now a pale imitation of the divine melodies they had dared to usurp. The Muses, in contrast, retained their status and their sacred mountain, forever the true sources of inspiration. The myth of the Pyrrhids is a clear and direct warning against mortal hubris, especially in the realm of art and inspiration, which were considered divine gifts. Challenging the Muses was a direct challenge to the gods themselves and the source of mortal creativity. Their transformation into birds, whose songs are often perceived as simpler or less beautiful than human music, depending on the bird, symbolizes their fall from grace and the loss of their human artistry for daring to compare themselves to the divine. It highlights the boundary between mortal talent and divine mastery, and the severe consequences of failing to acknowledge that distinction. From the daughters turned birds for challenging goddesses, let us turn to a figure whose transformation was born not of impiety or a challenge, but of profound, overwhelming grief, a queen whose sorrow became a physical, primal expression of loss. This is the myth of Hecuba, queen of Troy, wife of King Priam, and mother of many children, whose life was defined by the glory and ultimate tragic destruction of her city and family. Hecuba was the queen of Troy during the Trojan War, a mother of heroes like Hector, Paris, and Cassandra, and many other sons and daughters. She lived through the 10 long years of the war, enduring the constant threat to her city and the loss of her children in battle. She suffered immensely, watching her beloved sons die, hearing the unheeded prophecies of her daughter Cassandra, and witnessing the slow, agonizing decline of her kingdom. Her grief accumulated with each loss: Hector, the protector of Troy, killed by Achilles; Paris, the cause of the war, killed by Philoctetes; her city ravaged by plague and siege. But her ultimate, unbearable suffering came after Troy fell. After the Greeks finally conquered Troy using the Trojan horse, the city was sacked, its people killed or enslaved. King Priam was killed. Hecuba witnessed the brutal slaughter of her remaining family and the destruction of her beloved city. As a captive queen, she was subjected to further horrors. Her daughter Polyxena was sacrificed on the grave of Achilles by his son Neoptolemus. Her last remaining young son, Polydorus, whom she had sent to Thrace for safety with gifts of gold, was murdered by the treacherous Thracian king Polymestor for the treasure. Hecuba was given to Odysseus as his war prize. As she traveled with the Greeks, her ship landed in Thrace. She discovered the body of her murdered son Polydorus on the shore, washing up like flotsam, a final, devastating blow in her long chronicle of loss. This final horror, the murder of her last surviving son by a false friend, a betrayal for gold after she had lost everything else, broke something fundamental within Hecuba. The accumulated grief, the trauma of war, the loss of her city, her husband, and almost all her children, culminated in this ultimate act of despair. Consumed by a grief so profound it drove her mad, and a rage so fierce it transcended human limits, Hecuba enacted a terrible vengeance upon Polymestor. Luring him and his 2 sons into her tent on the pretext of revealing hidden Trojan treasure, Hecuba, aided by the other captive Trojan women, blinded Polymestor and killed his sons. It was a brutal act, born of a grief that had transformed her into a figure of terrifying, primal vengeance. Having exacted her revenge, Hecuba's grief and madness reached a peak. Her sorrow was no longer containable within a human form. According to the myth, as she raged and mourned on the shores of Thrace, perhaps howling like a wild animal in her despair, she was transformed into a dog, a black female dog. Her transformation into a dog symbolized several aspects of her fate: her descent into madness and primal grief, her loss of status as queen, her animalistic rage in seeking vengeance, and perhaps her being cast out from human society in her grief. She was left to wander the shores of Thrace, howling in her new form, her cries echoing her unending sorrow. The place where she was transformed was later called Cynossema, meaning dog's grave, a marker of her tragic end. The myth of Hecuba is a powerful and deeply tragic exploration of the devastating impact of war, loss, and grief, and the way unimaginable suffering can strip away one's humanity, leading to madness, and a primal transformation. Her metamorphosis into a dog is a visceral symbol of a sorrow, so profound it transcends human expression, becoming a constant, howling lament in the natural world. It is a myth that shows how the consequences of fate and conflict can lead to transformations born not of divine curse or deliberate escape, but of the sheer, unbearable weight of human suffering, leaving behind a creature forever bound to the land of her final deaths. Père, from the queen turned dog by grief, let us turn to a tale of forbidden love that led a princess to pursue her object of desire relentlessly, until her body could no longer endure the chase, and she was transformed into a permanent source of mournful water, a testament to her unfulfilled longing. This is the myth of Byblis, daughter of Miletus, himself a son of Apollo and Cyane, and sister of Caunus. Byblis and Caunus were twins, born to a prosperous and noble family. They grew up together, sharing everything, as twins often do. However, as they grew older, Byblis developed feelings for her brother Caunus that were far deeper and more passionate than sibling affection. She fell desperately, incestuously in love with him, a forbidden desire that consumed her. She struggled with her feelings, knowing they were wrong and taboo. But her love for Caunus was overwhelming. She tried to express her feelings to him, first subtly, then more openly, writing him letters confessing her love, pleading with him to return her affection despite the sacred boundaries of kinship. Caunus, horrified and disgusted by his sister's forbidden love and her bold attempts to seduce him, firmly rejected her advances. He was appalled by the incestuous nature of her desire and wanted nothing to do with her in that way. To escape his sister's relentless and unwelcome affection, Caunus decided to leave his homeland. He sailed away, intending to settle in a distant land, putting as much distance as possible between himself and Byblis's disturbing passion. Byblis was heartbroken by Caunus's departure. Her love for him, however, did not diminish. It only grew more desperate. She was determined to find him, to follow him wherever he went, convinced that she could somehow win his love if she could only reach him. She set out to find him, wandering through foreign lands, asking everyone she met if they had seen her brother, a young man named Caunus. Her journey was long and arduous. She traveled through Caria, Lycia, and other regions, enduring hardships, driven solely by her obsessive love and her desire to reunite with Caunus. As she traveled, searching relentlessly, calling out his name, enduring the pain of the journey and the rejection, her strength began to fail. Her body wasted away from exhaustion, grief, and the torment of her unfulfilled love and desperate chase. She finally collapsed, utterly spent, unable to continue her search. As she lay dying, consumed by her relentless, unrequited love and her failed pursuit, she wept uncontrollably. Her tears flowed like a river, endless and mournful, pooling on the ground around her. The nymphs of the region, witnessing her sorrow and the tragic, desperate nature of her love, took pity on her. Seeing her body wasting away, transformed by her suffering, they decided to grant her a final metamorphosis, one that would preserve her connection to water and her unending sorrow. As Byblis lay there, her body dissolving into tears, the nymphs transformed her into a perennial spring. Her tears became the water of the spring, forever flowing, a permanent testament to her unfulfilled love, her desperate pursuit, and her unending sorrow. The spring was named Byblis, a constant reminder of the princess who loved her brother too much, and dissolved into mournful water from the pain of his rejection and flight. The myth of Byblos is a tragic and disturbing story about the destructive power of forbidden love and the relentless, consuming nature of unrequited desire. It highlights the strict taboos surrounding incest in Greek society and the lengths to which one might go when consumed by passion and rejection. Her transformation into a spring is a poignant symbol of her unending tears, her body dissolving into the very expression of her grief and longing, forever flowing, but never able to reach the object of its desire. It is a myth that finds a sorrowful beauty in transformation, linking human emotion directly to a natural phenomenon, creating a landscape feature born of tragic love and relentless pursuit. From the princess turned spring by forbidden love, let us turn to a myth that speaks of creation from the most unexpected source, a punishment transformed into a beginning, and a people whose origins were tied not to divine lineage or earthly kings, but to the industriousness of tiny creatures. This is the myth of the Myrmidons, the legendary warriors led by Achilles in the Trojan War, whose origin traces back to a plague and the pity of Zeus. The story of the Myrmidons begins on the island of Aegina. This island was ruled by King Aeacus, a pious and just king, son of Zeus and the nymph Aegina. King Aeacus was renowned for his justice and was so favored by the gods that he was later made one of the 3 judges of the dead in the underworld, along with Minos and Rhadamanthus. However, despite being ruled by a just king and favored by the gods, the island of Aegina suffered a terrible fate. Hera, Zeus's wife, was often jealous of his affairs, and she held a particular grudge against the nymph Aegina, Aeacus's mother. In her relentless wrath, Hera sent a devastating plague upon the island of Aegina. The plague was swift and merciless, killing the inhabitants in droves. Animals also perished. The land was ravaged, the cities emptied, the temples deserted. King Aeacus watched in despair as his people died around him. He was powerless against the divine plague. He saw the suffering of the few remaining survivors and the desolation of his kingdom. In his grief and desperation, he prayed to his father, Zeus. He begged Zeus to repopulate his island, to give him people to rule, to restore life to his devastated land. He asked Zeus to create a new people for him, no matter how humble their origin. Zeus heard his pious son's plea. As Aeacus prayed, he looked upon a large oak tree and saw a colony of ants, myrmex in Greek, busily going about their work, a small pocket of life and industriousness in the midst of the desolation. Zeus decided to answer Aeacus's prayer using these humble creatures. In response to Aeacus's prayer, Zeus transformed the ants of the oak tree into men. The tiny, numerous, industrious ants were changed into human beings, fully formed, strong, and numerous. They were called the Myrmidons, meaning ant-men, their name forever reflecting their origin. These new people were numerous, filling the empty cities and fields of Aegina. They were known for their diligence, their hard work, their loyalty to their king Aeacus, and their collective discipline, qualities perhaps inherited from their ant origins. The Myrmidons became a powerful people, skilled warriors. Aeacus's son, Peleus, later left Aegina due to a kinslaying and settled in Phthia in Thessaly, taking a large contingent of Myrmidons with him. Peleus's son was the great hero Achilles, and in the Trojan War, Achilles famously led the Myrmidons, a formidable force of disciplined and loyal warriors who fought fiercely by his side, their unique origin story setting them apart from the other Greek armies. The myth of the Myrmidons is a story of divine intervention, creation, and transformation, born out of a king's piety and despair in the face of divine punishment, Hera's plague. It is a more positive transformation myth, showing gods creating life from nature rather than destroying it or twisting it into monstrous forms. It highlights the industriousness and collective spirit often associated with ants, suggesting that these qualities were transferred to the new people. The Myrmidons' origin story provides a fascinating explanation for a significant group of warriors in Greek myth, and underscores the idea that new beginnings can arise from even the most devastating circumstances, sometimes from the most humble sources, thanks to divine pity and a pious prayer. As the long night continues, and we delve ever deeper into the heart of Greek myth, we find that the ancient world is a place of endless stories, each weaving together themes of fate, consequence, transformation, and the complex interplay between gods, mortals, and the natural world. From the king and daughter turned birds by treachery, the maidens turned birds for challenging goddesses, the queen turned dog by grief, the princess turned spring by forbidden love, and the people born from ants by divine pity. Each myth is a piece of a larger, intricate puzzle. Let us now turn to tales that delve into the foundations of heroism, the terrifying power of monstrous foes, the intertwined fates of heroes, and the places they inhabit, and the complex relationship between suffering, prophecy, and eventual triumph. We will explore the story of Perseus, a hero whose birth was foretold by a grim prophecy, and whose life was a series of impossible tasks, culminating in the defeat of terrifying monsters and the founding of a dynasty. A story we touched upon earlier, but is rich with further detail and consequence. As we heard, Perseus's grandfather, King Acrisius of Argos, received an oracle that he would be killed by his grandson. To avert this fate, he imprisoned his daughter Danae, but she was visited by Zeus in a shower of gold and bore Perseus. Fearing the prophecy, Acrisius cast Danae and the infant Perseus adrift in a chest, which landed on the island of Seriphos. There, Perseus grew to manhood, eventually being tasked by the cruel king Polydex with the impossible quest of bringing him the head of the Gorgon Medusa, a monster whose gaze turned men to stone. It is here that Perseus truly begins his heroic journey, aided by the gods Athena and Hermes, and provided with magical tools to overcome an insurmountable foe. Perseus's quest for Medusa's head is a defining moment in his heroism, showcasing his courage, resourcefulness, and divine favor. Armed with the reflective shield from Athena, the unbreakable sword from Hermes, the winged sandals from the nymphs, and the cap of darkness from Hades, Perseus faced a challenge that had claimed countless lives. Using the shield to avoid Medusa's petrifying gaze, he navigated the Gorgon's lair, a desolate place filled with the stone statues of their victims. Guided by Athena, he struck off Medusa's head, a crucial victory that not only fulfilled his quest, but also led to the birth of Pegasus and Chrysaor from Medusa's blood, creatures who would have their own roles in myth. Perseus's escape from Medusa's immortal sisters, using the cap of darkness and winged sandals, highlights his cunning and the efficacy of divine aid. His journey back is marked by further heroic deeds, most notably the rescue of Princess Andromeda from the sea monster in Ethiopia. A classic damsel in distress scenario where Perseus's courage and the terrifying power of Medusa's head are dramatically employed. His use of Medusa's head to turn the sea monster to stone, and later to defeat Phineus and his followers, who contested his marriage to Andromeda, underscores the potent, double-edged nature of the Gorgon's power, a force of destruction transformed by the hero into a tool for salvation and victory. His marriage to Andromeda marks the beginning of his own lineage and his return to the world of men after confronting monstrous forces. Perseus's return to Seriphos and his use of Medusa's head to turn the wicked King Polydectes and his court to stone is an act of poetic justice, freeing his mother Danae from unwanted advances and establishing a more just rule under Dictys. This act solidified his status as a hero who protected the innocent and punished the wicked. The final act of Perseus's life, his accidental killing of his grandfather Acrisius with a discus throw in Larissa, brings his story full circle, tragically fulfilling the prophecy he was born under, and that had shaped his entire life. This unintentional kinslaying, though a source of sorrow, does not diminish his heroism, but rather emphasizes the inescapable nature of fate in Greek myth. Despite his extraordinary feats and divine favor, Perseus could not outrun the destiny foretold at his birth. Perseus's refusal to rule Argos after his grandfather's death, and his exchange of kingdoms with Megapenthes in Tiryns, highlight his piety and respect for the laws surrounding kinslaying, a stark contrast to figures like Ixion, who disregarded such taboos. He went on to found the city of Mycenae in some traditions, and establish a powerful dynasty, becoming an ancestor to heroes like Heracles. The myth of Perseus is a foundational hero myth, a journey from a threatened infancy to heroic triumph and the fulfillment of a grim prophecy. It is a story that showcases the qualities of a Greek hero: courage, strength, resourcefulness, and the ability to gain and utilize divine aid. It is also a powerful narrative about the pervasive influence of fate and the idea that some destinies, once spoken, are unavoidable, no matter how much mortals or even gods try to alter them. Perseus's legacy is not just in the monsters he slew or the cities he founded, but in the enduring power of a story that blends the fantastical with the deeply human experience of facing an unknown future and the consequences of actions, both intended and accidental. From the hero whose fate was shaped by prophecy, let us turn to a different kind of heroic tale, one that involves the founding of a great city, the overcoming of formidable obstacles, and the establishment of a lineage tied to both the earth and the divine. A story we also touched upon, but warrants further exploration of its foundational elements. This is the myth of Cadmus, the founder of Thebes, whose journey from searching for a lost sister to establishing a powerful kingdom was fraught with peril and marked by unique creations and transformations. Cadmus's quest, beginning with the filial duty to find his sister Europa, quickly transforms into a divinely ordained mission to found a city, guided by the oracle of Delphi and a sacred heifer. This shift from personal quest to fated destiny highlights the pervasive influence of the divine in directing mortal lives in Greek myth. The site chosen for Thebes, where the heifer lay down, became a place of both promise and peril, as evidenced by the guardianship of the spring by a monstrous serpent, a son of Ares. Cadmus's battle with and defeat of the serpent is his first major heroic act, demonstrating his courage and skill in overcoming a formidable, divinely connected foe. This victory, however, is not without consequence, as he sheds divine blood in a place sacred to Ares. The subsequent act of sowing the serpent's teeth, on the advice of Athena, is a pivotal moment of creation and transformation in the myth. The earth-born Spartoi, springing fully formed from the ground, are a unique and powerful force, reflecting the wild, martial nature of their serpentine origin. Their immediate turn against each other, requiring Cadmus's clever intervention with the roan stone to ensure only 5 survive, underscores the inherent danger and unpredictability of creations born from such primal forces. The 5 surviving Spartoi become the foundation of Thebes' nobility, the first citizens of Cadmus's city, forever linking the city's origins to the earth, to a divine serpent, and to a moment of violence and cunning. Cadmus's marriage to Harmonia, daughter of Ares and Aphrodite, further intertwines his destiny and the fate of his city with the divine, bringing both blessings, the divine wedding gifts, and future sorrow, the cursed nature of those gifts for later generations. Cadmus's reign in Thebes is marked by the establishment of civilization, bringing laws, writing. He is credited with introducing the alphabet from Phoenicia to Greece, and cultural order to the land. He fulfills the oracle's prophecy, creating a great city that would play a central role in future myths. However, the shadow of his early actions and his divine connections hangs over his lineage. The tragic fates of his daughters, Semele's fiery death as Zeus's consort, Ino's divine madness, Autono's suffering through her son Actaeon's death, Agave's horrifying role in the death of her son Pentheus, suggest a lingering curse or the unavoidable consequences of being born into such a complex web of divine relationships and events. Cadmus and Harmonia's eventual departure from Thebes, weary of the grief, and their transformation into benevolent serpents in Illyria, provides a poignant and symbolic end to their story. It is a return to the serpentine origins of his city's founders, a final transformation that links them permanently to the natural world, finding peace only when shedding their human forms and the burdens of their lineage. The myth of Cadmus is a foundational story of city founding, a hero's journey from a filial quest to a fated destiny. It highlights the complex relationship between humans, gods, and the natural world, where creation can arise from violence, and destiny is shaped by divine decree and mortal action. The story of the Sparta and Cadmus's own serpentine transformation underscore the deep, often mysterious, connections between people, the land, and the primal forces that lie beneath the surface of civilization. His legacy is not just the city he built, but the complex, often tragic, fate of his descendants, forever marked by the events of his founding. From the founder whose city was born from serpent's teeth, let us turn to a figure whose fate was sealed by a moment of defiance against a vengeful god, resulting in a chilling, eternal punishment tied to a physical process that sustains life. A story we touched upon, but whose stark message warrants revisiting. This is the myth of Erysichthon, the king consumed by insatiable hunger for disrespecting the goddess Demeter and her sacred grove. Erysichthon's crime, the impious cutting down of Demeter's sacred grove and the killing of a hamadryad, is not a moment of ignorance or accident. It is a deliberate act of defiance against a goddess and the sanctity of the natural world she protects. His contempt for the divine presence in nature and his prioritization of his own desires for material gain, building a banqueting hall, over sacred respect, are central to his downfall. Demeter's punishment, inflicting him with an insatiable hunger through the spirit limos, is a powerful and fitting consequence. As the goddess of agriculture and nourishment, she punishes his destructive consumption of her sacred trees by inflicting upon him a destructive, unending consumption of everything else. His hunger is a twisted mockery of the natural processes of eating and sustenance, a constant, agonizing void that can never be filled. The consequences of Urashichthan's curse are a descent into absolute ruin. His hunger drives him to consume his wealth, his kingdom's resources, and even his own family, selling his daughter. It strips away his identity and status, reducing him to a desperate, emaciated figure driven solely by the need to eat, a chilling illustration of how a single, powerful curse can unravel a life and a kingdom. His ultimate fate, consuming himself, is a horrifying and visceral conclusion, a final act of self-annihilation brought about by the unending torment of his hunger. It is the ultimate embodiment of destructive consumption turned inward, a stark warning about the consequences of disrespecting the very sources of life and nourishment. The myth of Urashichthan is a powerful allegory for the dangers of unchecked greed, disrespect for nature, and the terrible consequences of incurring the wrath of a god associated with fundamental life processes. It is a grim reminder that the divine is present in the natural world, and its sanctity cannot be violated without facing a severe and often fitting retribution. His story serves as an enduring caution against prioritizing material gain over sacred respect, and the potential for a life to be utterly consumed by a single powerful curse. From the king consumed by endless hunger, let us turn to a tale of a mortal woman whose beauty captivated a god, whose desire to see him in his true form, fueled by jealousy, led to a tragic, fiery end and the birth of a unique deity. This is the myth of Semele, the mother of Dionysus, whose story is a cautionary tale about the boundaries between the mortal and divine and the destructive power of divine jealousy. Semele's relationship with Zeus is typical of his many affairs with mortal women, initiated by divine desire. However, Semele's fate is directly influenced by the relentless jealousy of Hera, Zeus's wife. Hera's ability to deceive Semele by appearing as her nurse and planting seeds of doubt about Zeus's true identity highlights her cunning and her unwavering determination to punish Zeus's lovers, even through indirect means. Semele's request for Zeus to appear in his full divine glory, fueled by Hera's manipulation and a mortal desire to confirm the extraordinary nature of her lover, is the pivotal moment of her tragedy. It is a transgression not born of malice or impiety on Semele's part, but of a fatal combination of curiosity, manipulation, and a mortal's inability to comprehend the overwhelming power of the divine. Zeus's reluctance and his binding oath by the Styx underscore the gravity of her request and his inability to avert her fate once the promise is made. Semele's instantaneous death, consumed by the divine fire of Zeus's true form, is a stark and dramatic illustration of the fundamental boundary between mortal and immortal. Mortals cannot endure the full presence of a god. It is a power that is both life-giving and utterly destructive to human flesh. Her fiery end is a direct consequence of her wish, orchestrated by Hera's jealous machinations. However, the myth of Semele does not end solely in tragedy. Zeus's rescue of the unborn Dionysus from her ashes and his subsequent carrying of the infant in his thigh is a unique and crucial element of the story. It ensures the survival of his divine offspring and marks Dionysus as a unique deity, twice born, connected to both the mortal and immortal realms through his unusual birth from a mortal mother, consumed by divine fire and a divine father's body. The myth of Semele is a powerful cautionary tale about the dangers of seeking to cross the boundary between the mortal and divine realms, even with a god's affection. It highlights the destructive power of divine jealousy and the often fatal consequences for mortals caught in the crossfire of Olympian relationships. Semele's story is eternally linked to the origin of Dionysus, emphasizing the tragic circumstances surrounding his birth and perhaps contributing to his complex, often liminal, nature as a god associated with both ecstatic revelry and profound suffering. Her fate serves as a reminder that even when loved by a god, a mortal's existence is fragile, and the consequences of divine actions and rivalries can be absolute and irreversible. From the mortal consumed by divine fire, let us turn to a pure human tragedy, a love story renowned for its devotion and its heartbreaking end caused by a cruel twist of fate involving the elements. A story we touched upon, but whose poignant simplicity offers a powerful contrast to myths of divine intervention. This is the myth of Hero and Leander, whose love spanned the Hellespont and was ultimately extinguished by the sea. Hero and Leander's story is a powerful example of love defying obstacles, societal norms, Hero's vows as a priestess, family implied disapproval, and geographical separation, the Hellespont. Their secret meetings, facilitated by Hero's guiding lamp and Leander's courageous swim, are a testament to their devotion and determination. Their love is purely human, not initiated or directly influenced by gods, though Aphrodite is fittingly Hero's patron. The tragedy of their story lies not in divine punishment for impiety or hubris, but in the indifferent power of nature. The storm that extinguishes Hero's lamp is not explicitly sent by a vengeful god, though storms are often associated with Poseidon or Aeolus. It is a force of nature, powerful and unpredictable, that directly leads to Leander's demise. Leander's struggle against the storm, losing his way without the guiding light, and his eventual drowning are a stark reminder of mortal vulnerability against the elements. His death is a consequence of circumstance and the inherent dangers of the natural world, not a divine decree. Hero's discovery of Leander's body and her subsequent suicide, throwing herself from her tower, is the tragic culmination of their story, a final act of devotion and despair. Their bodies being found intertwined on the shore is a poignant symbol of their love united in death, as they could not be in life. The myth of Hero and Leander is a powerful counterpoint to the many Greek myths involving direct divine intervention in human affairs. It highlights the capacity for profound love and devotion in mortals, but also the limitations of human will and desire when faced with the raw, unyielding forces of nature. The absence of a transformative ending, unlike many other love tragedies in myth, underscores the purely human dimension of their fate. Their story is a timeless tale of love, sacrifice, and the heartbreaking reality that even the deepest human connection can be severed by forces beyond their control, leaving behind only the echoes of their devotion on the wind and waves. It remains an enduring symbol of tragic love, celebrated for its focus on human passion and the stark reality of mortality. As the night stretches on, and we continue our deep dive into the vast and complex tapestry of Greek myth, we have explored tales of heroic journeys and city foundings, the devastating consequences of impiety and curiosity, and the poignant beauty of human love in the face of tragedy. From the prophecy-bound Perseus and the serpent-founded Thebes of Cadmus, to the hunger-cursed Erysichthon and the fiery end of Semele, and the storm-separated lovers Hero and Leander. Each myth adds another layer to our understanding of the ancient world's beliefs and values. Let us now turn our attention to stories that explore the origins of natural phenomena, the limits of mortal skill, the desperate measures taken in times of crisis, and the enduring connection between people, their land, and the divine forces that shape their lives. We turn first to a myth that explains the origin of a fundamental part of the Greek landscape, a transformation born not of divine wrath, but of mortal need, and a goddess's response to a plea for salvation. This is the myth of Scylla, the monster of the straits, distinct from the daughter of Nissus, whose terrifying form and insatiable hunger were the result of a goddess's jealous rage. A story we've touched upon, but whose tragic origin warrants a closer look. As we briefly heard in the myth of Glaucus, Scylla was originally a beautiful sea nymph, a favorite companion of the Nereids, who loved to bathe in a secluded cove. Her beauty attracted the attention of the sea god Glaucus, who, having recently been transformed into a merman, fell deeply in love with her. Scylla, however, was repelled by Glaucus's half-fish form and fled from his advances. Heartbroken by her rejection, Glaucus sought the help of the powerful sorceress goddess Circe, daughter of Helios and a formidable user of magic. Glaucus begged Circe to create a love potion that would make Scylla return his affection. Circe, however, was herself captivated by Glaucus's appearance and his tale. She desired him for herself and tried to win him over, urging him to forget Scylla and embrace her love instead. But Glaucus, blinded by his love for Scylla, firmly rejected Circe's offer, stating he would rather see trees grow in the sea than cease loving Scylla. Circe, a goddess and sorceress scorned, was consumed by jealous rage. She could not punish Glaucus, but she could punish the object of his unrequited love, the nymph who had made him refuse her own advances. Using her potent magic, Circe prepared a terrible potion. She poured the potion into the very cove where Scylla loved to bathe. The next time Scylla entered the water, the potion took effect. Her lower body began to transform in a horrifying way. A ring of monstrous dogs' heads, constantly barking and snapping, grew around her waist, where her legs should have been. Her beautiful nymph form below the waist became a mass of snarling heads and venomous jaws. Her legs were rooted to the rock, making her a monstrous, immobile figure, forever bound to the place of her transformation. Scylla was transformed into a terrifying sea monster, a danger to any who sailed near the straits she inhabited, opposite the whirlpool Charybdis, another monster, or a whirlpool itself, adding to the peril of the passage. Her once beautiful form was replaced by a grotesque, terrifying visage, her voice now a cacophony of barks and snarls. She was consumed by a constant, ravenous hunger, perhaps a reflection of the many mouths that now constituted her lower body, a perpetual torment born of Circe's cruel magic. Her fate was a tragic consequence of divine jealousy and the arbitrary power of sorcery. She was transformed not for her own impiety or wrongdoing, but for being the object of both a god's desire and a goddess's scorn. Her monstrous form and her insatiable hunger became a permanent peril of the sea, a legendary obstacle faced by heroes like Odysseus. The myth of Scylla is a chilling tale of transformation into a monster, a stark reminder of the devastating consequences of divine jealousy and the power of sorcery to inflict terrible, unjust fates. It highlights the vulnerability of even beautiful nymphs to the whims of powerful deities and the unpredictable dangers that lurk in the natural world, often as a resource of divine disputes or curses. Scylla's monstrous form and her location in a treacherous strait made her an enduring figure of terror and a symbol of the perils of sea travel in ancient myth. Her tragic origin story, often overshadowed by her terrifying presence as a monstrous obstacle. From the nymph transformed into a monster by jealousy, let us turn to a tale of a mortal king whose piety and despair in the face of a devastating plague led to unique creation. A people born from the natural world itself. A story we touched upon, but whose full context highlights the power of prayer and divine pity. This is the myth of the Myrmidons, the loyal warriors of Achilles, whose origin on the island of Aegina is a testament to a king's grief and Zeus's unexpected mercy. As we heard, the island of Aegina, ruled by the just king Aeacus, was struck by a terrible plague sent by Hera. Jealous of the island's namesake, the nymph Aegina, Aeacus's mother. The plague decimated the population, leaving the cities empty and the land desolate. King Aeacus, a pious and just ruler, watched in despair as his people died. He could do nothing to stop the divine plague. In his profound grief and desperation for his kingdom, he turned to his divine father Zeus. He prayed, not for vengeance or an end to the plague itself, though that too would eventually pass, but for a new people to inhabit his ravaged land, a people to rule, to rebuild his kingdom. He simply asked for people, no matter how they were created. Zeus, the king of the gods, known for his power, but also capable of acts of pity, heard his son Aeacus's sincere and desperate prayer. He saw the desolation on Aegina and the genuine grief of his pious son. As Aeacus prayed, looking at an oak tree teeming with ants, Zeus decided upon a remarkable act of creation and transformation. In response to Aeacus's plea, Zeus transformed the ants of that tree into human beings. The countless, busy, industrious ants were changed into men, women, and children, fully formed and ready to populate the island. They were called the Myrmidons, from the Greek word for ant, myrmex, forever linking their origin to these tiny, hard-working creatures. The Myrmidons were known for their numbers, their diligence, their loyalty to their king Aeacus, and their collective spirit. These qualities were seen as inherited from their ant ancestors, their numerousness from the sheer number of ants, their diligence from the ants' tireless work ethic, their loyalty and collective discipline from the ants' social structure. They repopulated Aegina, rebuilding the cities and cultivating the land. Aeacus, a just king, ruled them wisely. His son Peleus later inherited a contingent of Myrmidons when he settled in Phthia in Thessaly. It was Peleus's son, Achilles, who famously led the Myrmidons in the Trojan War, a formidable army renowned for their discipline, loyalty to their leader, and fierce fighting prowess, their unique origin story setting them apart from the other Greek forces. The myth of the Myrmidons is a fascinating origin story, a positive tale of creation through transformation, born not of divine wrath, but of a god's pity and a pious king's prayer in the face of divine punishment inflicted by another god, Hera. It highlights the power of prayer and a ruler's devotion to his people. The transformation of ants into humans is a unique and striking image, linking the humble, industrious qualities of the natural world to the foundation of a powerful people. The Myrmidons myth provides an explanation for their specific characteristics and their significance in later myths, underscoring the idea that even from the smallest and seemingly insignificant parts of nature, life and strength can emerge through divine intervention and a moment of grace. From the people born from ants, let us turn to a tale of a king whose defiance against a god's authority, specifically concerning the domain of the underworld and the natural cycle of death and rebirth, earned him a terrible, eternal punishment: the relentless, futile task of pushing a boulder uphill. A story we touched upon, but whose full implications of challenging death itself warrant revisiting. This is the myth of Sisyphus, the crafty king of Corinth, whose cunning allowed him to cheat death, but whose impiety ultimately condemned him to an eternity of meaningless labor. Sisyphus's defining characteristic was his cunning, a trait that allowed him to outwit others, including the gods themselves, for a time. His early wickedness, murdering travelers, violating hospitality, betraying divine secrets, set the stage for divine displeasure. But it was his defiance of death itself that earned him his iconic, eternal punishment. His first act of defiance was capturing Thanatos, the personification of death, by tricking him into shackling himself. This act threw the natural order of the cosmos into chaos, preventing death from occurring. This was a direct challenge to the authority of Hades and Zeus, disrupting a fundamental process of existence. Ares's intervention to free Thanatos and deliver Sisyphus to the underworld underscores the severity of his transgression. Even the gods of war and the dead were impacted by his cunning. Sisyphus's second act of defiance, persuading Persephone to allow him to return to the living world by claiming his wife's lack of funeral rites, was a disrespect to the gods of the underworld, showcases his ability to manipulate even deities with his words and cunning. His subsequent refusal to return to the underworld, clinging to life, was a further blatant disregard for divine authority and the natural cycle of life and death. These acts of cheating death and defying the gods' authority earned him a unique and fitting punishment in Tartarus. He was condemned to the eternal, futile labor of pushing a large boulder up a steep hill. Every time he neared the summit, the boulder would roll back down to the bottom, forcing him to begin the arduous task anew. This punishment is a perfect reflection of Sisyphus's crimes. His relentless, upward struggle mirrors his relentless, albeit ultimately futile, efforts to defy death and escape his fate. The boulder constantly rolling back symbolizes the inevitable return to the starting point, the futility of his efforts to overcome the natural order and the authority of the gods. It is a constant, physical reminder of his ambitious, but ultimately meaningless striving against forces far greater than himself. The myth of Sisyphus is a powerful allegory for the human condition, the struggle against insurmountable odds, the relentless pursuit of goals that may ultimately be futile, and the inescapable nature of fate and death. His punishment is one of the most enduring images of eternal torment in Greek myth, representing existence reduced to meaningless toil. It is a stark warning against the dangers of hubris, particularly the attempt to cheat death or defy the fundamental laws of the cosmos, and a timeless reminder that some battles, no matter how cunningly fought, cannot be won against the ultimate powers that govern life and destiny. From the king eternally pushing his rock, let us turn to a figure whose life was a testament to enduring suffering and prophetic wisdom. A seer who experienced life in both genders and whose sight, taken by one God, was replaced by a deeper, more profound vision, often bringing unwelcome truths. This is the myth of Tiresias, the blind prophet of Thebes, whose long and unique life provided him with unparalleled insight into the mysteries of gods and men. A story we've touched upon, but whose wisdom warrants a closer look. Tiresias's path to prophecy is unusual, stemming from direct encounters with powerful deities and resulting in both loss and gain. The version involving Athena striking him blind for accidentally seeing her bathing, but then granting him prophetic sight as compensation, highlights the often complex nature of divine justice. A punishment for a transgression followed by a compensatory gift. The more famous version, where he is caught in a dispute between Zeus and Hera about pleasure, and struck blind by Hera for revealing a truth she disliked, but then granted prophecy and a long life by Zeus as compensation, further emphasizes the unpredictable consequences of being caught between divine powers. His unique experience of living as both a man and a woman for 7 years, gained through an accidental encounter with mating snakes, provides him with a singular perspective on human experience, making him the ideal, albeit tragic, arbiter of a divine argument. Tiresias's blindness is a central element of his identity, symbolizing a loss of physical sight, but a gain in inner vision. His prophecies are always true, a testament to the authenticity of his divine gift, but they are often delivered in a way that is difficult for mortals to accept or understand, bringing unwelcome truths or foretelling inevitable doom. This makes him a poignant figure, possessing absolute knowledge of the future, yet often powerless to prevent the tragedies he foresees, and frequently disbelieved by those he seeks to warn. His long lifespan, spanning several generations of Theban history, allows him to witness and participate in many significant events, offering his wisdom to kings and heroes alike. From advising Oedipus on his true parentage to guiding the Seven against Thebes and assisting Heracles, Tiresias is a consistent presence in the myths of Thebes and beyond, a source of ancient knowledge and unwelcome truth. The myth of Tiresias is a profound exploration of sight and blindness, knowledge and ignorance, experience and wisdom, and the often complex relationship between mortals and gods. His life, marked by transformation, divine punishment, and divine compensation, underscores the unpredictable nature of divine intervention and the potential for profound insight to be gained through suffering and unique experiences. His legacy as the blind prophet of Thebes, whose truths were always right but often ignored, makes him an enduring symbol of the burden of foresight and the difficulty of accepting harsh realities. He is a figure of profound wisdom gained through a life that transcended conventional boundaries of form and experience. As the night continues, and we delve even deeper into the intricate tapestry of Greek myth, we find that these ancient stories are more than just tales of gods and heroes. They are profound explorations of human nature, the forces that shape our lives, and the consequences of our actions and desires. From the monster of the straits born of jealousy, and the people created from ants by divine pity, to the king eternally punished for defying death, and the blind prophet who saw truth at the cost of physical sight. Each myth adds another layer to our understanding of the ancient world's beliefs and values. Let us now turn our attention to stories that explore the power of music to charm even the darkest realms, the devastating consequences of looking back, the origins of natural wonders tied to divine pursuits, and the enduring power of fate and consequence in shaping mortal lives. We turn first to a figure whose music could charm beasts and bend the will of the underworld itself, whose love led him on a journey into the land of the dead, and whose fate was sealed by a single, devastating glance backward. This is the myth of Orpheus, the legendary Thracian bard, whose skill with the lyre was unmatched. As we've heard, Orpheus, son of a muse, Calliope, or Apollo himself, was renowned for his extraordinary musical talent. His lyre and voice could charm wild animals, make trees and rocks move, and even calm stormy seas. His greatest love was for the nymph Eurydice, and their brief happiness was tragically cut short when she died from a serpent's bite and descended to the underworld. Orpheus's descent into the underworld is a testament to the power of his love and his music. Armed with nothing but his lyre, he dared to enter the realm of Hades and Persephone, a journey from which no living mortal had successfully returned with a soul. His music overcame the traditional guardians of the underworld. Charon, the ferryman of the Styx, was soothed by his melody and rowed him across. Cerberus, the terrifying three-headed hound, was lulled to sleep by his song. His music even reached the ears of Hades and Persephone themselves, the stern rulers of the dead. Orpheus played and sang of his love for Eurydice, his grief, and his desperate plea for her return. His lament was so moving, so filled with sorrow and longing, that it softened the hearts of the seemingly unyielding deities of the underworld. Even the Furies, goddesses of vengeance, were said to have wept. Hades and Persephone, moved by Orpheus's music and the depth of his love, granted his request to take Eurydice back to the world of the living. However, they imposed a strict condition. Orpheus must walk ahead of Eurydice on the path out of the underworld and must not look back at her until they had both reached the world of the living. If he looked back before crossing the threshold, she would be lost to him forever, returned to the realm of the dead. Orpheus agreed and began his journey back towards the light, with Eurydice following behind him. The ascent was long, dark, and silent. Orpheus could hear the faint sounds of her footsteps behind him, feel her presence, but he could not see her. Doubt began to creep into his mind. Was she truly there? Was it a trick of Hades? The desire to see her face, to confirm her presence, to alleviate his agonizing uncertainty, grew stronger with every step towards the light. He reached the very edge of the underworld, the threshold between darkness and the world of the living. He could see the light, feel the air of the upper world. Eurydice was just behind him, still in the shadows. Overwhelmed by his longing and his doubt, at the very moment he stepped into the light, Orpheus turned back to look at his beloved. He saw her there, reaching for him, a look of sad understanding on her face. she was still in the realm of the dead. As his gaze met hers, she vanished, pulled back into the darkness, lost to him forever because he had broken the condition. Orpheus cried out in despair, a sound of such anguish that it echoed briefly in the silent entrance to the underworld. He tried to go back to follow her, but this time the path was closed to him. Charon would not ferry him. Cerberus would not let him pass. He was forced to return to the world of the living, alone and heartbroken, his music now forever tinged with sorrow and lament for his lost love. His end was violent, killed by the Maenads in their frenzy for rejecting their advances, his head still singing Eurydice's name as it floated down the river. His lyre was placed among the stars, a constellation honoring his musical leg. Ikai. The myth of Orpheus is a powerful testament to the transformative power of music and the depths of love and grief. His journey into the underworld highlights the ability of art to move even the most unyielding forces. His ultimate failure, looking back and losing Eurydice, is a poignant exploration of doubt, human failing, and the irreversibility of fate when conditions are set. It is a tragic reminder that sometimes love's greatest challenge is not overcoming external obstacles, but trusting and enduring the internal struggle against doubt and despair. His story remains a timeless allegory for the pain of loss, the limits of human will against destiny, and the enduring power of music as an expression of profound emotion. From the bard whose music charmed death, but whose look cost him his love, let us turn to a figure whose fate was sealed by a promise made during a desperate moment, leading to a tragic sacrifice involving the very life he sought to save. This is the myth of Iphigenia, daughter of King Agamemnon of Mycenae and Queen Clytemnestra, whose sacrifice was demanded by a goddess to allow the Greek fleet to sail to Troy. The story of Iphigenia is central to the Greek expedition against Troy. After the abduction of Helen by Paris, the Greek kings gathered their forces at Aulis to sail to Troy and reclaim her. Agamemnon, as the most powerful king, was chosen as the leader of the expedition. However, the Greek fleet was prevented from sailing by a terrible calm at sea. The winds ceased to blow, and the ships were stranded at Aulis, unable to move. The prophet Calchas was consulted to discover the cause of the goddess's displeasure. Calchas revealed that the goddess Artemis was angered. The reason for her wrath varied in myth. Perhaps Agamemnon had offended her by killing a sacred deer in her grove, and boasting that his skill as a hunter surpassed even hers. Or perhaps it was a lingering consequence of his father Atreus's past impieties, or simply because Artemis opposed the Trojan War. Regardless of the precise cause, Artemis demanded a terrible price to appease her and allow the winds to blow. The sacrifice of Agamemnon's eldest daughter, Iphigenia. Agamemnon was horrified by this demand. He loved his daughter and was distraught at the thought of sacrificing her. He initially refused, wanting to abandon the expedition rather than pay such a terrible price. However, the other Greek leaders, eager to sail to Troy and fulfill their oath to Menelaus, Helen's husband and Agamemnon's brother, pressured him relentlessly. Odysseus, known for his cunning, played a key role in persuading or manipulating Agamemnon into agreeing to the sacrifice. A message was sent to Clytemnestra in Mycenae, asking her to send Iphigenia to Aulis. The messenger claimed that Iphigenia was to be married to the great hero Achilles before the fleet set sail. a prestigious match that would honor Agamemnon's family. Clytemnestra, proud and unsuspecting, sent her daughter to Aulis, believing she was going to her wedding. When Iphigenia arrived at Aulis, instead of wedding preparations, she found herself being prepared for sacrifice. Agamemnon, torn between his duty as commander and his love for his daughter, hesitated but ultimately yielded to the demands of the goddess and the pressure of the army. As Iphigenia was led to the altar to be sacrificed, in the dramatic versions of the myth, at the very moment the priest's knife was about to strike, the goddess Artemis intervened. Perhaps moved by Iphigenia's innocence and courage in facing her fate, or perhaps deeming the demonstration of Agamemnon's willingness to sacrifice sufficient, Artemis whisked Iphigenia away from the altar. In her place, Artemis substituted a deer, which was sacrificed instead. Iphigenia was transported by Artemis to the land of the Tauri, modern Crimea, where she became a priestess in Artemis's temple, serving the goddess who had saved her from sacrifice. However, this temple was known for its barbaric custom of sacrificing foreigners. Iphigenia lived a life of isolation and difficult duty, eventually being reunited with her brother Orestes years later, when he came to the Tauri to retrieve a sacred statue of Artemis. The myth of Iphigenia is a tragic story of sacrifice, divine demand, and the difficult choices faced by leaders. It highlights the immense power of the gods to demand terrible things from mortals, and the often cruel nature of fate when tied to divine will. Her story explores themes of duty versus family love, the manipulation used in achieving larger goals, Odysseus's deceit, and the potential for divine intervention to offer unexpected salvation, albeit into a difficult new life. Iphigenia's sacrifice, whether completed with a deer as a substitute or fully enacted in some versions, became a powerful symbol of the cost of the Trojan War and the heavy burden placed upon the royal family of Mycenae, contributing to the tragic cycle of violence that would later consume Agamemnon upon his return home. From the princess whose life was demanded by a goddess, let us turn to a group of sisters whose grief over their fallen brother led to a transformation into birds, a permanent symbol of their sorrow etched into the natural world. A story we touched upon, but whose specific details of their lament and metamorphosis are poignant. This is the myth of the Heliades, the daughters of Helios, the sun god, and sisters of the ambitious Phaethon, whose tragic flight and fall resulted in their enduring, sorrowful transformation. As we heard, Phaethon, in his reckless attempt to drive the sun chariot, fell to his death in the river Eridanus, struck down by Zeus's thunderbolt. His sisters, the Heliades, were overcome with grief at their brother's fiery demise. They gathered by the banks of the river where he had fallen and wept for him endlessly. Their sorrow was deep and inconsolable. They mourned his youthful ambition, his tragic mistake, and his violent end. They cried for the loss of their brother and for the chaos his actions had brought to the world. Their lament was so profound, so prolonged, that it moved the gods. Perhaps in pity to end their suffering or to create a lasting memorial to their brother's fate, the gods transformed the Heliades. As they wept, they were transformed into poplar trees, forever rooted beside the river Eridanus. Their tears, which flowed incessantly before their transformation, continued to flow in their tree form, turning into amber as they dripped from the branches. This amber, occasionally found by the river, became a physical embodiment of their unending grief and a reminder of Phaethon's fiery fall. The myth of the Heliades is a poignant tale of sibling grief and transformation, directly linked to a major cosmic event, Phaethon's disastrous ride. Their metamorphosis into poplar trees, known for their tall, slender forms, perhaps reflects their youthful stature, and their location by the river ties them forever to the site of their loss. The amber tears are a beautiful, melancholic symbol of sorrow preserved in nature, a lasting testament to their deep connection to their brother and their unending lament. The myth highlights how even large-scale cosmic events can have deeply personal consequences and lead to transformations that become permanent, natural features, forever echoing a moment of mythic tragedy. From the sisters turned trees by grief, let us turn to a myth that explains the origin of a specific bird species, a transformation born of divine jealousy and a terrible act of betrayal, highlighting the dangers of angering a god through misplaced loyalty or by revealing a secret. This is the myth of Coronis, a princess of Thessaly, beloved by the god Apollo, whose infidelity and betrayal by a bird led to her fiery death and the transformation of the messenger. Coronis was a beautiful mortal princess who captured the heart of Apollo, the god of light, music, and prophecy. Apollo loved Coronis deeply, and she became pregnant with his child. Apollo, in his affection for her, assigned a white crow as a guardian to watch over her and report on her well-being. Crows at this time were white, before their transformation. However, despite being the beloved of a god and carrying his child, Coronis fell in love with a mortal man, Ischys. She entered into a relationship with him, betraying Apollo's love. The white crow, faithful to its task, saw Coronis with her mortal lover. It immediately flew back to Apollo to report what it had witnessed. The crow, perhaps eager to share the news or not fully understanding the gravity of its report, delivered the message without embellishment. Apollo, upon hearing of Coronis's infidelity from the crow, was consumed by divine rage and jealousy. His love for Coronis turned instantly to fury at her betrayal. In his anger, without perhaps fully thinking of the consequences for his unborn child, Apollo struck Coronis down with one of his arrows, killing her instantly. However, as Coronis lay dying on her funeral pyre, Apollo regretted his hasty action, realizing that he had killed the mother of his child. Before her body was consumed by the flames, he reached into the pyre and rescued his unborn son from her womb. This son was Asclepius, who would later become the god of healing, his birth marked by the tragic, fiery death of his mother. Apollo's rage did not end with Coronis's death. He turned his anger towards the white crow that had brought him the terrible news. Apollo blamed the crow for its role in the tragedy, for revealing the truth that had caused him such pain and led to his destructive act. As punishment for being the messenger of such unwelcome truth, Apollo transformed the white crow. He cursed its feathers, turning them from pure white to black. "Your news has brought me only sorrow and darkness," Apollo declared. "From this day forward, your feathers shall be as dark as my grief and my rage. You shall no longer be a bird of good omen, but a creature of ill tidings." And so, according to the myth, crows have been black ever since, and their caws are sometimes seen as omens of misfortune, a permanent reminder of the white crow that angered Apollo by delivering the truth of Coronis's betrayal. the myth of Coronis, Asclepius, and the crow is a tragic tale of divine love, mortal infidelity, hasty divine wrath, and the consequence of being the messenger of unwelcome truth. It highlights the volatile nature of divine emotions and the terrible price paid by those caught in the crossfire of a god's jealousy and rage. The transformation of the crow from white to black is a famous origin myth for the bird's coloring, forever linking its appearance and its reputation to Apollo's anger, and a moment of profound tragedy in his life. It is a reminder that sometimes, even delivering the truth can have unexpected and permanent consequences, especially when that truth wounds a god. We will explore the myth of Pitys, a nymph whose beauty attracted the attention of a powerful god of the wilderness, leading to her transformation into a pine tree, forever linked to the domain of her divine pursuer. Pitys was a nymph of the pine trees, renowned for her beauty and her connection to the forest. Her grace and loveliness attracted the attention of Pan, the god of shepherds, flocks, wild mountains, and rustic music, a deity often associated with the pursuit of nymphs in the wilderness. Pan desired Pitys and began to pursue her through the woods. Pitys, like many nymphs pursued by male deities, Daphne by Apollo, Arethusa by Alpheus, Syrinx by Pan himself in a different myth, did not welcome his advances. She feared his wild nature and wished to remain free and untouched. The chase was on, Pan relentlessly pursuing the fleeing nymph through the forests and mountains. Pitys ran as fast as she could, desperate to escape his grasp. She ran until she reached a point where she could flee no further. In her desperation, just as Pan reached out to catch her, Pitys cried out to the gods, or perhaps to the earth itself, to be transformed, to be saved from the unwanted attention of Pan. Her prayer was heard. As Pan's arms closed around where the nymph had been, Pitys was transformed into a pine tree. Her body became the trunk, her hair the needles, her limbs the branches. She became a permanent part of the forest, rooted and unmoving, escaping the pursuit by shedding her human form. Pan, disappointed and perhaps saddened by the loss of the nymph he desired, still felt a connection to the pine tree that was once Pitys. He made the pine tree sacred to himself and would wear a wreath of pine needles on his head as a symbol of his unfulfilled desire and her transformation. The rustling of the wind through the pine needles was sometimes said to be the mournful sighs of Pitys, forever lamenting her fate. The myth of Pitys is another tale of nymph transformation as a means of escaping unwanted divine attention, similar to Daphne and Syrinx. It highlights the constant vulnerability of nymphs to the desires of male gods and the radical measures taken to preserve their autonomy, even if it means losing their human form. Her transformation into a pine tree links her permanently to the wilderness and the domain of Pan, making her a lasting feature of the landscape associated with the god who pursued her. It is a myth that finds a quiet, natural beauty in transformation, tying the origin of a common tree to a story of pursuit, escape, and the enduring presence of myth in the natural world. From the nymph transformed into a pine tree, let us turn to a tragic tale of a father whose attempt to escape a terrible fate by sacrificing his own son was met with divine disgust, and a punishment that forever marked him in the underworld, a profound violation of sacred bonds. This is the myth of King Lycaon of Arcadia, whose impiety and horrific test of Zeus's omniscience earned him a gruesome transformation into a wolf. A story we've touched upon, but whose specific details of his terrible act warrant revisiting. As we've heard, King Lycaon was a wicked and impious ruler, known for his savagery. When Zeus, disguised as a traveler, came to Arcadia to test the reports of Lycaon's wickedness, Lycaon, arrogant and skeptical, decided to test Zeus in return. His test was a horrifying act of sacrilege and violation of hospitality. Lycaon prepared a feast for his guest, but he included human flesh in the meal. In one version of the myth, to ensure the flesh was disguised, and to test Zeus's knowledge, Lycaon killed his own son, Nyctimus, dismembered him, and served his cooked flesh to Zeus. This act was a profound violation of paternal bonds, hospitality, and the fundamental taboo against cannibalism. Zeus, of course, immediately recognized the horrific nature of the meal. His divine senses were not fooled. His wrath was absolute. He condemned Lycaon for his unspeakable crime, his impiety, and his audacity in attempting to test the king of the gods in such a gruesome manner. Zeus's punishment for Lycaon was a transformation that mirrored his savage nature. As Lycaon tried to flee in terror, he was transformed into a wolf. His body became covered in fur, his jaws widened into a snout, his hands and feet became paws with claws, and his human voice was replaced by a howl. He was condemned to roam the wilderness in this monstrous form, forever embodying the bestial nature that lay beneath his human guise. In some versions of the myth, Zeus, in his anger, also destroyed Lycaon's palace with a thunderbolt and unleashed a great flood upon the earth, perhaps as a wider punishment for the wickedness of humanity, or to purify the earth of Lycaon's crime. A story often linked to the myth of Deucalion and Pyrrha, the survivors who repopulated the world. Nyctimus, the son Lycaon sacrificed, was restored to life by Zeus, or in some versions, by Hermes at Zeus's command. A small act of mitigating the horror of Lycaon's crime. The myth of King Lycaon is a grim and powerful warning against impiety, savagery, and the terrible consequences of violating sacred bonds, and the fundamental taboos of human society, particularly the horrifying act of cannibalism and kinslaying. It highlights the unforgiving nature of divine wrath when faced with such profound wickedness. Lycaon's transformation into a wolf is a symbolic punishment, turning him into the very creature that embodies the savagery of his act, forever living a life of primal instinct and violence. A chilling reminder of the beast that can reside within humanity when piety and morality are abandoned. His story stands as a dark cornerstone of Greek myth, a foundational tale of bestial transformation born of ultimate human depravity. From the king transformed into a wolf for his horrific crime, let us turn to a tale of tragic, unrequited love that led to a transformation into a lamenting bird, forever seeking its lost love and singing its sorrowful tale. This is the myth of Alcyone and Ceyx, whom we have met, but whose individual transformation and the connection of their shared fate to the natural world are deeply poignant. As we heard, Ceyx, king of Trachis, was deeply in love with his wife Alcyone, daughter of Aeolus, the god of winds. Their devotion was legendary. Ceyx's tragic death in a shipwreck, despite Alcyone's premonitions and pleas, left Alcyone heartbroken. Alcyone's grief was immense, and inconsolable. Informed of Ceyx's death by a dream messenger sent by Hera, she rushed to the shore and found her husband's body washed ashore. Overwhelmed by sorrow, she threw herself into the sea to join him in death. However, the gods, moved by their profound love and devotion, transformed them both into kingfishers, halcyons, at the moment of Alcyone's leap. Alcyone, the grieving wife, became a bird forever associated with calm seas, and Ceyx, the drowned husband, also became a kingfisher, united with her in their new form. The transformation of Alcyone into a kingfisher is particularly poignant. The myth describes her mournful cries and her diligent efforts to build a nest on the sea, even in winter. Her father, Iolaus, out of pity for his daughter and respect for her love for Ceyx, commanded the winds to be still for 7 days each winter, the period when the halcyon birds were said to nest on the sea. These halcyon days became a symbol of peace and tranquility, a brief period of calm amidst the winter storms, a natural phenomenon explained by a myth of enduring love and divine mercy. The myth of Alcyone and Ceyx is a beautiful and moving love story, highlighting the depth of human devotion and the capacity of the gods for compassion. Their transformation into kingfishers is a symbol of their enduring bond, united in a form that reflects their connection to the sea that tragically separated them. The creation of the halcyon days, a period of calm in nature, is a unique example of how divine pity and enduring love can influence the natural world, creating a lasting, peaceful memorial to a tragic human story. Alcyone's lamenting calls as a kingfisher are a perpetual echo of her grief, forever woven into the sounds of the sea, a testament to a love that transcended death and inspired a moment of cosmic peace. From the couple transformed into birds of calm, let us turn to a figure whose fate was sealed by a curse related to a fundamental aspect of life: the ability to procreate, a consequence of incurring the wrath of a goddess whose domain was tied to fertility and the cycles of life. This is the myth of the Lemnian women, the female inhabitants of the island of Lemnos, whose neglect of a goddess's worship resulted in a terrible affliction and a moment of desperate violence. The women of the island of Lemnos were renowned for their beauty, but they failed to properly honor Aphrodite, the goddess of love, beauty, and fertility. They neglected her altars and did not participate in her worship. Aphrodite, angered by this disrespect and neglect of her cult on an island known for its lovely women, inflicted a terrible curse upon them. She made them emit a foul odor, so repugnant that their husbands could not bear to be near them. Their husbands, repelled by the curse, turned away from their wives and began to take Thracian women as concubines, women from the mainland across the sea. The women of Lemnos, feeling shamed, abandoned, and outcast by their own husbands due to Aphrodite's curse, were filled with resentment and anger towards their husbands and the Thracian women. Their resentment festered, fueled by the humiliation and the physical manifestation of Aphrodite's wrath. In a desperate and violent act, perhaps driven to madness by the injustice of their situation and the feeling of being utterly abandoned, the women of Lemnos conspired together. One night, they rose up and murdered all the men on the island, including their husbands and the Thracian women, leaving not a single male alive. Only King Thoas, whose life was spared by his daughter Hypsipyle, survived. Hypsipyle set him adrift in a chest, similar to Danae and Perseus. the island of Lemnos became a land populated solely by women, stained by the blood of their husbands and their desperation. It remained in this state until the arrival of the Argonauts on their quest for the Golden Fleece. The Argonauts, led by Jason, landed on Lemnos, finding a land ruled by women. The women, led by Queen Hypsipyle, initially greeted them with caution, but eventually welcomed them, particularly after the Argonauts, being men, offered a chance to repopulate the island. Jason fathered twins with Hypsipyle, and other Argonauts also had children with the Lemnian women. The curse of Aphrodite was eventually lifted or faded over time, perhaps as the women began to honor her again or as the island was repopulated. However, the story of the Lemnian women remained a grim tale of divine punishment for neglecting a goddess's worship, a curse that disrupted a fundamental aspect of human connection, attraction, and procreation, and led to a moment of brutal violence driven by despair and resentment. The myth of the Lemnian women is a powerful warning against neglecting the worship of gods, particularly those whose domain is central to human life, like Aphrodite and fertility. It highlights the terrible consequences of divine wrath when it manifests as a curse that disrupts fundamental biological and social bonds. Their violent act, driven by desperation and shame, is a dark episode in Greek myth, demonstrating the potential for human cruelty when faced with injustice and the feeling of being utterly abandoned, even by their own husbands. The story underscores the idea that divine power can manifest in ways that disrupt the most intimate aspects of human life and lead to catastrophic outcomes, leaving behind a legacy of violence and a cautionary tale about the importance of honoring the gods whose blessings are often taken for granted. We turn first to a myth that explains the origin of a common flower, born from the sorrow of a goddess for the death of her beloved, a symbol of beauty tragically cut short, a story we touched upon, but whose poignant details of grief and transformation warrant a closer look. This is the myth of Adonis, the extraordinarily beautiful youth, beloved by Aphrodite, whose untimely death led to the creation of the anemone. As we heard, Adonis, born from a myrrh tree, was a youth of such stunning beauty that he captivated goddesses. He was beloved by both Aphrodite, the goddess of love, and Persephone, the queen of the underworld. Their dispute over him was settled by divine arbitration, decreeing that Adonis would spend part of the year with each goddess, his life split between the world of the living and the realm of the dead. During his time with Aphrodite in the world of the living, Adonis became a passionate hunter, despite Aphrodite's warnings about the dangers of wild beasts. Aphrodite, who loved him intensely, often accompanied him, her divine presence a strange contrast to the rugged wilderness of the hunt. Tragically, their time together was cut short. One day, while hunting alone, Adonis was fatally wounded by a wild boar. The boar, often seen as a symbol of wild, untamed nature, or sometimes as a vengeful force sent by a jealous deity, Artemis or Ares, inflicted a mortal wound on Adonis. Aphrodite, learning of his death, rushed to his side, but she was too late. She found him dying, his beautiful form marred by the boar's tusks. She cradled him in her arms, her heart broken by the loss of her beloved. She wept inconsolably over his body, her divine tears mingling with his mortal blood as he died. In her grief, Aphrodite decreed that Adonis would be remembered forever. from the spot where Adonis's blood had spilled and mingled with her tears. A beautiful, but tragically short-lived, flower sprang up, the anemone. The anemone, with its delicate petals, became a symbol of Adonis's brief life and his tragic, premature death. Its beauty is fragile, and its petals are easily scattered by the wind, symbolizing the fleeting nature of life and beauty. Aphrodite also instituted the festival of the Adonia, where women would mourn Adonis's death and plant gardens of Adonis, quick-growing plants in shallow pots that would wither and die quickly, symbolizing Adonis's brief time in the sun and his swift return to the underworld. The myth of Adonis and the anemone is a poignant tale of divine love, mortal vulnerability, tragic death, and the creation of a natural symbol from profound grief. It highlights the contrast between eternal divine love and the fragility of mortal life, even when that life is touched by the divine. The anemone, born from the mingling of divine tears and mortal blood, is a beautiful and lasting memorial to a love story cut tragically short, forever reminding the world of the beautiful youth whose life was split between two realms and whose death inspired a goddess's unending sorrow, etched into the very flowers of the earth. From the flower born of divine grief, let us turn to a different kind of creation, one born of mortal skill and impossible love, where artistry itself becomes a vehicle for bringing the inanimate to life. A story we touched upon, but whose focus on artistic devotion and miraculous transformation warrants a closer look. This is the myth of Pygmalion and his ivory statue, Galatea. As we heard, Pygmalion was a gifted sculptor from Cyprus who, disillusioned by the perceived flaws of mortal women, swore off love and dedicated himself entirely to his art. He sought perfection not in the world, but in his own creations. He channeled all his skill, passion, and longing into carving a statue of a woman from ivory. He worked meticulously, imbuing the statue with such exquisite beauty and lifelike grace that it surpassed any living woman. He named her Galatea, sleeping love. As he worked, Pygmalion found himself falling deeply and irrevocably in love with his own creation. He treated the statue as if she were alive, adorning her with jewels, dressing her in fine clothes, bringing her gifts, and whispering words of affection to the cold ivory. His love was pure and intense, a devotion to an ideal of beauty and perfection he had created with his own hands. He yearned for her to be real, to return his love, but he knew the impossibility of his desire. During the festival of Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, Pygmalion went to her temple. He dared not speak his true, impossible wish aloud, but he prayed silently, his heart filled with longing. He asked the goddess to grant him a bride, like my ivory maid, hoping Aphrodite would understand the depth of his love for his creation. Aphrodite, present at her festival, saw Pygmalion's sincere devotion and the extraordinary beauty of the statue he had created, which had the power to inspire such profound love in a mortal. Perhaps moved by his artistry, his piety, or the sheer intensity of his desire, Aphrodite decided to grant his unusual request. When Pygmalion returned home, he went to his studio and approached his statue, Galatea. He reached out to touch her, a gesture of his usual hopeless affection. But this time, as his fingers brushed the ivory, he felt a warmth. He touched her again, and the ivory softened beneath his touch, yielding like flesh. Color bloomed in her cheeks, and her chest rose and fell with a breath. Slowly, she opened her eyes, and they met Pygmalion's gaze. Galatea, the ivory statue, was transformed into a living, breathing woman by the grace of Aphrodite. She stepped down from her pedestal, made real by the power of art and the transformative force of love. She saw the man who had created and loved her into being, and her eyes were filled with love for him in return. Pygmalion was overjoyed and astonished. His impossible love had been made real. Aphrodite blessed their union, and Pygmalion and Galatea were married, living happily together. Their story is a unique myth of transformation, where a mortal's impossible love for his art, combined with divine grace, results in creation and a fulfillment of desire. It highlights the power of artistry to move even the gods and the transformative nature of love, showing that in myth, the line between the inanimate and the animate, the created and the real, can be blurred by divine intervention and the intensity of human or divine emotion. From the statue brought to life by love and artistry, let us turn to a tale of a mortal king whose ambition and desire for forbidden knowledge led him to challenge the gods, culminating in a terrible and irreversible punishment, forever binding him to a fundamental element of the cosmos. This is the myth of Salmoneus, the impious king who attempted to imitate Zeus, a story we've touched up on, but whose arrogance and fiery end deserve revisiting. As we heard, King Salmoneus of Elis was consumed by arrogance and a twisted desire to be worshipped as a god. His impiety reached its peak when he dared to imitate Zeus's power, riding a chariot over a bronze bridge, dragging chains to simulate thunder, and throwing torches to imitate lightning. He demanded his people worship him as the king of the gods. This act was a profound blasphemy, a direct challenge to Zeus's supreme authority and the most fundamental aspect of his divine power, the control of thunder and lightning. Mortals were meant to revere Zeus, not imitate him or demand worship for themselves. Zeus, witnessing Salmoneus's audacious impiety, was filled with terrible wrath. He would not tolerate such a blatant mockery of his divine power. Zeus unleashed his true thunderbolt upon Salmoneus, a demonstration of the immense and destructive power of the king of the gods, utterly dwarfing Salmoneus's feeble imitations. The thunderbolt struck Salmoneus, killing him instantly, and destroyed his city and the bronze bridge he had built for his impious performance. He was cast down into Tartarus, the deepest level of the underworld, where he suffered eternal punishment. While his specific torment in Tartarus is less detailed than Tantalus or Sisyphus, it is understood to be severe, a fitting consequence for daring to usurp divine power. Some accounts suggest he is perpetually tormented by the thunder and lightning he sought to imitate, forever reminded of the true divine power he mocked. The myth of Salmoneus is a stark and unambiguous warning against mortal hubris and blasphemy, particularly the attempt to imitate or usurp the power and identity of a god. It highlights the vast and unbridgeable gap between mortal pretense and divine reality, and the swift, absolute nature of divine retribution when challenged in such a direct and mocking manner. His fiery end and eternal punishment serve as a clear illustration of the consequences of daring to think oneself equal to or capable of imitating the supreme deity. It is a myth that underscores the importance of knowing one's place in the cosmic order and the terrible price of failing to show proper reverence to the most powerful of the gods. From the king consumed by fire for his impiety, let us turn to a tale of a mortal woman whose beauty captivated the king of the gods, leading to a fatal request fueled by jealousy, and a tragic, fiery end that nonetheless resulted in the birth of a major deity. This is the myth of Semele, princess of Thebes and mother of Dionysus, a story we've touched upon but whose details of divine manipulation and fatal consequence warrant revisiting. As we heard, Semele was a beautiful mortal princess loved by Zeus, who visited her secretly. Her fate was entangled with the relentless jealousy of Hera, Zeus's wife, who discovered the affair and plotted Semele's destruction. Hera, disguised as Semele's nurse, skillfully planted seeds of doubt in Semele's mind, suggesting that her lover might not be Zeus, and that she should ask him to reveal himself in his full divine glory as proof. Semele, manipulated by Hera and filled with a mortal desire to know the true nature of her powerful lover, made Zeus swear by the river Styx to grant her whatever she wished. Bound by this unbreakable oath, Zeus was compelled to grant Semele's request, despite his foreknowledge that it would be fatal to her. He appeared to her in his full divine glory, surrounded by lightning and thunder. Semele, a mortal woman, could not withstand the overwhelming power of Zeus's true form. She was instantly consumed by the divine fire, perishing in the blaze. Her death was a direct consequence of her request, orchestrated by Hera's jealous machinations and facilitated by Zeus's binding oath. However, Zeus rescued the unborn infant Dionysus from Semele's ashes, carrying him in his thigh until he was ready to be born. This ensured the survival of his divine son and marked Dionysus as a unique deity, twice born, forever connected to his mortal mother's tragic, fiery end and his divine father's intervention. The myth of Semele is a powerful cautionary tale about the dangers of seeking to transcend the boundaries between the mortal and divine realms, even when loved by a god. It highlights the destructive power of divine jealousy and the often fatal consequences for mortals caught in the crossfire of Olympian relationships. Semele's story is eternally linked to the origin of Dionysus, emphasizing the tragic circumstances surrounding his birth, and perhaps contributing to his complex nature as a god associated with both ecstatic revelry and profound suffering. Her fate serves as a reminder that even when loved by a god, a mortal's existence is fragile, and the consequences of divine actions and rivalries can be absolute and irreversible. From the mortal consumed by divine fire, let us turn to a story of profound human love that defied natural boundaries and ultimately faced the stark reality of mortality and the indifferent power of nature, a poignant counterpoint to myths of divine intervention, a story we've touched upon, but whose focus on human devotion and tragic consequence warrants revisiting. This is the myth of Hero and Leander, whose love spanned the Hellespont and was ultimately extinguished by the sea. Hero and Leander's story is renowned for its focus on human love and devotion, overcoming significant obstacles, societal constraints, Hero's vows as a priestess, geographical separation, the Hellespont, and family opposition. Their secret meetings, facilitated by Hero's guiding lamp and Leander's perilous swim, are a testament to their unwavering love and determination. Their love is purely human, not initiated or directly influenced by gods, making their tragedy all the more poignant as a representation of mortal vulnerability. The tragedy of their story lies not in divine punishment for impiety or hubris, but in the indifferent power of nature. The storm that extinguishes Hero's lamp is a force of nature, powerful and unpredictable, that directly leads to Leander's demise. There is no divine hand explicitly guiding this storm to punish them for their love. It is simply the inherent danger of the sea. Leander's struggle against the storm, losing his way without the guiding light, and his eventual drowning are a stark reminder of mortal vulnerability against the elements. His death is a consequence of circumstance and the inherent dangers of the natural world, not a divine decree. Hero's discovery of Leander's body and her subsequent suicide, throwing herself from her tower, is the heartbreaking culmination of their story, a final act of devotion and despair. Their bodies being found intertwined on the shore is a powerful symbol of their love united in death, as they could not be in life. The myth of Hero and Leander is a powerful counterpoint to the many Greek myths involving direct divine intervention in human affairs. It highlights the capacity for profound love and devotion in mortals, but also the limitations of human will and desire when faced with the raw, unyielding forces of nature. The absence of a transformative ending, unlike many other love tragedies in myth, underscores the purely human dimension of their fate. Their story is a timeless tale of love, sacrifice, and the heartbreaking reality that even the deepest human connection can be severed by forces beyond their control, leaving behind only the echoes of their devotion on the wind and waves. It remains an enduring symbol of tragic love, celebrated for its focus on human passion and the stark reality of mortality. We turn first to a myth that explains the origin of a common flower, born from the sorrow of a goddess for the death of her beloved, a symbol of beauty tragically cut short, a story we touched upon, but whose poignant details of grief and transformation warrant a closer look. This is the myth of Adonis, the extraordinarily beautiful youth, beloved by Aphrodite, whose untimely death led to the creation of the anemone. As we heard, Adonis, born from a myrrh tree, was a youth of such stunning beauty that he captivated goddesses. He was beloved by both Aphrodite, the goddess of love, and Persephone, the queen of the underworld. Their dispute over him was settled by divine arbitration, decreeing that Adonis would spend part of the year with each goddess, his life split between the world of the living and the realm of the dead. During his time with Aphrodite in the world of the living, Adonis became a passionate hunter, despite Aphrodite's warnings about the dangers of wild beasts. Aphrodite, who loved him intensely, often accompanied him, her divine presence a strange contrast to the rugged wilderness of the hunt. Tragically, their time together was cut short. One day, while hunting alone, Adonis was fatally wounded by a wild boar. The boar, often seen as a symbol of wild, untamed nature, or sometimes as a vengeful force sent by a jealous deity, Artemis or Ares, inflicted a mortal wound on Adonis. Aphrodite, learning of his death, rushed to his side, but she was too late. She found him dying, his beautiful form marred by the boar's tusks. She cradled him in her arms, her heart broken by the loss of her beloved. She wept inconsolably over his body, her divine tears mingling with his mortal blood as he died. In her grief, Aphrodite decreed that Adonis would be remembered forever. from the spot where Adonis's blood had spilled and mingled with her tears, a beautiful, but tragically short-lived, flower sprang up, the anemone. The anemone, with its delicate petals, became a symbol of Adonis's brief life and his tragic, premature death. Its beauty is fragile, and its petals are easily scattered by the wind, symbolizing the fleeting nature of life and beauty. Aphrodite also instituted the festival of the Adonia, where women would mourn Adonis's and plant gardens of Adonis, quick-growing plants in shallow pots that would wither and die quickly, symbolizing Adonis's brief time in the sun and his swift return to the underworld. The myth of Adonis and the anemone is a poignant tale of divine love, mortal vulnerability, tragic death, and the creation of a natural symbol from profound grief. It highlights the contrast between eternal divine love and the fragility of mortal life, even when that life is touched by the divine. The anemone, born from the mingling of divine tears and mortal blood, is a beautiful and lasting memorial to a love story cut tragically short, forever reminding the world of the beautiful youth whose life was split between two realms and whose death inspired a goddess's unending sorrow, etched into the very flowers of the earth. From the flower born of divine grief, let us turn to a different kind of creation, one born of mortal skill and impossible love, where artistry itself becomes a vehicle for bringing the inanimate to life. A story we touched upon, but whose focus on artistic devotion and miraculous transformation warrants a closer look. This is the myth of Pygmalion and his ivory statue, Galatea. As we heard, Pygmalion was a gifted sculptor from Cyprus who, disillusioned by the perceived flaws of mortal women, swore off love and dedicated himself entirely to his art. He sought perfection not in the world, but in his own creations. He channeled all his skill, passion, and longing into carving a statue of a woman from ivory. He worked meticulously, imbuing the statue with such exquisite beauty and lifelike grace that it surpassed any living woman. He named her Galatea, sleeping love. As he worked, Pygmalion found himself falling deeply and irrevocably in love with his own creation. He treated the statue as if she were alive, adorning her with jewels, dressing her in fine clothes, bringing her gifts, and whispering words of affection to the cold ivory. His love was pure and intense, a devotion to an ideal of beauty and perfection he had created with his own hands. He yearned for her to be real, to return his love, but he knew the impossibility of his desire. During the festival of Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, Pygmalion went to her temple. He dared not speak his true, impossible wish aloud, but he prayed silently, his heart filled with longing. He asked the goddess to grant him a bride, like my ivory maid, hoping Aphrodite would understand the depth of his love for his creation. Aphrodite, present at her festival, saw Pygmalion's sincere devotion and the extraordinary beauty of the statue he had created, which had the power to inspire such profound love in a mortal. Perhaps moved by his artistry, his piety, or the sheer intensity of his desire, Aphrodite decided to grant his unusual request. When Pygmalion returned home, he went to his studio and approached his statue, Galatea. He reached out to touch her, a gesture of his usual hopeless affection. But this time, as his fingers brushed the ivory, he felt a warmth. He touched her again, and the ivory softened beneath his touch, yielding like flesh. Color bloomed in her cheeks, and her chest rose and fell with a breath. Slowly, she opened her eyes, and they met Pygmalion's gaze. Galatea, the ivory statue, was transformed into a living, breathing woman by the grace of Aphrodite. She stepped down from her pedestal, made real by the power of art and the transformative force of love. She saw the man who had created and loved her into being, and her eyes were filled with love for him in return. Pygmalion was overjoyed and astonished. His impossible love had been made real. Aphrodite blessed their union, and Pygmalion and Galatea were married, living happily together. Their story is a unique myth of transformation, where a mortal's impossible love for his art, combined with divine grace, results in creation and a fulfillment of desire. It highlights the power of artistry to move even the gods and the transformative nature of love, showing that in myth, the line between the inanimate and the animate, the created and the real, can be blurred by divine intervention and the intensity of human or divine emotion. From the statue brought to life by love and artistry, let us turn to a tale of a mortal king whose ambition and desire for forbidden knowledge led him to challenge the gods, culminating in a terrible and irreversible punishment, forever binding him to a fundamental element of the cosmos. This is the myth of Salmoneus, the impious king who attempted to imitate Zeus, a story we've touched upon, but whose arrogance and fiery end deserve revisiting. As we heard, King Salmoneus of Elis was consumed by arrogance and a twisted desire to be worshipped as a god. His impiety reached its peak when he dared to imitate Zeus's power, riding a chariot over a bronze bridge, dragging chains to simulate thunder, and throwing torches to imitate lightning. He demanded his people worship him as the king of the gods. This act was a profound blasphemy, a direct challenge to Zeus's supreme authority and the most fundamental aspect of his divine power, the control of thunder and lightning. Mortals were meant to revere Zeus, not imitate him or demand worship for themselves. Zeus, witnessing Salmoneus's audacious impiety, was filled with terrible wrath. He would not tolerate such a blatant mockery of his divine power. Zeus unleashed his true thunderbolt upon Salmoneus, a demonstration of the immense and destructive power of the king of the gods, utterly dwarfing Salmoneus's feeble imitations. The thunderbolt struck Salmoneus, killing him instantly, and destroyed his city and the bronze bridge he had built for his impious performance. He was cast down into Tartarus, the deepest level of the underworld, where he suffered eternal punishment. While his specific torment in Tartarus is less detailed than Tantalus or Sisyphus, it is understood to be severe, a fitting consequence for daring to usurp divine power. Some accounts suggest he is perpetually tormented by the thunder and lightning he sought to imitate, forever reminded of the true divine power he mocked. The myth of Salmoneus is a stark and unambiguous warning against mortal hubris and blasphemy, particularly the attempt to imitate or usurp the power and identity of a god. It highlights the vast and unbridgeable gap between mortal pretense and divine reality, and the swift, absolute nature of divine retribution when challenged in such a direct and mocking manner. His fiery end and eternal punishment serve as a clear illustration of the consequences of daring to think oneself equal to or capable of imitating the supreme deity. It is a myth that underscores the importance of knowing one's place in the cosmic order and the terrible price of failing to show proper reverence to the most powerful of the gods. From the king consumed by fire for his impiety, let us turn to a tale of a mortal woman whose beauty captivated the king of the gods, leading to a fatal request fueled by jealousy, and a tragic, fiery end that nonetheless resulted in the birth of a major deity. This is the myth of Semele, princess of Thebes and mother of Dionysus, a story we've touched upon but whose details of divine manipulation and fatal consequence warrant revisiting. As we heard, Semele was a beautiful mortal princess loved by Zeus, who visited her secretly. Her fate was entangled with the relentless jealousy of Hera, Zeus's wife, who discovered the affair and plotted Semele's destruction. Hera, disguised as Semele's nurse, skillfully planted seeds of doubt in Semele's mind, suggesting that her lover might not be Zeus, and that she should ask him to reveal himself in his full divine glory as proof. Semele, manipulated by Hera and filled with a mortal desire to know the true nature of her powerful lover, made Zeus swear by the river Styx to grant her whatever she wished. Bound by this unbreakable oath, Zeus was compelled to grant Semele's request, despite his foreknowledge that it would be fatal to her. He appeared to her in his full divine glory, surrounded by lightning and thunder. Semele, a mortal woman, could not withstand the overwhelming power of Zeus's true form. She was instantly consumed by the divine fire, perishing in the blaze. Her death was a direct consequence of her request, orchestrated by Hera's jealous machinations and facilitated by Zeus's binding oath. However, Zeus rescued the unborn infant Dionysus from Semele's ashes, carrying him in his thigh until he was ready to be born. This ensured the survival of his divine son and marked Dionysus as a unique deity, twice born, forever connected to his mortal mother's tragic, fiery end and his divine father's intervention. The myth of Semele is a powerful cautionary tale about the dangers of seeking to transcend the boundaries between the mortal and divine realms, even when loved by a god. It highlights the destructive power of divine jealousy and the often fatal consequences for mortals caught in the crossfire of Olympian relationships. Semele's story is eternally linked to the origin of Dionysus, emphasizing the tragic circumstances surrounding his birth, and perhaps contributing to his complex nature as a god associated with both ecstatic revelry and profound suffering. Her fate serves as a reminder that even when loved by a god, a mortal's existence is fragile, and the consequences of divine actions and rivalries can be absolute and irreversible. From the mortal consumed by divine fire, let us turn to a story of profound human love that defied natural boundaries and ultimately faced the stark reality of mortality and the indifferent power of nature. A poignant counterpoint to myths of divine intervention, a story we've touched upon, but whose focus on human devotion and tragic consequence warrants revisiting. This is the myth of Hero and Leander, whose love spanned the Hellespont and was ultimately extinct. Uished by the sea. Hero and Leander's story is renowned for its focus on human love and devotion, overcoming significant obstacles, societal constraints, Hero's vows as a priestess, geographical separation, the Hellespont, and family opposition. Their secret meetings, facilitated by Hero's guiding lamp and Leander's perilous swim, are a testament to their unwavering love and determination. Their love is purely human, not initiated or directly influenced by gods, though Aphrodite is fittingly Hero's patron. The tragedy of their story lies not in divine punishment for impiety or hubris, but in the indifferent power of nature. The storm that extinguishes Hero's lamp is not explicitly sent by a vengeful god, though storms are often associated with Poseidon or Aeolus. It is a force of nature, powerful and unpredictable, that directly leads to Leander's demise. Leander's struggle against the storm, losing his way without the guiding light, and his eventual drowning, are a stark reminder of mortal vulnerability against the elements. His death is a consequence of circumstance and the inherent dangers of the natural world, not a divine decree. Hero's discovery of Leander's body and her subsequent suicide, throwing herself from her tower, is the heartbreaking culmination of their story, a final act of devotion and despair. Their bodies being found intertwined on the shore is a powerful symbol of their love united in death, as they could not be in life. The myth of Hero and Leander is a powerful counterpoint to the many Greek myths involving direct divine intervention in human affairs. It highlights the capacity for profound love and devotion in mortals, but also the limitations of human will and desire when faced with the raw, unyielding forces of nature. The absence of a transformative ending, unlike many other love tragedies in myth, underscores the purely human dimension of their fate. Their story is a timeless tale of love, sacrifice, and the heartbreaking reality that even the deepest human connection can be severed by forces beyond their control, leaving behind only the echoes of their devotion on the wind and waves. It remains an enduring symbol of tragic love, celebrated for its focus on human passion and the stark reality of mortality. The echoes of ancient Greece have guided us through a vast and intricate landscape of myth, revealing a world where the lives of gods and mortals are deeply intertwined, and where every action, every emotion, every encounter with the divine or with fate carries weight and consequence. As the long night gives way to the approaching dawn, we arrive at the conclusion of this particular journey, reflecting on the nature of endings within this rich tradition. Unlike some mythologies that feature a singular, definitive apocalyptic event, Greek mythology does not present a clear-cut end of the world, in the sense of a final, all-consuming Ragnarok or Armageddon. Instead, the narratives often suggest a cyclical view of time, with ages of man rising and falling, each with its own characteristics and relationship with the divine. The heroic age, a period filled with the deeds of great heroes and more direct interaction with the gods, is generally considered to have concluded with the Trojan War and its aftermath, marking a shift in the focus of myths towards a time when the gods' intervention became less frequent and overt. However, within this larger, ongoing cosmic framework, individual stories often reach powerful and definitive conclusions. These endings are as diverse as the myths themselves, and serve to resolve the specific conflicts and themes of each narrative. Transformations are a pervasive form of ending in Greek myths. We have seen countless examples of mortals and nymphs being reshaped into new forms, plants, animals, or even constellations. These metamorphoses, whether inflicted as punishment, granted as a means of escape, or born from profound emotion, represent a permanent change in being, integrating the character into the natural world or a new state of existence dictated by their fate or the will of the gods. Eternal punishments in the underworld, particularly in the deep abyss of Tartarus, serve as definitive and unending consequences for those who committed grave offenses against the gods or violated fundamental cosmic laws. Figures like Sisyphus, Tantalus, and Ixion are condemned to perpetual torment, their punishments reflecting and eternally reiterating their transgressions. These are not temporary trials, but final, inescapable resolutions to their earthly impieties. For the majority of mortals, the end of their story is death and the journey to the underworld, the realm ruled by Hades and Persephone. The nature of their existence there can vary, from the shadowy existence in the asphodel meadows to the blessed realm of Elysium for heroes and the virtuous, or the torment of Tartarus for the wicked. This descent to the underworld is a fundamental and unive ursal ending for mortal life in Greek myth, a transition to a different state of being. Resolution through divine intervention can also provide definitive endings for some stories. Gods may intervene to save a favored mortal, grant a final wish, or transform individuals as a means of resolving a conflict or bestowing a blessing. Psyche's elevation to goddess status by Zeus, allowing her to be reunited with Eros, is an example of a positive resolution brought about by divine grace after trials. The transformation of Saix and Alcyone into kingfishers by the gods, leading to the peaceful halcyon days, is another instance of divine mercy, providing a lasting, natural conclusion to a tragic human story. The fulfillment of prophecy is a recurring and often tragic form of ending, highlighting the inescapable nature of fate. Many myths conclude with the unavoidable realization of a predetermined destiny, even when characters actively try to prevent it. The tragic fates of figures like Oedipus, killing his father and marrying his mother despite attempts to avert the prophecy, and Perseus accidentally killing his grandfather, demonstrate that some destinies are predetermined and will find their resolution in unexpected ways. Integration into the cosmos or nature provides a permanent final state for many characters who undergo transformation. They become lasting features of the natural world or the celestial sphere, their mythic stories forever etched into the landscape or the stars. The transformation of nymphs into trees or springs, or the placement of heroes or objects among the constellations, serve as enduring reminders of their myths and their ultimate resolutions. While there isn't a single apocalyptic event that signifies the absolute end of the Greek mythological world, the individual myths we have explored provide powerful and often definitive conclusions for the figures within them. The Trojan War is often seen as a culmination of the heroic age, after which the nature of myths and the relationship between gods and mortals shifted. The concept of fate, personified by the Moirai, who spin, measure, and cut the thread of life, plays a crucial role in determining these individual endings, representing a force that even the gods generally respect. In conclusion, our long journey through the echoes of Greek myth reveals a world where endings are as diverse as the stories themselves. They are often marked by transformation, eternal consequence, the fulfillment of destiny, or integration into the natural world. While the grand narrative of Greek mythology doesn't conclude with a single cataclysmic finale, the individual tales provide powerful and often somber resolutions, reminding us that in this ancient world, every life, every choice, and every encounter with the divine, or with fate, had a significant and often permanent ending. The night has been long, filled with these ancient whispers and the weight of these timeless stories. We have journeyed far, explored much, and witnessed the profound and enduring power of Greek myth. As the first light of dawn begins to touch the horizon, it is time for this particular telling to reach its conclusion. Thank you for accompanying me on this deep dive into the echoes of ancient Greece. May the stories and their lessons linger with you as the day begins. This concludes our journey for tonight.